will comply und it will get worse. Are you ready for the noble order? No more human rights or border. We own you, your father's own daughter. Father's own, we find you. Order, feeling your problems, then blame you. Regardless for everything we do. Get fear as we hear we are coming soon. If you don't stop us, we're screwed. DAVOS, we are here. The agenda is quite clear. You live in fear. You are the puppet, and I'm the puppeteer.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from not so sunny California, Los Angeles. Yeah, we are live right now. It's cloudy. It's 62 degrees Fahrenheit. I can't believe I'm saying the Fahrenheit instead of the centigrade. It's much better temperature. We're live. We're live, not from the DAVOS in Switzerland, but instead in Los Angeles, California. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we're alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. I'm obviously in a fucking good-ass mood. As a German, I feel very patriotic right now. That's not good. That's not good. Don't say stuff like that. That's sus. That's sus, okay? Cover the Marvel Rivals drama? What the fuck is Marvel Rivals drama? You look like my FedEx driver? Hell yeah, buddy. Anyway, what was I saying? You coming to Minneapolis? It's about to be minus 40 here, so get ready. Bro, I know. I'm going to be in Murderapolis at the end of this weekend for the general strike. Murderapolis, Somaliopolis. Don't worry, I've checked in. I've checked in with Abdul. I've checked in with Omar. I'm checking in with everybody before I step foot in Murderapolis to make sure, make sure that I'm all right. Okay. Yeah. Murderapolis, baby, first time. But you seem silly and hyper today. I'm all for it. Yeah, hell yeah. Okay, so this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. We're gonna obviously dive into the Davos situation and talk about the collapse of the international order. But before we do that, before we do that, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. This is the second year of the Trump second term. We're in year 2 in the Trump term 2. Trump talking about Ilhan Davos was scary. I know. We welcome you with open arms. Just wear good warm boots. Yeah, I know. I got it all. Okay, so folks. You ever live in a cold area? I've lived in an area where there's all 4 seasons my whole life, as a matter of fact. New Jersey, I lived in Turkey, in Istanbul, and Ankara. I've seen all 4 seasons when I was growing up, but it's been I've been acclimated to Los Angelino weather. That's why I complain when it's 62 degrees and cloudy here. Trump is going donkey audience on windmills. I know. We're going to get into all of that. Don't worry. All right, so personal news-wise, didn't really do much. Tried to read a little bit last night, but was way too much on Twitter. I was just posting up a freaking storm because I can feel it. I can feel it in my plums. I can feel it in my loins. I can feel it all the way down at my balls. That woke is coming back. It feels like woke is coming back. It's making a comeback. And so I just keep fucking tweeting, and I probably should stop doing that. But look at this shit. I'm fucking all over the place. I'm retweeting stuff in the morning. I'm tweeting stuff at night. Famously, woke is stored in the balls. Yeah. Bro, did you drink your coffee? You seem hyper as fuck. Lol, don't burn out too quickly. Today's a 10-hour day. Okay, I don't know about all that. Yeah, I know. NBA IOF soldier Denny Avdija. I don't know how you say it. Avdija? Is that how you say his name? Is fed up with the hate he's receiving for being Israeli. Well, how about, have you thought about not being Israeli? Have you thought about not writing for Israel? Seriously. Avdiya? Okay, whatever. You could just be, you could be Israeli and be like, listen, guys, I have no power over where I was born. Okay. I have no power over where I was born, but like, you know, what Israel's doing is unconscionable. Fuck Israel. You know, I know plenty of people who are literally from Israel who still even live in Israel and say that. So you don't even fucking live in Israel. So why the fuck are you still riding for it? He's Balkan, not Israeli. All right, whatever. Oh my God. Wallahi, I got to get some grass, but it's too snowy here. Okay, well. Oh, he's Israeli and Serbian? Damn, bro. I'm not going to say nothing. Okay. You know how like when someone is South African and Israeli, I'm like, I know what you are. Like you love apartheid, like unconditionally, you know, no matter where it is. Like you would go to the Jim Crow South and be like, this is perfect for me. When someone is Serbian and Israeli, I'm like, I know what you're doing. I know exactly what you like. You like unlimited genocide on Muslims. This is what you're, you know. If this is what you're about. Because there's some based ass Serbs out there. What is this? Vanilla Maze pronounces Istanbul.
Help me, I'm uneducated. Latvia! It's probably like Czech or some shit, no? Oh.
That's crazy. It says Otopark. That's straight up. Wait, let me see where it was. Wait, why don't they show the... They don't show... This is not... I don't think this is Istanbul. I mean, if it is, I don't know what part of Istanbul this is. Maybe like Izmit? But I can't believe they don't show the...
Latvia! It's probably like Czech or some shit, no? Oh, fuck, it was Istanbul.
Istanbul. Okay, I was off, super off. I said Izmit, but it's not at all, as a matter of fact. Is near Arnavutköy? That doesn't look like Arnavutköy to me.
Okay. And everyone who said, oh, it's Albania, no.
Japan.
Girl, it wasn't. I said Istanbul.
Tokyo.
Istanbul? How do you say it? Istanbul? Istanbul?
Istanbul.
I thought it was Istanbul.
At least she's not saying Constantinople.
Istanbul? Is it not Istanbul? How do you say it?
Actually, yeah, Singapore, not Japan. I got it wrong. I said Japan when I first saw the trees and shit, because I feel like that's like something you would see in Tokyo. But I think it's Singapore because there's so much English.
Istanbul?
Did I get it wrong?
Istanbul. Istanbul.
Wait.
Istanbul?
Does Singapore have the red cabs too? This is Canada? That's so
Okay, focus on...
What was it? Hasan become a GeoGuessr streamer? That looks like... What was it? People saying Canada. This is Alberta. Anyway, where was I? Oh, personal news. This is Greenland. when we liberate it, it's gonna be Greenland. Yeah, not much. Just been tweeting like crazy. Worked out this morning. I am back to doing squats again. Even though it's shaky, it's not very good. I haven't posted like my squatting in a minute, but I did post it this time. But honestly, decent depth, but I was like hitting almost like a sumo stance, and you can see my legs, like my knees wobbling here. And that's because like I don't have enough stability because my ankle stability is still off. So I'm still insecure about it. But you know, not the worst. I think it's like, that's like 260 or something. I don't know. It's not like, I didn't even hit 300. Let's be real. But getting that depth every time, baby. Look at that. Your booty ate up in those pants. Damn, you got some cake on you. Come on, guys. You should have known by now. Even on the last one, I'm still hitting that depth. Can a squat rack double as a bench press rack trying to make a home gym? Yes, of course. A squat rack is a bench press rack. You just need a bench. And if you want, you can also have safe, you can have those guards as well. Like get those big heavy guards. Did you see the Northern Line base crash out? Yeah, I did. It's so funny. I saw someone be like, Northern Line is constantly yelling at his audience because he's like one of the only adults on this platform. So his audience is constantly trying to get a rise out of him because he has like normal ass opinions as a normal ass adult. And I was like, I feel that so much. I just tuned in and I had to spit out my drink. Goddamn. Yeah. Okay. Where's the clip that Northern Lion is popping off about? Brother, you are not normal. No one that streams on fucking Twitch is gonna be normal. Are you two gonna link up? I want to, but we'll see. We'll see. This is like a classic crash out that he had that I also 100% agree with. It's really funny. It's like all of these like little zoomers that have become so fucking puritanical where they go, why is there sex in movies? I don't want to see it. It's like, dude, like what's next, man? Are we going to fucking say, why is there violence in movies? Like sex is a part of life. Okay. It's a part of life. It's so fucking stupid when people complain about it. It's like, I mean, this is an older rant, I feel like.
Ask me for a recommendation.
Bro, Peep the Polo, he mogs you. Yeah, he's a mogger. So that's the thing, like, a lot of people don't understand about Northern Lion is that he also has been keeping up with a lot of the latest technology, like mog technology. People just think like, oh, he's just, he's actually brain maxing. Like he plays all these like brain games and stuff like that. But he's actually mewing. He's a big mewer. Clearly he didn't get to a PSL 7 without trying, he's obviously his maxilla is processed perfectly. Yeah. And he knows that the meta, FYI, he's ACP adjacent. Northern Lion is American Communist Party adjacent. Like he's like a Western chauvinist. That's awesome. Yeah, he's not woke. You're right. He's anti-woke. He's an anti-woke communist. First of all, he's Canadian. Okay. So if you're Canadian, the maximum politics you're going to represent, the maximum like representative politics you're going to get out of your parliamentary structure is NDP. And I suspect that's where he is. And I actually know that that's where he is. So he's not, I don't expect anything beyond that from him, even though I think he is very well read. So it's quite difficult for him not to be a little bit more radical these days. Wait, what? ACP, American Canadian Party? What the fuck? The hate you give to Canadians will bite you in the ass once they become the 51st state. Anyway, let's see where he had to say.
For a movie. I told him to go see The Lighthouse. Next day, he was pissed because he was going out on a movie date. Honestly, are the neurotypicals okay? Might be the mermaid jerking off scene and the farting. Okay, so what are you suggesting? It's inappropriate for a date. The shit that pisses me off is you are all atheists and you're like, I don't want to watch a movie with farting is not appropriate for a date. Well, it's going to offend their tender sensibilities. Like your attitude towards the movies that you can watch on a date with a woman are unironically misogynist.
Okay, we're getting Fs a little bit. Okay, are we still here? Can you still see me? Was it a mini F? But we're back, right? Okay.
Plus, the worst case scenario, if she actually does get offended and she doesn't want to watch it, don't you trust her to be like, this shit's kind of weird, turn it off? Doesn't make any damn... Why are you so puritanical? You're 22! Fucking chill out, it doesn't matter.
You're 22! I've been here. I've been here many times, as you all know. You've all made me feel this way. I know exactly how a adult with a functioning brain feels when he is receiving. Adult with a functioning brain is sitting there and receiving like a metric ton of some of the most unfiltered, unvarnished, ridiculous takes coming from people that have the highest level of confidence. Okay, the highest level of confidence in their worldview, where it's like, excuse me, actually, it's not appropriate for movies to feature things that, you know, human beings do in the real world. If it offends my sensibilities, I don't want to see it.
Sit in the seat, watch the first 22 minutes of the movie, make out for the rest of it, and fucking add it to Letterboxd with whatever the consensus score is. This is the way, bro. I can't believe we have grown adults covering their eyes during sex scenes in like R-rated award-winning films with their parents. Just watch the fucking movie. I watched The Hateful Eight in theaters with my Mormon grandpa, and that scene was not a fun time. I'm freaking out. Why would you take your grandpa to a Tarantino film? Because he's lived long enough on planet Earth that he can appreciate true cinema. I'm fucking dying. I'm fucking dying. You don't believe that these are real people. You don't believe that the person you're taking out on a date and possibly wooing and maybe falling in love with and getting married and starting a family with is a real person with interiority and some autonomy of their own. You don't believe that the people who raised you are real people with complicated emotions that can and mature sensibilities that can actually handle stuff. I'm freaking out. You think you're the only real person. You think you're the only, well, you're literally looking at the demography of it, and I'm being, this movie wouldn't be appropriate for them. They're not an 18 to 35-year-old male who spends 8 hours a day on Reddit. What are you talking about?
Oh, it's so good. It's so fucking good. Oh, man. He's just like you for real. I mean, I think when you reach a certain age, if you're still on this fucking godforsaken platform and you have to deal with a lot of self-assured people who actually are very insecure in the real world, but very self-assured on the internet, you're gonna have moments like that. It's a given. Northern Line chatters hate being notified of your existence. Northern Line chatters hate being notified of your existence. That's another one of those like funny things. It's like Germa's audience. Like you'll have like there is definitely like a contingency of a lot of trans people that love Germa, for example, and they love a Northern Line, but they think I'm like an evil person. You know what I mean? And it's one of the strangest things. Not only have I, collaborated with these people in the past, but like also we have a fairly similar outlook on the world. So I don't, you are evil is true. I am evil. They have to peek through their fingers at you because you are basically porn. Yeah, that's probably what it is. Literally my younger sibling is like that, Lamau. Yeah, it's clips. You know what it is? It's clips. Northern Line has a lot of favorable clips. He has a long career. He deserves all the praise he gets. I love him. I think he's fantastic. But he has a lot of like favorable clips. I have a lot of unfavorable clips. And unfortunately for all of us, people under the age of 25 genuinely have no capacity to understand what a content creator's like entire body of work looks like without just receiving them in like 1 minute to 2 minute clips. So if you have like a robust clip infrastructure from fans that are constantly putting out like really good videos in general, really good clips in general, then you're going to develop an audience of watchers that are super invested. If the very same like clip infrastructure is constantly churning out clips about how evil you are, then people are going to think you're a bad guy. It's just because you're Muslim shaking my head. I think that plays somewhat of a role in it, but that's where it comes from. You don't have a librarian. I do have a librarian, Lil Bear. But it also the other like major clip farmer that I have is Austinox originally, and he has always been an antagonistic clipper. In any case, Trump at Davos won't use force on Greenland? Question mark. Are you ready for the New World Order? Gaza Peace Board. Trump mad about ICE coverage talking to pod MAGA parents. Later. Get in now. Banger Northern Line Hasan clip.
Talked about Lizzo yet? Yeah, you missed all the Lizzo discourse. You missed me giving 45 minutes of my opinion on Justin Trudeau's divorce. You're definitely watching the right Twitch channel. Does the title down here, is it all caps? Emoji, get in here, bullet point list of all the big news happening today, open parentheses, gaming after. It turns out that last part was a lie.
This guy, bro. What the fuck? What? Yo, chill. This kind of bald rage is expected. I'll be honest.
Has he talked about Lizzo yet?
That's my bald king. I was disrespectful. I was disrespectful to my bald king. I guess like one of the only positives I can think of with respect to destroying Canadian sovereignty and taking away Canadian autonomy and maybe engaging in a long and convoluted battle of counterinsurgency is that Northern Line and I become, a part of the same country. So there's that, there's some wonderful Canadians out there. Obviously, he will most likely lead the vanguard. He will most likely lead the vanguard in Canada, I suspect. And I will be offering material support to anyone that is engaging in insurgency against the America-KK, the America-KK.
Well, I don't think that we should be together.
You're destroying relationships? Oh, yeah, we saw this already. It's funny. POV, you're breaking up with me, but HasanAbi just went live. Was that Northern Line or Hutch? How dare you, dude? That's fucking insane. Northern Line is the GOAT. Hutch is a creature. That is insane. You just compared probably one of the most well-read, thoughtful, educated content creators on this platform to one of the dumbest. Just because they're bald. That is, unironically, that's baldism. I think that's bald racism. Straight up. You think, like, what's next? You're going to think slime is the same as Hutch too? Like, which is which? What do you mean? They're polar opposites, okay? Northern Line is a truly brilliant individual. Hutch is a true dumbass. You're looking at two different balds and going, oh, they must have the same brain processing power. It's fucking ridiculous. One guy was popping off as like a Call of Duty streamer a decade and a half ago and has not been able to materialize a career beyond that outside of just being like a fucking slop tuber who's professionally wrong, even though just because I said it's professional doesn't actually mean he's making a lot of money off of being professionally wrong. Turns out he's actually not even, raking in the funds, really. The other guy does, New York Times crossword puzzles and shit, and he does it in a very cracked fashion and has an encyclopedic knowledge of IMDb ratings for every movie you've ever seen. Anyway, he's on the low-tier Israel payment plan. Yeah, he also owes Mike $1,500 Hutches. What's your cardigan / overshirt? It's clean. It's a L'Equipe. It's like a work jacket from L'Equipe, and underneath it, I'm wearing a denim shirt. Is your lower lip okay? Did you eat something purple? Wait, what the fuck? That freaked me out. No, I've just been biting it, but I don't think... Yeah, I chew I chew on it like a little snack. You guys don't do that? Parasocial ass chatters? No. It looks worse than it actually is. It's a little bit on the camera. Tips from Clav. I mean, I'm a skin picker, as you guys can probably tell. It's like one of my worst habits. And I also am a lip chewer as well. I'm constantly doing it. I'm always biting my lip. Yeah, which, you know, according to that one chatter from a couple days ago, biting your lip means that you want to kill a law enforcement officer with your car. That's what he was sincerely arguing. In any case, where was I? What was I talking about? We're going to do all of that. Do you ever pluck your beard hair? I pluck my mustache when it gets really long. I'm a skin picker, and I also fuck with my hair too. It's bad. Anyway, do we have a blast off meme chatters? Do we have that? Or no? Do you ever pluck your bush? I don't have a bush. I'm clean shaven. Usually. Offliner found this. Yeah, this guy very famously just makes, wide-shouldered, wide-breasted men with tiny, tiny heads. And I don't know why people keep saying this is me. I just don't understand, because I have a very normal size head. Like everyone always says how normal size my head is. Does that mean you have a small dick? Ask your mom. She likes it. Why are you shaped like a pool table? This guy comes in every day, or maybe a couple different chatters come in every day and regularly ask this question, and I have no answer for you. I genuinely have no answer for you. I don't know why I'm shaped like a fucking pool table, okay? I don't know. It's because my parents. It's the same guy. Okay, it's the one guy. Body shaming is kind of really weird and fucked up. Okay, calm down, man. It's fine. Jesus Christ. You don't have to be that woke, dude. It's gonna be all right. Okay. It's gonna be all right. In any case, woke is back, but like not like that. You know what I mean? Let's bring woke back, but like normal style. You know what I mean? Like, hey, don't be a fascist. Like sometimes you can be rude, but that doesn't mean that you are like a truly evil person, right? Oh, this is the reason. Can you see? The brim of the cold brew bottle is like discoloring my lips. That's where it was coming from. I feel bad because last night I was playing Altered Beast and called the jacked guy. What does that mean? But Trump at Davos won't use force on Greenland. Market immediately corrected. Market's like, oh, he said he's not going to use force. It's fine. Oh, man. Money is fake. Money is the most fake it's ever been. Why does she look mad? It's because she's a Maoist third worldist, and she thinks, she obviously, it's not even that she thinks, she knows that Canada is a willing participant in America's extraction of imperial super profits in the global south. And that's why she's angry. She's angrily stomping over to Canada. Yeah, stop Kaya's Maoism third worldist ideology from crossing into Canada. My leftist friend brought up Rojava the other day, and I never heard of it. Watched your coverage from a year ago. Any thoughts a year later? Yeah, I have thoughts. I haven't been able to get to it because there are too many things happening at all times. Like there's the other side of it is the other side of the story is also like Iran. I've been meaning to get to Iran as well, and there's just literally not enough time in the day to cover every single thing. Every single thing that they're doing. Let's just get started with one thing that I want to say. For years and years, liberals, NATO Atlanticists, Globe Twitter emoji weirdos, right-wingers, and so many people have called people like myself campist, tanky, un-American, anti-American, America hater, okay? Someone who should be deported, terrorist. For a bunch of different things that I have said over and over again, a bunch of different truths that I have said over and over again, such as economic sanctions on foreign adversaries are oftentimes not very successful and simply are an act of collective punishment that leads to hundreds of thousands of dead every single year, with the hopes that you can starve out the population enough that you destabilize it and then they rise up in arms and try to kill their leadership, right? That's number one. The other thing is that the liberal international rule-based order has always been a fucking lie to extract super profits from the periphery and from the global south in general, while, steadily keeping them down and underdeveloped and overexploited so that you can extract their natural resources and you can utilize them as a cheap substitute that will displace the domestic labor base with a labor force that will work for pennies on the dollar. Now, both of those things are true, and that the entire process that the Western world has designed post-World War II is simply just a lie, right? It's a very cruel, very brutal, and very awful system of violence that through the liberal patina has been able to reinforce itself, justify its existence by making it seem like it's far better than the old school colonial violence that people used to experience, even though I am of the mindset, as many are in my side of the ideological spectrum, that this entire system was a lie, and Vladimir Lenin is vindicated forever. R.I.P. to my goat. So it turns out they're now saying the quiet part out loud, as a matter of fact. Okay? They're saying the quiet part out loud quite frequently. Some are saying it to defend their actions. Obviously, we're going to be talking about the Treasury. Okay, we're gonna be talking about the Treasury, where sanctions do come from, right? And the way that the where is this? Scott Bessent, the way that Scott Bessent has talked about how sanctions were very impactful in Iran. Bessent credits maximum pressure sanctions for the Iran protests is work because in December their economy collapsed. We saw a major bank go under. The central bank has started to print money. There is a dollar shortage. They are not able to get imports, and this is why the people took to the streets. This is economic statecraft. No shots fired, and things are moving in a very positive way here. Now, when we say stuff like that, people would say, you're fucking delusional. You're a fucking liar. How dare you say this? You're a piece of shit. Okay? When leftists say things like this, when anti-imperialists say things like this, they would get called regime apologists, right? Matt Petty is correct. And what's so frustrating about it is that it was always true. And every single person that was working at the Treasury Department, working in the government, knew that it was true, and yet the media still presented this absolute lie. Handing out this Quincy Institute apology form, says Alex Jordan, Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft apology form, the Quincy Institute from The Blob, date after the unipolar moment. The Atlantic convinced me that the U.S. isn't an empire. I didn't watch the actual 9/11 wars, which killed 4.5 million people. I miss policing the world. I don't know how global military primacy actually works. Mercury was in retrograde. I was jealous of Henry Kissinger. I will hereby respect anti-interventionism, and I will not talk down on the future first ballot Hall of Famer. So it's undeniable at this point, and that's the beauty of Donald Trump, right? The beauty of Donald Trump is he just says the quiet part out loud. Now, what comes next is what's the most important part of this process, because like this is the same principle behind like people becoming openly racist. On the one hand, it's good because you know who your enemies are. It's good because you know what their true opinions are, right? And you can make a much more convincing argument as to why that person is racist. But it's also bad because a lot of people feel more comfortable being openly racist and saying, no, actually, I do ride with this shit, you know? It's no longer about trying to defend people saying the N-word on freedom of speech grounds, but openly saying the N-word yourself because it's now permissible. And it kind of feels the same way in this situation as well. Naked, brutal, vulgar imperialism in broad daylight is going to both have a lot of naysayers, a lot of people who decide, actually, I don't like this at all. Maybe I was deluded into thinking that the liberal international order was good because I thought, you know, maybe this is going to cause some kind of delicate balance, at least in the Western world, and maybe it was helping uplift the periphery, the global South. Maybe I was deluded into thinking that, and it actually isn't the case. You know, there are some liberal interventionists out there who were maintaining this position. Many of them realized that this was silly. Oh shit, it's effing again. God damn, dude, it's so fucking annoying. There are liberals out there who had deluded themselves into thinking, had established this false notion that liberal interventionism is actually good. Okay? That liberal interventionism is a good thing. Trump has already posted that there's a deal reached for Greenland, by the way. We're going to be talking about that in a brief moment. But I think it's important for people to understand that, like, this is not going away. The amount of power that Donald Trump has over the Western world is not going away at all. Okay? It didn't go away before. It was always there, and it's still going to continue. So just understand what I mean when I say this, right? Trump calls off tariffs on several European countries following productive meeting with NATO Secretary General Rutte. Based on a very productive meeting that I've had with the Secretary General of NATO, Mark Rutte, who once called him daddy, we have formed the framework for a future deal with respect to Greenland and, in fact, the entire Arctic region. This solution, if consummated, will be a great one for the United States of America and all NATO nations. Based upon this understanding, I will not be imposing the tariffs that were scheduled to go into effect February 1st. Additional discussions are being held concerning the Golden Dome as it pertains to Greenland. Further information will be made available as discussions progress. Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, and various others, as needed, will be responsible for the negotiations, and they will report directly to me. Thank you for your attention to this matter. You guys are saying taco, but as I said yesterday, as I talked about yesterday, this is the inevitable outcome. They are going to try to find a manageable outcome where Trump feels good about completely controlling Greenland in a Puerto Rico style situation, a similar framework, and they are going to sell it off. They're going to sell Greenland off in a similar fashion to Puerto Rico, I guess, and that Europe is going to cave and capitulate, as I said. Mark Rutte has no authority to make this deal. It does not matter. It does not matter. They will go and they will fucking tell Denmark and everyone to suck it the fuck up eventually. They will try to design it in a way like Trump already owns Greenland, guys. Trump already owns Greenland. Trump already owns Denmark. Trump owns every NATO country. America owns every NATO country. That's why this was such a ridiculous back and forth that was going on. Okay? They already own all of these countries. If your entire defense system is reliant on American manufactured weapons and you don't have a standing military, you barely have a standing military, and most of your military prowess and your defense comes from America's military, you don't have a nation state. How is this difficult to contend with? How is this difficult to understand? If you don't have a standing military, if you don't have your own domestic manufacturing, if you don't have your own robust security cooperative agreement that does not have the United States of America in its design, you don't have anything. Okay? It's effing again. That's awesome. Just a lot of mini Fs today. Fucking, I hate this so much. I hate this so goddamn much. I hate Los Angeles. I hate this fucking stupid ass country. I hate data centers. I hate my internet service provider. I hate AT&T. God, I hate it with all of my heart. I hate fucking Spectrum. I hate everything, okay? I hate it all. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. But do you want Europe to have its own military? Yes, I do. I want Europe to have its own independence. I want Europe to have its own sovereignty, because I believe that if Europe has its own sovereignty and leverages its relationship with China, for example, they can at the very least cause America to stand down from time to time. Okay? Yes. Like a sovereign Europe, for example, that isn't playing the role of a dog, a servile dog, could have at least punished the United States of America and Israel separately. A sovereign Europe is more malleable to the interests of its own population. When your population rises up and does like general strikes, for example, you're more invested in you're more invested in listening to the demands being made by your own citizens. You are not as big as a servile little piggy that will do everything that America wants, that works specifically at the behest of American empire. Now, does this mean that like, they wouldn't attach themselves to Israel so completely? Maybe they would. They most likely would, right? Because the same capitalist forces, the same interests of empire remain inside of Europe just as it does everywhere else, right? My point is, however, that there is at least there is more opportunity to make change and more pressure points. Okay? There's opportunity to make change and more pressure points that you can lean into. There is a higher response rate. There's a higher response to the democratic process if you're not directly under the thumb of American empire. The entire purpose that NATO has served. Oh my God, did it fucking F again? Majority report raid. Thank you for the stream. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I hope these Fs are not like super disruptive. You're getting DDoS? No, I'm not. It's my fucking. It's my dumbass. Like, I think it's either my router or it's my internet. Okay, I'm not getting DDoSed. Shut the fuck up. That's not how this works, okay? I am going to lose my fucking mind, though. This F is extremely bad, or is it a little f? Or is it a big F? I don't know what's happening. I'm getting, like, multiple internet disconnections. . I work with networks specifically. You should seriously consider investing in your own network stack at home. Something like Unify Router Switch AP with a failover solution can help you there if you need it. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's getting worse and worse. What the fuck? I have a technician coming. Tomorrow. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, dude. Unfucking believable. Watch your stream on your end to understand what's happening. Brother, you do realize that when my internet goes out, I can't fucking see my own stream, right? Anyway, let's just get started. Trump arrives in Greenland.
Just moments ago in Switzerland. The president now just hours away from addressing a room of European allies amid a bitter standoff over his threats to seize Greenland.
How far are you willing to go to acquire Greenland?
You'll find out.
World leaders have hoped to rein the president in, from French President Emmanuel Macron.
We need more stability in this world, but we do prefer respect to bullies.
To the Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney, warning of a rupture in the world order.
The middle powers must act together because if we're not at the table, we're on the menu.
America's allies have tried just about everything to get the president to back off. Several European nations sending troops to Greenland. French President Macron inviting Trump to Paris to meet. Texting the president, "I do not understand what you are doing on Greenland." But the president says there's no turning back.
We need it for national security and even world security. It's very important.
The president threatening 8 key NATO allies with tariffs if they do not back his plan. The move sending the markets tumbling. European leaders furious.
In politics, as in business, a deal is a deal. And when friends shake hands, it must mean something.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent with this warning to allies.
Sit back. Take a deep breath. Do not retaliate. Do not retaliate.
And even as Greenland has made it clear it is not for sale, the president insisting a deal can be made, despite a century-old agreement that acknowledges Denmark's control of the island.
I think that we will work something out where NATO is going to be very happy and where we're going to be very happy.
It's not clear what deal the president would be looking to make. Denmark and Greenland say they are not interested in making any sort of deal with the president. And this morning, tensions are only escalating. We are just learning moments ago that France wants to do a NATO military exercise now in Greenland, saying they are ready to contribute, Michael.
All right, Rachel, we know all either they're in Davos, and we know you're going to bring everything that happens to.
Stocks are rallying already after Trump's pose. Dude, it's all fake. It's the fakest it's ever been. It'll never. What the fuck? I can't even. God damn it, dude. I can't even go on fucking Twitter. It's not even loading fucking websites, bro. Holy shit, my internet is so ass. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God.
And to address so many respected business leaders, so many.
Anyway, we got Donald Trump speaking at fucking Davos. I'm losing it, dude. I'm losing it. Okay. It's not even Twitter. It's actually because of it's because of my internet. Torturing and killing unarmed protesters, many children, and cutting off internet is not because of sanctions. While the things you say about sanctions are true when you mostly talk about it, and not the brutality of the Islamic Republic towards its own citizens, end up justifying the Islamic Republic's actions as brutality, tortures. Yeah, totally. That's always what I'm saying. That's always what I'm saying. I'm always defending torture as a mechanism of repression. Thank you for deriving what you. Thank you for understanding exactly what my point was. I hate this argument, man. Just shut the fuck up. Just stop with this like bad faith criticism, please. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. You guys are such delusional little babies. Like, no, you want black and white thinking. You want no fucking nuance whatsoever. You don't want America's intervention to be even remotely mentioned here. Okay? Even if America itself flexes its intervention as a major success. Even when America and Americans, when the Treasury Secretary, who was responsible for all of the fucking sanctions, is sitting there and being like, our sanctions have actually played an incredible role in destabilizing Iran. Okay? You sit there and you go, no, you shouldn't even mention it. When you talk about the sanctions, it makes me feel like you're defending the Islamic Republic. There's never been a fucking point where I've defended the mass suppression, the repression, or the way that they put down protests in the country. Okay? It's so childish. It's so goddamn childish. Donald Trump doesn't even care about American citizens. What makes you think he cares about Iranians? Like, what the fuck are we doing here? There's never been a moment where these guys have even entertained the notion of saving people, okay? You are arguing for a world that does not exist. It's pure fantasy. You want it to be that way. It frustrates me to no end. Both can be true. Sanctions are bad, but IRA is brutal too. I know, but that's what I'm saying. So why are you fucking bringing this up when I'm talking about at least one aspect of it? What do you want me to do? Yeah, I was in a good mood. And then my internet kept cutting out for like 15 different occasions. So now I'm no longer in a good mood.
Yeah. Friends, few enemies, and all of the distinguished guests. It's a who's who, I will say that. I've come to this year's World Economic Forum with truly phenomenal news from America. Yesterday marked the one-year anniversary of my inauguration, and today, after 12 months back in the White House, our economy is booming, growth is exploding, productivity is surging, investment is soaring, incomes are rising, inflation has been defeated, our previously open and dangerous
What is this audio, bro?
is closed and virtually impenetrable. And the United States is in the midst of the fastest and most dramatic economic turnaround in our country's history. Under the Biden administration, America was plagued by the nightmare of stagflation, meaning low growth, and high inflation, a recipe for misery, failure, and decline. But now, after just 1 year of my policies, we are witnessing the exact opposite.
Yeah, totally. America's really popping, dude. The more you say that, the more people believe it, for sure. Just keep repeating it over and over again. If you keep repeating this lie, then people will believe it eventually, right? Here, I'll make it faster.
Virtually.
Wait, better audio?
See very shortly, our country has never seen before, perhaps no country has ever seen before. Over the past 3 months, core inflation has been just 1.6%. Meanwhile, fourth quarter growth is projected to be 5.4%, far greater than anybody other than myself and a few others had predicted. Since the election.
Yeah. It's great, though. That actually distributes evenly to the average American. Average Americans, according to Howard Butlick, that means every American's pockets are going to grow by 4.5% or 5.4%. Sorry. Whatever the number he's presenting here. That's how it works. Okay? Yeah, the GDP, when the GDP goes up, when GDP growth is 5.4%, that means every American made 5.4% more money. That's how it works. Duh.
Election, the stock market has set 52 all-time high records. So that's in 1 year, 52 records, adding $9 trillion in value to retirement accounts, 401ks, and people's savings. People are doing very well. They're very happy with me. Since my inauguration, we've lifted more than 1.2 million people off of food stamps, and after 4 years, in which Biden secured less than $1 trillion of new investment in our country. Think of that, $1 trillion, substantially less than that. In 4 years, we've secured commitments for a record-breaking $18 trillion, and we think when the final numbers come out, they'll be closer to $20 trillion of investment. That's never been done by any country at any time, not even close. Just over 1 year ago, under the radical left Democrats, we were a dead country. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. In fact, the United States economy is on pace to grow at double the rate that was projected by the IMF just last April. And with my growth and tariff policies.
Yeah, when he talks about people no longer receiving food stamps, just know that that's a rhetorical trick that Republicans love utilizing. they make it harder to access food stamps. They'll kick like hundreds of thousands of people off food stamps, and they'll fucking celebrate it like they got, they got wealthier. That's not the case. Unironically, they got poorer, as a matter of fact, because now this social safety net that they were relying on to feed themselves and their children, they no longer have access to. And then they'll turn around and act as though this is a cause for celebration. It's not. Yeah, you didn't lift people off of food stamps. You threw them off. Exactly. We lifted more than 1.2 million Americans off food stamps in 1 year. I'm not saying you want to justify our actions, but the impact of only focusing on sanctions is that. Please stop with your hyperfixation, okay? I have offered a multifaceted analysis on numerous occasions on the Islamic Republic and its own mechanisms of repression that have obviously caused tremendous discontent among the public. I am obviously still going to maintain the position that sanctions play a major role, okay? Sanctions play a fucking major role, and it is self-admitted by the Treasury Secretary in the process of talking about how sanctions, not just on the Islamic Republic, but like everywhere, on all of our foreign adversaries, sanctions play a major role in destabilizing the economy of our foreign adversaries is established fact, okay? It's established fact, and it's being admitted right now by the fucking Treasury Secretary, and you're over here yelling at me because I'm covering that aspect of it, okay? I'm not going to literally consistently try to couch it in terms that will make you feel a lot better about yourself or about what kind of analysis you're fucking reading into, when I'm not even talking about just Iran. I'm talking about the way that sanctions work in general, okay? Unless you are a sanctions apologist who does believe that starving the Iranian population or starving the Venezuelan population until they scream bloody murder and assassinate their leadership is the most appropriate liberal interventionist mechanism going forward, shut the fuck up, okay? We can have an isolated conversation about sanctions without having to discuss the brutality of the regimes that we are offering sanctions to, because by your very same logic, what you're doing in this circumstance is simply saying, no, don't talk about the sanctions. The sanctions is not the reason why this regime is brutal, that the sanctions play no role in the way that these people fucking live their lives, okay? Two can play that game as well. You are engaging in apologia for sanctions all around the world that lead to, according to the latest Lancet study, an estimated 500,000 deaths a year just on sanctions alone. Okay? Sanctions are a tool of economic warfare, and many people who have correctly pointed this out for years and years have been called tankies, campists, wrong. And this has caused a lot of liberals to basically lean into sanctions as this mechanism of economic warfare without having to feel like they're actually pulling the trigger or playing a role on it. I'm done. I'm done having this conversation. Okay, I'm done. Please stop. Okay.
It should be much higher. I really believe we can be much higher than that. And this is all great news, and it's great for all nations. The USA is the economic engine on the planet, and when America booms, the entire world booms. It's been the history. When it goes bad, it goes bad. You all follow us down, and you follow us up, and we're at a point that I don't believe we've ever been. I never thought we could do it this quickly. My biggest surprise is I thought it would take more than a year, maybe like a year and 1 month. But it's happened very quickly. This afternoon, I want to discuss how we have achieved this economic miracle, how we intend to raise living standards for our citizens to levels never seen before, and perhaps how you too and the places where you come from can do much better by following what we're doing, because certain places in Europe are not even recognizable, frankly, anymore. They're not recognizable. And we can argue about it, but there's no argument. Friends come back.
Yeah, he goes into all of this like sloppiness bullshit, like, oh, Europe is not recognizable anymore because there's so many black and brown people in like European streets. Like, Europe was far better decades ago. And there is some truth to that. But the irony, of course, is that it's far worse now than it was maybe a couple decades ago due to austerity, due to becoming more and more Americanized. But of course, this is a conversation you can't have with fucking neoliberals, especially that have dominated European politics for, since the 90s. Whether you are talking about conservative neoliberals and conservative parties, or even, the supposed left flank neoliberals that have also brought about the same level of crippling austerity measures to their own fucking countries, destroying the social safety nets and significantly reducing the quality of life in many of these European nation states. And that is the real issue here. It's not because there's more brown people. Nobody would give a fuck if there's more brown people or more black people in whichever European country that they're living in, if the public transit structure still exists in the same ways that it did. It's like fast, it's efficient, and you can get on a bus and that you can get to wherever you need to go at a reasonable rate for a reasonable price. You wouldn't worry about what is changing actually. What is changing in my country if you could go to your doctor and get the same healthcare coverage that you got in the past, that your electricity bills were not fucking sky high. Okay, if the cost of rent wasn't going up year over year and becoming unmanageable. So the exact same problems that exist in the United States of America exist in Europe as well. Okay. Europe made the refugees by fucking up their countries, forcing them to move. No, ironically enough, Europe played a secondary role in fucking up those countries, okay? If we're going to be real here, if you're talking about Muslim refugees, the reason why there are a lot of, Muslim refugees that came from Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan, numerous other countries is because of U.S. intervention in the region, which Europe played a role in as well. But Europe played a secondary role, a junior partner in the fucking coalition, okay? But of course, the global war on terror did not impact America in the same way that it did Europe, because America is far removed from the violence that it dishes out all around the globe. Oh, no, I'm talking about Africa too. Yeah, I mean, Europe plays a role in that as well, obviously, or historically has played a role in that. But I think most of the people that are mad, they dish out the white supremacist styles of racism towards everyone, like the previous colonial subjects as well. But what they're actually frustrated by is like the new wave of refugees and new wave of migrants that have come in, which have predominantly come in from the MENA region. But yes, you're not wrong about that as well. That's the old version of racism. This new meta is like leaning into that for sure. This new meta is leaning into that for sure, but it's using the wave of refugees that are coming in from the MENA region in general to make this larger argument. But ultimately, it would not matter. It would not matter at all. It wouldn't matter at all if there were fucking waves of migrants coming into the country, if there were better integration programs for every single person, and they weren't like immediately being ghettoized without factoring in like what these people could do once they come into the country. Denmark is actually one of the more vicious countries when it comes to ghettoizing Muslim migrants. They literally have ghetto structures, like straight up. It's one of the craziest things I've ever seen. Like they have built-in segregation in Denmark. Anyway, these are some of the darker aspects of European social democracy that a lot of people don't realize. What is this? Open Presence is funding Hasan. Who are they? A call for transparency. Open Presence, identify or bust. Who is funding Hasan? Like it's Open Presence. That person is giving so many subs. It's a lie. There is no transparency. Yes, Open Presence is sponsoring the broadcast and not you, the viewers. Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. If you would like to sponsor the Piker Broadcasting Service, PBS, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $6 a month or for free with a Twitch Prime. That's right. Open Presence happens to be one of the Oilers. We don't know where he's from or she's from or they are from. Is it though? Sus. But it's normal on the... Well, there you go. Say to it, run. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs. We remember when Open Presence used to subsidize that L3 podcast. Wait, really? Was that a Oiler for H3H3? You take that much money without knowing? I don't think you understand how this stuff works, my friend. If I have no connection to who Open Presence is, if I have no back and forth with them, you do, I do, you do understand? Okay. If there's no expectation from me in any way, shape, or form, and they comprise a tiny fraction of the much larger subscription base, shouldn't you know there is, though? Yes, I remember watching Amy and Lena watching a clip of you, and they got super surprised when they saw Open Presence donating to you. Oh, really? Yeah, I don't know anything about Open Presence, and I choose not to know anything about Open Presence. There's now also a closed presence as well as a joke to Open Presence. You should find out. No, I'm not interested at all in finding out, especially because we chat, that's it. I'm not even on Discord. That is sketchy. Yeah, it would be sketchy if Open Presence was demanding I do certain kinds of commentary. Also, you are delusional if you think Open Presence is the only person that is sponsoring this broadcast. You fucking moron. I have 52,000 subscribers. You can see how many of those 52,000 subscribers is Open Presence. Do you think he's sponsoring the show in its entirety? Are you fucking dumb? Lol, I know there aren't. I have been in here long enough. But I think we deserve to know. You don't deserve anything. You deserve a fucking ban. That's what you deserve. The fuck? Also, why isn't my fucking bands working right now? We deserve to know. You're just fucking rage baiting so you can get a fucking clip off, dude. I don't give a shit what someone's background is unless they're personally fucking trying to do an ad for something. Lol, I am a GTRP Oiler. I regret it, but I've given 5K, 8K to multiple communities. I'm just a dude. Yeah. Bro thinks Open Presence is Tenet Media. Yeah, why the fuck would I why the fuck would I go after anyone that's like donating gifted subs to other people that want to have a fucking subscription? At least that was an original derail. Gotta hand it to him. It is an original derail for sure. I just want to know how they get their money. They donate like $3,000 a day. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think that's the case. Violet IEP. Thank you for the 100 gifted subs. I don't know what it is, but I suspect it could be from a currency exchange rate country where there's regional pricing. So you only lose by engaging with this. It's true. We joke and we say he's a Qatari Oiler sponsored by the nation of Qatar. But a lot of chatters that are big boosters, big donors like that, oftentimes come from places where they have different currency. The best part is after you dig into the identity of some donator, a smooth brain rage baiter would absolutely clip it with Hasan doxing and investigating random chatters, etc., etc. Exactly. In any case, let's continue. Yeah, I like to think in my mind that he is the glorious nation of Qatar, donating that to me. Thank you, and please continue. All right. Let's keep going. I can't believe this is what we're talking about, dude. Donald Trump is literally ripping apart the liberal international rule-based order and openly telling that European states are actually vassalized. And there are dumb fuck chatters in here being like, I'm Chinese. I am Antifa. I'm going to need to do a reveal, but that's later. Before then, stream soon. Okay.
Want to insult anybody and say I don't recognize it. And that's not in a positive way. That's in a very negative way. And I love Europe.
I'm deeply disturbed to find out that you profit in any way from your work. Hold the fuck on. You mean to tell me you make money off this shit? Utterly disgusting behavior for real? I know. It was really fucked up. It's totally inappropriate.
And I want to see Europe go good, but it's not heading in the right direction. In recent decades, it became conventional wisdom in Washington and European capitals that the only way to grow a modern Western economy was through ever-increasing government spending, unchecked mass migration, and endless foreign imports. The consensus was that so-called dirty jobs and heavy industry should be sent elsewhere, that affordable energy should be replaced by the Green New Scam, and that countries could be propped up by importing new and entirely different populations from faraway lands. This was the path that sleepy Joe Biden administration and many other Western governments very foolishly followed, turning their backs on everything that makes nations rich and powerful and strong. And there's so much potential in so many nations. The result was record budget and trade deficits and a growing sovereign deficit driven by the largest wave of mass migration in human history. We've never seen anything like it. Quite frankly, many parts of our world are being destroyed before our very eyes, and the leaders don't even understand what's happening. And the ones that do understand aren't doing anything about it. Virtually all of the so-called experts predicted my plans to end this failed model would trigger a global recession and runaway inflation. But we have proven them wrong. It's actually just the opposite. In 1 year, our agenda has produced a transformation like America has not seen in over 100 years. Instead of closing down energy plants, we're opening them up. Instead of building ineffective, money-losing windmills, we're taking them down and not approving any.
Yeah, so I've briefly touched on this before, but like the anti-climate change propaganda is actually anti-China propaganda. Many things that America does should be read in that same line of thought. Like, I know we're joking, we're saying Don Quixote, but like it's actually more nefarious than that. China obviously is the global manufacturing hub for many things, including batteries and renewable energy grid. The things that are necessary for renewable energies all around the world, from windmills to batteries to solar panels, all this stuff. And they're also on top of that, obviously manufacturing electric vehicles as well. And Howard Butlick basically said this openly yesterday, where it's like, why would we use Chinese style EVs? Like, you're so stupid. We're an oil nation. And yeah, Adam Tooze's face is pretty funny in reaction to this, by the way. Like the other panelist, when he's fucking complaining about it, is hilarious, where once again, oil is a finite resource, okay? It's going to inevitably run out. And not only is it a finite resource, but it's also destroying the fucking planet in the process of burning fossil fuels, right? And America, instead of using all of its brain power, all of its might, all of its money in the appropriate direction to create a more robust infrastructure for renewables. Oh my God, did I fucking F again? I'm going to lose my mind. America, instead of America being an important player in the new frontier of energy, America's basically decided we can't do anything about it. China is dominating. China won the next. China is winning the next phase in energy. So we're just going to dial in, and we are going to be, we're going to continue being the dominant force and the petrodollar dominant force in the old guard, in the old ways of in the old energy. All right, Donald Trump is live on CNBC.
About Greenland. So I was going to ask you, did you see any of your European cohorts nodding? But I guess I don't have to ask that now because of the news that it breaks very quickly. Can you go into what you just talked about with the NATO meeting?
Well, we have a concept of a deal. I think it's going to be a very good deal for the United States, also for them. And we're going to work together on something having to do with the Arctic as a whole, but also Greenland. And it has to do with the security, great security, strong security, and other things.
The market 600 points, getting back a lot of some of the nervousness we had in the last couple of days. The tariffs are off. Nothing happens on February 1st.
No, we took that off because it looks like we have pretty much a concept of a deal.
A deal of ownership, a deal...
Well, it's a little bit complex, but we'll explain it down the line. But the Secretary General of NATO and I and some other people were talking, and it's a kind of a deal that I wanted to be able to make.
Where does Denmark, did they weigh in on what they want, what they would agree to?
Well, I assume they did because he very much represents, he's a strong leader. Mark, you know Mark Rutte. And he... I assume he's been speaking to them. He's been speaking to all of them.
Are mineral rights involved? Is ownership involved? Did the Golden Dome sway people?
I don't want to say yet, but...
The Golden Dome was very compelling today when you talked about that.
Yeah, the Golden Dome, and they're going to be involved in the Golden Dome, and they're going to be involved in mineral rights, and so are we.
It's not specific enough to know at this point how long this lasts, whether it's...
Forever.
Forever.
It'll be forever.
For Greenland at this point.
Yeah. Forever.
That's staggering.
That's better than a 99-year.
This is what, 2 hours after.
It's better than the Obama deal with the famous Iran nuclear deal with a 9-year deal. No, this is forever. This is a long term.
I mentioned that you could have come over here and just talked about what you wanted to. Before you left, I think you wanted to talk about where the progress that you've made in terms domestically with the economy and everything else in the United States. And you didn't have to talk, I didn't think you had to talk about
I've decided we're lowering the sanctions on Iran in exchange for denuclearization, which is very different than what Obama did. Because he was a black man and I am a white man doing the exact same deal. So it's very different. It's good when I do it. It's bad when he did it. He's Muslim. He's not even American, and he's a communist.
Fighting with
NATO.
Fighting with,
you've done so much to try to strengthen NATO. I'm sure you don't want to see the dissolution of something you work.
I'm proud of NATO from the standpoint. Look, I brought them up from 2% to 5% of GDP. They're paying a lot of money. They pay us a lot of money because they buy missiles and they buy a lot of things. Unfortunately, Obama gave them $350 billion for Ukraine, which was just terrible. I mean, the whole thing was terrible. It should have never happened. That's a war that should have never happened. But they paid a lot of money, and I don't know if you know, but I signed a rare earth deal with Ukraine to probably get most of that back, maybe more back than we haven't. But what they did, they were just giving out money like cookies to a child.
I know how much you've done today, so I'm going to bounce from thing to thing. When we talked about geopolitical concerns today, we also mentioned Iran, and I made the point that I never thought that Greenland, that geopolitical events would include an actual shooting war. Iran's a different case. It could be tariffs, which you've already announced for Iran. Could be further action than what we've already seen in Iran. Most people think that you probably prevented the loss of, I don't know how many lives for some of the protesters.
Thousands, more than that.
Was that the end of the story, though?
Well, they had one thing specifically that really got me. They were going to hang the old-fashioned hanging. They were going to hang 837 people on Thursday, and I told them you can't do that.
The old-fashioned way.
It's going to be bad. I don't want to go exactly what I said, but nasty. And they canceled it. Hopefully permanently.
But those tariffs are still on, including China. Has China responded to
sanctions?
25% for anyone who does business with Iran, and that will go forward.
Yeah, that's going forward.
That will go forward. There are assets moving into the Gulf, obviously carriers and other things. So a lot of people are wondering whether that's a prelude to further action.
Well, we hope there's not going to be further action, but they're shooting people indiscriminately in the streets. And they were going to look. This was a big thing for me. They were going to hang 837 mostly young people.
When you did successfully hit Fordo, you got a lot of grief from the Democrats for doing it. Now, the grief is, you promised to do something in Iran. Now they want you to do, or they're at least finger pointing. Say you said you were going to help the protesters, and now you're not. So you can't win.
Well, we had, of course, again. I mean, if I came up with the cure to cancer, they'd say, why didn't you do it faster?
If you walked on water, you can't swim.
Yeah, they're sick people. They really are. They are, we call it Trump derangement syndrome.
Should we stay tuned in Iran? I guess that's my question.
I guess. I mean, look, it's a rough place. It's a place that we hit very hard with the nuclear, ending the nuclear. They would have had a nuclear weapon long ago. It's actually already turned. They would have had a nuclear weapon probably a month after we hit, had we not hit. And we hit them hard, the B-2 bombers. We just ordered 25 additional B-2 bombers. They were unbelievable. Those things they were totally undetectable. They were undetected. And think of it with no moon in the dark of night.
Is it normal to breathe this hard just from standing up?
Every single one of those bombs hit its targets and just obliterated the place. So we're going to find out where they are now about what they're going to do with nuclear. They can't do the nuclear. You know, the one thing I've been strong on, they can't do the nuclear. Now, this attack that we did at the time, which is now
fucking so sweaty
older than
and
what happened
so
in
out of
Venezuela
breath,
recently, which was equally
doing
as
something
good,
that's
but
like,
the
and he
attack
looks
in
like he's
Iraq,
ready to be tipped over.
If they do it,
doing
it's
something
it's
that
gonna
most
happen
people
again.
do
They gotta
every
stop with
day.
the nuclear.
Like it's
You
a
know,
normal part of the
they keep
process. You know, you just stand up and you
experimenting
speak,
with
and it
nuclear,
seems
you know,
hard.
At some point, they're going to get the idea that they can't do that. They're just not going to be able to do that. Can't let them have it.
Something else that we might find out in the near future is the replacement for Jay Powell.
It's true.
I just saw the Mr. Hassett, who I have a pretty good relationship with. And you're right.
He's fantastic.
He comes on.
I like actually keeping him where he is. To want to know the truth, I don't want to listen. He's so good on television.
On CNBC would be a great time to give us more.
So good on
Are we down to 2 now? Are we down to? I heard Rick Reeder had a strong.
Yeah, I'd say we're down to 3, but we're down to 2, and I probably can tell you we're down to maybe 1 in my mind. But
did
I
Rick
will say
Reeder
this
impress you in recent?
Very impressive. Yeah, he's been there for
because for a while the betting markets had Borsch in the lead.
Well, Rick is very good. They're all good. You know, all 3 are good. All 3 would be, I think, good. We have a problem with the man that's there now. He's too late. He's always too late, except when it comes to politics for the other side, where he was actually too early.
Another one, a person I know you have a great deal of admiration for is your Treasury Secretary.
Yeah.
He made the point that.
By the way, he only wants to stay where he is. That's one thing.
But
he's fantastic. But Scott only wants to stay where he is.
His point, as a real estate guy, some people say you always want lower rates. But Scott made the point that if you have productivity gains, whether it's from AI or whether it's from Big Beautiful Bill, whatever it is, that you need a Fed chairman that can't get too agitated about a hot GDP number. In other words, we might be at a point where we could run nominal GDP of 8% or after inflation of 5.5%. But that doesn't mean that it's inflationary and that you need to raise rates. So have you considered someone that could be like a Greenspan in the 90s?
Well, that's what I want. I mean, right now, if you announce great numbers, the stock market goes down because they say, oh, they're going to raise the rate, they're going to kill it. Which really stops you from having any great runs, and we want to have a great run. So we're going to be at 5.5 or something. They're predicting. I don't know. It's much higher than they thought. But let's say we're at 5.5. We could be at 10, or we could be at 12. We could be at 15. But immediately when they announce good numbers, now in the old days, you're too young.
Trump is also recognizing that it's fake, and he's basically just saying it's fake. Why don't you fake it in my direction? Why don't you fake it in a way that like makes my buddies even more money? Just fucking, it's fake anyway.
Now the stock market crashes every time you have good numbers because they think everyone's going to raise rates.
Yeah.
Growth
Stop raising the rates. Lower them so that we can have 50% GDP growth.
So look, we've had tremendous growth, and we have almost no inflation.
Good. Meanwhile, regular people are fucking starving. They can't afford a home. They can't even pay for rent.
Tremendous growth.
Do you, at this point, have plans for what you would do?
What you consider hyperinflation, I call more money, bigger money, bigger number. It's better.
And what if he decides to stay on the Fed? He doesn't need to leave.
Think about what it would do in terms of GDP growth if an avocado cost $54. You gotta buy the avocado. Someone's gonna buy it.
His life won't be very, very happy, I don't think, by doing it. I think he wants to get out. He has not done a good job. He's done a horrible job on buildings. You know, he took.
It's fine. You know how stupid my followers are. They don't even care. They can't purchase things. I tell them everything's going great. The market's doing fine. And they go, yes, Mr. President.
Almost $4 billion.
Yeah. Average age of new hire 42. Average age of new homeowner 59. This is a good economy. Also, the largest part of the workforce now is just Zoomers and millennials, and none of them can get a job. I saw a tweet the other day that was like, I don't know how difficult it is to explain this to someone over the age of 40, but looking for jobs, like putting your resume out there to get a new job, is just the most worthless endeavor that you can engage in. And I think people don't understand it. Like, it's just over. Like the old school ways, the old school method, what millennials used to fucking yell at boomers on, you know, a fucking stern handshake and making eye contact was enough for you to get a fucking job where you would make the current equivalent of $300,000 a year and have a fucking single income family. It's gone, right? And now for the Zoomers and the millennials, it's gotten even worse than that, where the whole, like, just go and apply to 1 million jobs, dumbass, method does not work at all. You are not going to find a job. It's fucking impossible.
Could prevent someone from being voted on.
But because the people that are running the economy and the people that are running the country are they're 858 years old, they will never understand this. The reality that they grew up in does not exist anymore. And it has only gotten worse. They're so fucking old that they're like, I don't understand. Oh, you must be a fucking loser if you can't find a job. Like, what do you mean? Back in my day, you would do a stern handshake and stare them right in the eyes and you'd get a job and you could own a home. Stop paying for avocado toast and you'll be able to own a home.
And a meeting of the minds. That's something that wasn't on my my plate.
She was very happy with this phone call. I'll tell you. Now look,
you won't be having a lot of policy discussions with her, other than.
But credit card companies are getting 28%, 30%. These people don't know they're paying that.
Right. Is it a 1 year?
1 year cap of 10%, and I love it. I know it's sort of like. It sounds like the mayor of New York maybe came up with that, but people are paying. They can't make it. They can't pay 28. You know, whatever happened to usury, they can't pay 28%. And so I said 1 year. I'd like to see a 1 year cap of 10% with the credit card companies, and they'd understand that. I've had calls from credit card companies, people that are friends of mine actually, and I treat them good. I respect them greatly, but they make a lot of money. They got to give people a break. 28% interest. You know, people go out and they buy something, and if they're a little bit late, they're paying 28%. They end up filing for bankruptcy. So I would like to see that happen, yeah.
So there's, I guess, we're getting toward the end, but there's classic conservatism, there's populism, and I guess there's common sense. Is that how you would describe some of the steps that you make? I mean, there's people that call it statism, or that we're getting too involved with managing the private sector.
I'm conservative, but I think I'm common sense. You know, it's like people say, "Are you a conservative?" I say, "Yeah, but I'm a common sense person. I mean, I do things that aren't necessarily that conservative sometimes."
Yeah, and like when you want to invade Greenland, it's a real common sense position when 80% of the country says don't do that.
Thing. Open borders for everyone so that everybody's prisoners can pour in, where they come in from the Congo, where they come in from all over the world, from Venezuela. And by the way, we picked up 50 million barrels of oil the other day from Venezuela. We're going to sell it at the market price. We're going to give some to Venezuela. We're going to keep some.
They already have, by the way. The Venezuelan leadership under Delcy Rodriguez said that they received their first $300 million dollar check from the American oil sales. They do not know where. It's $500 million worth of oil. America took it, they seized it, and they're, I guess, quote unquote, selling it. I don't know where. And they only gave Venezuela $300 million of the $500 million that they stole. And nobody knows where the remaining $200 million is, by the way. That's the way that we're operating now. It's pure piracy.
It's also aimed at common sense again. But
it's fucking pure piracy. We just stole that oil.
You have these big companies, these big corporations buying up thousands of homes. and renting them or doing whatever they do with them. Some of them are flipping them for a big profit.
I'm gonna go pick up
But
some
it
money
got
from
to
the
be
bank.
Too much, too many. It
Yeah,
became,
go buy some gold
it's good
then with that
investment.
money, because
And we're not
that
saying
paper
take
might be
them
worthless.
away, but we're saying that we don't want that. We want people to be able to buy a home.
Been a long day for you, I know, and energetic, more energetic than I am right now. Thank you for
You're
the
doing
time.
just fine.
Thank you for the time, Mr.
Thank you,
President.
Joe.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome.
All right, that the President of the United States, of course, and our very own Joe Kernan.
Wow, what a productive conversation. Trump just fucking lied about everything once again. And there was very little pushback on this, down to like when he says the economy is doing so well. But of course, it's fucking CNBC, so he's speaking to the right audience when he says, well, the markets are hot. The markets are hot. Look at that. We course corrected in the markets, believe it. Okay, I said I was going to dominate Greenland. I said I was going to take over Greenland with the military. Then I said I'm not going to do that no more. And then the markets are hot, hot, hot. Is this Fox News? No, it's CNBC. Is it lying if you don't know the truth? No, CNBC knows the fucking truth. What do you mean? Everybody knows the truth. When Donald Trump says we're getting $15 gorillion in foreign investment coming into the country, and they're opening up factories, you can look around and recognize that that is not happening, okay? But none of it matters, because the entire stock market, which is the only thing that these fucking animals care about on CNBC, it revolves around pure speculation and confidence that Donald Trump won't actually use the nuclear option and destroy global trade in its entirety, as he has threatened to do so over and over again, multiple times a year in the last year of his second term. So he just keeps going, I'm going to break it. I'm going to molest the money. I'm going to molest the money. And then everybody goes, no, sir, please don't molest the money. Then he turns around and says, I'm not molesting the money as much as I was going to. Isn't that wonderful? And the market goes, oh, thank God. Thank God he's not molesting the money as hard. Yeah, oh my God, it's fucking, yeah, it's a bull market, baby. Let's go. Perma growth. None of it is anchored around like actual fundamentals. It's all fucking speculative. It's all bullshit. It's all nonsensical. It's all Tesla stock. The stock market is all Tesla stock, okay? Money is faker than it has ever been before. Obviously, it's been fake for quite a while, but goddamn, finance capital is so fucking fake, dude. It is just nothing. It's unicorns and fairy dust. Everything is Tesla. When Donald Trump said it's all computer, everything is Tesla, everybody transgender, he was right. It's not in the way that he was using it. Okay? Everything is Tesla. I mean, look at Nvidia. Okay? Look at Nvidia. Look at OpenAI. Look at the major reasons as to why the stock market is up. The GDP is growing. Why is it growing? Because they're exchanging the same like $100 billion over and over again. It's just exchanging hands. Everything Nvidia. Yeah, little f. I know. I'm effing again. I hate myself. I hate my internet. I hate my life. Why could this? It's just fucking awesome. It's awesome. I love it, dude. It's great. You know, it's not on a permanent F. We're back. We've just disconnected, joined the connection again. It's great. All right. Let's see what he's saying. There's no framework on a future deal on Greenland.
Ownership of Greenland, like you've said you wanted.
It's a long-term deal. It's the ultimate long-term deal. And I think it puts everybody in a really good position, especially as it pertains to security and minerals and everything else.
Have you spoken? How long is it, Mr. President?
What?
Have you already spoken to other European leaders?
Yes, I have.
How long would the deal be, Mr. President?
Infinite. There is no time limit. It's forever.
And how would you ratify the deal?
There'll be money involved. It's signed forever.
But you haven't signed anything yet, right?
It's a deal that's forever.
Will there be an effect anyway, Mr. President? Will there be an effect?
People, what happens is people are out there and they're working it right now. They're working the details of the deal, but it's what's called an infinite deal. It's forever.
You talked about being concerned, Mr. President, about Russia trying to come and take over Greenland. If you're worried that Putin would do something like that, why invite him to join your board of peace?
Because we want everybody. We want all nations. We want all nations where people have control, people have power. That way we're never going to have a problem. This is the greatest board ever assembled. And everybody wants to be on it. But, yeah, I have some controversial people on it, but these are people that get the job done. These are people that have tremendous influence. And if I put all babies on the board, there wouldn't be very much. So he was invited. He's accepted. Many people have accepted. I don't know of anybody that hasn't accepted. But it's going to be great. I think the Board of Peace will be the most prestigious board ever, and it's going to get a lot of work done that the United Nations should have done. And we'll work with the United Nations, but the Board of Peace is going to be special. We're going to have peace. It started off with Gaza, the Middle East. We've got peace in the Middle East, tremendous peace in the Middle East. Nobody thought that was possible. And that happened by taking out the Iran nuclear threat. Without that, it could have never happened. But the board is going to be, I think, really fantastic. And I think it'll be the most prestigious board of any board ever in world history. Thank you very much.
Tremendous. Bro's making the Andrew Tate War Room. The slave prime minister of Pakistan also joined the piss of board. Yeah, and so did Benjamin Netanyahu. If you want to understand how fucking stupid this board of peace is, he's just basically re-engineering the United Nations, but this time with even more control, I guess. And you can buy into it. And it's a crock of bullshit. It is totally nonsensical. It is totally ridiculous. The UN already doesn't have any fucking power. And I guess even Donald Trump wants to build another version of that. That's even I guess another version of that is even more captive to American interests. It's awesome.
Instead of empowering bureaucrats, we're firing them, and they're going out and getting jobs in the private sector for 2 and 3 times what they were making in government. So they started off hating me when we fired them, and now they love me. Instead of raising taxes on domestic producers, we're lowering them and raising tariffs on foreign nations to pay for the damage that they've caused. In 12 months, we have removed over 270,000 bureaucrats from the federal payrolls, the largest single-year reduction in government employment since the end of World War II. Nobody thought that was coming, but we had no choice. To make a country great, you can't have all federal jobs. We've cut federal spending by $100 billion and slashed the federal budget deficit by 27% in the single year. It's going to go down quite a bit more from that, driving inflation way down from the record highs of the Biden administration. Every month, they went up and up and up. I promised to cut 10 old regulations for every single new regulation, but instead I've cut, actually, till this point, 129 regulations for every one new regulation approved. So every time they come in with a new regulation, we do at least 10, but so far it's averaging out to 100.
Yeah, I've sped him up because it's an hour and 32 minutes and he's yapping. He's yapping like a motherfucker. Okay?
129, if you can believe it. In July, we passed the largest tax cuts in American history, including no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. We also provided 100% expensing. That's the one they like. And bonus depreciation for all new equipment and capital investments to help companies expand and shift production to America. They are so in love with that. They build a plant, they're able to deduct it immediately, the whole thing, rather than waiting 38 to 41 years in the old days. This is a miracle taking place. Nobody thought it would ever be done by any country, but it's done by us. It was what made my first term the most successful 4-year term that we've ever had from a financial standpoint. And now we've upped it. This is a 10-year program, not a 1-year program, but you're allowed to deduct everything in 1 year. It used to be 38 to 41 years. With tariffs, we've radically reduced our ballooning trade deficit, which was the largest in world history. We were losing more than $1 trillion every single year, and it was just wasted. It was going to waste. But in 1 year, I slashed our monthly trade deficit by a staggering 77%, and all of this with no inflation, something everyone said could not be done. There were a couple of brilliant people that actually thought I was doing the right thing. I thought I was doing the right thing. Now they all think I'm doing the right thing because they can't believe the numbers. American exports are now up by more than $150 billion. Domestic steel production is up by 300,000 tons a month, and it's doubling over the next 4 months. It's doubling and tripling, and we have steel plants being built all over the country. Nobody thought they'd see that. Factory construction is up by 41%, and that number is really going to skyrocket right now because that's during a process that they're putting in to get their approvals, and we've given very, very quick, fast approvals. In the process, we've made historic trade deals with partners covering 40% of all U.S. trade. Some of the greatest companies and countries in the world. We have countries as our partner, too. The European nations, Japan, South Korea. They're our partners. They've gone into massive deals with us, especially on oil and gas. And these agreements raise growth and cause stock markets to boom, not only in the U.S., but virtually every country that came to make a deal because, as you've learned, when the United States goes up, you follow. It's really become a staple. In America, I've stopped the nation-wrecking energy policies that drive up prices while sending jobs and factories to the world's worst polluters. They are indeed polluters. Under sleepy Joe Biden, new domestic oil and gas leases fell by 95%. Think of that. Then they wonder, why was gasoline going up so fast? The gasoline actually topped $5 a gallon, in some places $7 a gallon, and more than 100 major power plants were violently shut down by incompetent people that had no idea what the hell they were doing. Under my leadership, U.S. natural gas production is at an all-time high by far. U.S. oil production is up by 730,000 barrels a day, and last week we picked up 50 million barrels from Venezuela alone. Venezuela has been an amazing place for so many years, but then they went bad with their policies. 20 years ago, it was a great country, and now it's got problems, but we're helping them. And
fuck Hasan. That's what your mom said, Chatter. Got him. And I did. She fucked me. It was awesome. You're getting DDoS by the inshitification of America, our infrastructure and electronic devices? No, I don't know if it's an ISP problem. I think it's probably an issue on my end. It's a port connectivity problem because I keep getting notified from my router over and over again that like a port keeps disconnecting and then reconnecting in restoring. Now that could be because the ISP is just like not giving enough juice to my internet, or it could be internally like a hardware issue because we did reset the router last night after the stream. What is this? That's what it is. You didn't want data centers built. This is what happens when you don't have data centers. Yeah. What do you mean? What? Try changing ports. It could be leaked. Wait, what?
those 50 million barrels, we're going to be splitting up with them, and they'll be making more money than they've made in a long time. Venezuela is going to do fantastically well. We appreciate all of the cooperation we've been giving. We've been giving great cooperation. Once the attack ended, and they said,
you probably have UPnP turned on, which lets applications open ports and suck up bandwidth. Ask H&D later to go into your and disable UPnP. I mean, this is a new issue. So I don't know.
Deal.
I'll put it in the mod chat.
But Venezuela is going to make more money in the next 6 months than they've made in the last 20 years. Every major oil company is coming in with us. It's amazing. It's a beautiful thing to see. The leadership of the country has been very good. They've been very, very smart. The price of gasoline is now below $2.50 a gallon in many states, $2.30 a gallon in most states. Then we'll soon be averaging less than $2 a gallon. In many places, it's already down even lower, $1.95 a gallon. Numerous states are at $1.99, numbers that nobody has heard for years. Actually, since my last administration, we got it down to around those numbers. I've signed an order directing and approval of many new nuclear reactors. We're going heavy into nuclear. I was not a big fan because I didn't like the risk, the danger, but they have the progress they've made with nuclear is unbelievable, and the safety progress they've made is incredible. We're very much into the world of nuclear energy, and we can have it now at good prices and very, very safe. And we're leading the world in AI by a lot. We're leading China by a lot. I think President Xi respects what we've done, in part because I've allowed these big companies building these massive buildings to build their own electric capacity. They're building their own power plants, which when added up is more than any country anywhere in the world is doing. I read recently an article in the Wall Street Journal that China's creating so much energy, and they are. I got to hand it to them. But we're creating as much or more, and we're letting them do that. I'm very proud of it. It was my idea. I said, you can't create this much energy. We needed more than double the energy currently in the country just to take care of the AI plants. And I said, we can't do that. We have an old grid system. And I came up with the idea, you know, you people are brilliant. You have a lot of money. Let's see what you can do. You can build your own electric generating plants. And they looked at me. They didn't believe me. All of the names that are, I think, in the room right now, if you want to know the truth, they didn't believe it. And I said, no, you can't. They came back 2 weeks and they didn't have the plant. They said, we thought you were kidding. I said, no, not only am I not kidding, you're going to have your approvals within 2 weeks. I always say nuclear will take 3 weeks. But most aren't going that. They're going oil and gas. They're even going coal in some cases. Because of my landslide election victory, the United States avoided the catastrophic energy collapse which befell every European nation that pursued the Green New Scam, perhaps the greatest hoax in history. The Green New Scam, windmills all over the place.
The reason why he just keeps hitting the fucking renewable energy thing is because China is dominating the rare earth mineral procurement extraction. They have a monopoly on it. Okay, they have a monopoly on the production of rare earth minerals, which are necessary materials for all matter of technology, but certainly on renewable energy, on the renewable energy battery technology. China is obviously dominating on the R&D side. China is dominating on the manufacturing side. It's not just like wind turbines. It's not necessarily just wind turbines that he's like fucking complaining about. It's everything, right? Wind turbines, batteries, solar panels, virtually, hey, what's going on, man? Virtually every single thing that that is a necessity, China dominates on. And that's precisely the reason why America's decided no more of this like woke and gay green shit. We're just going full tilt back into, we're redoubling our efforts in on the side of the fossil fuel industry, even though it's fucking destroying the planet. It does not matter. It doesn't matter if we just melt the table. It doesn't matter if we destroy the table. If we're losing the board game, we might as well kill everybody in the process rather than look forward, rather than try to improve mankind, rather than try to improve our carbon footprint, rather than try to focus on the new method of energy. Even though we have all of the power, Kaya, get back over there. Instead of, God, everything is so fucked up right now. I'm all over the place. Ugh. Anyway, instead of trying to focus on competing with China and trying to build a robust manufacturing base or even cooperating with China, we are deciding to fight back by focusing entirely on oil and gas. Okay, that's it.
It's destroy your land. Destroy your land. Every time that goes around, you lose $1,000. You're supposed to make money with energy, not lose money. Here in Europe, we've seen the fate that the radical left tried to impose on America. They tried very hard. Germany now generates 22% less electricity than it did in 2017. And it's not the current chancellor's fault. He's solving the problem. He's going to do a great job. But what they did before he got there, I guess that's why he got there. And electricity prices are 64% higher. The United Kingdom produces just 1/3 of the total energy from all sources that it did in 1999. Think of that, 1/3. And they're sitting on top of the North Sea, one of the greatest reserves anywhere in the world, but they don't use it. And that's one reason why their energy has reached catastrophically low levels with equally high prices. High prices, very low levels. Think of that, 1/3. And you're sitting on top of the North Sea. And they like to say, well, you know, that's depleted. It's not depleted. It's got 500 years. They haven't even found the oil. The North Sea is incredible. They don't let anybody drill. Environmentally, they don't let them drill. They make it impossible for the oil companies to go. They take 92% of the revenues. So the oil companies say, we can't do it. They came to see me. Is there anything you can do? I want Europe to do great. I want UK to do great. They're sitting on one of the greatest energy sources in the world, and they don't use it. In fact, their electricity prices have soared 139%. There are windmills all over Europe. There are windmills all over the place, and they are losers. One thing I've noticed is that the more windmills a country has, the more money that country loses and the worse that country is doing. China makes almost all of the windmills, and yet I haven't been able to find any wind farms in China. Did you ever think of that?
So this is obviously completely incorrect. This might come as a surprise to chatters, but he's once again talking out of his ass. Not only is China the leader in manufacturing renewable energy products, but it's also the leader around the globe in renewable energy infrastructure inside of China. Not only do they have a fuck ton of wind turbines, not windmills, right? But they're also experimenting with new ways of developing wind turbines, like this new Zeppelin thing. I don't know if you guys saw this. What is this? How China won the new nuclear energy race? Brother, we're not going to watch a fucking 19-minute video about how China has won the new nuclear energy race. I know you've been trying to get me to watch this over and over and over again for like the past month or so since it came out. But it's completely ridiculous. Photos capture the breathtaking scale of China's wind and solar build out. This is a major wind farm, but it's not just windmills either. It's not just wind turbines either. They're also experimenting with new technology. Like, here is another article. There it is. China is building 2/3 of the world's wind and solar projects. Country on track to reach 1,200 gigawatts of installed wind and solar capacity by end of 2024, 6 years ahead of Beijing's target. Okay. Almost 2/3 of global wind and solar projects under construction are in China. Solar and wind power projects under construction by gigawatts. Okay. So yeah, they are massively ahead. And not only that, but they're now doing this insane thing that I saw that's like, that literally feels like it just feels like something out of Cyberpunk. World's most powerful flying wind turbine launched in Western China. This is a gigantic gliding power bank that could help communities cut off from the grid during blackouts and cement China's leading role in green energy. I don't know how safe this is. When I see Zeppelins, I get fearful, but that is what they are doing. The world's first megawatt class high altitude wind power system for urban use, the S2000 SAWES, has successfully completed a test flight in Yibin, southwest China's Sichuan province on January 5th. After a 30-minute ascent to 2,000 meters, it generated 385 kilowatt hours of electricity and completed grid-connected power generation. 1 hour of operation could generate enough electricity to fully... What are you doing? What's happening over there? You want to go outside? Hold on. You don't mind dogs, right? He's very friendly. Hey, sit. Okay. Oh, damn, she's not even going to you. I don't know where she's going. Okay. No, don't let her out. No. She's I think she wants to know what they're doing on the router back there. Anyway, here it is. This is what it looks like. It's fucking insane, okay? 1 hour operation can generate enough electricity to fully charge approximately 30 top-spec electric vehicles from zero. It's meant to be rapidly deployed to natural disasters to restore areas' basic power. Yeah. Like, this is... when I look at this stuff, I understand how people must have felt when, you know, I understand how the horse buggy and carriage industry must have felt when like cars were being mass produced, right? The assembly line kicks in, there's cars, it's becoming increasingly cheaper or more affordable to own a car. And while that is happening, this new frontier is unfolding in front of your eyes, you're still maintaining the old guard where you're like, no, you don't understand. This is a profitable industry. Horses are much better. Horses are much better than fucking cars, dude. You're so dumb. Don't move into the car stuff. What do you mean an automobile? It's a dangerous thing. It's scary. It's weird. Horses are much less likely to trample you to death. It's just a fad. It'll go away. Let's just focus on horses. And it's interesting because like we are connected to one another more than ever before with the internet, and yet we still have this kind of mentality. And I don't understand it. Like, there's no excuse for it, you know? There is no excuse for it because we know exactly what it looks like. We know that it's better. And in the age of the internet, when you see this kind of idiotic sentiment being expressed by world leaders that are effectively telling everyone, you know, shut the fuck up, close your eyes, plug your ears, don't listen to reason, don't look over there. Just focus on what we have right now over and over again. It just, you know, it's very, very frustrating. And yet the market doesn't fucking react in the way that it's supposed to because there is no fucking rhyme or reason for how the market operates. Here is Howard Butlick saying the quiet part out loud once again.
It is completely different than the WEF. I viewed the WEF as not a flag.
I didn't even realize he had such a major lisp, by the way.
Pole in the middle. But
from licking Trump's butt so hard. His tongue can't even produce the S sounds any longer.
In fact, they are the flag. Whichever way the wind blew, so it blew. You should have solar, you should have wind. Why are you going to do solar and wind? Why would Europe agree to be net zero in 2030 when they don't make a battery? They don't make a battery. So if they go 2030, they are deciding to be subservient to China, who makes the batteries. Why would you do that? Why would the United States of America, which has oil and natural gas, try to convert to all electricity? China does not have oil and natural gas. Electricity and electric.
Oh, he was saying WEF, World Economic Forum. I thought he was saying the West.
Cars make perfect sense to them. That is practical and logical.
Yeah, that's it. It's not a lisp. He's saying the WEF, as in the World Economic Forum. I've never heard someone say the WEF. Yeah. But look at Davos. Why are you going to do solar and wind? Why would Europe agree to be net zero in 2030 when they don't make a battery? They don't make a battery. So if they go 2030, they're deciding to be subservient to China. Now, it's really funny to see like the reaction from the panelists, just looking at him with tremendous dismay, looking at him horrified, disgusted. Okay. And the irony here, of course, is they're saying you should be servile to us, not China. Okay. And it goes back to the same principle that I've been talking about over and over again. America literally keeps repeating, it's either my way or the highway. We're not going to manufacture products that you want. We are going to create a protection racket like NATO, and we're going to sell you all these weapons, and we're going to demand that you take an increasingly larger percentage of your GDP and refund it. Take an increasingly larger percentage of your GDP and purchase more of our weapons, right? You can do with those weapons whatever you want. You can give it to Ukraine if you want. You can use it personally if you want, but like you're gonna take our weapons, because that's one of the only fucking industries that we have in the country. Another industry that we have in the country is the automotive industry, right? We make automobiles, but the problem is we're not making automobiles for the European market. We're not making automobiles for any other country other than the United States of America. And in the United States of America, we're making those cars ginormous. We're making those vehicles as large as we physically possibly can make them. We're making them gas guzzlers. And these are cars that are so large, both by engine size, both by, just like size-wise, they're just too big for the fucking European roads, that like Europeans can't even purchase these cars and use them on their fucking streets. And it doesn't matter. We're forcing that on you. If Donald Trump's major goal here is to fix the trade deficit, right, and improve the American automobile manufacturing, there's two ways out of it. You can either make cost-effective, competitive products that people actually want to purchase in the same way that China has done, or you are by force purchasing these vehicles. I don't give a shit what you do with the fleets. I don't give a shit if you actually sell it on your roads or not. You just need to buy it from us, right? So that's it. That's what we're doing here with the energy situation as well. We keep telling Europe over and over again, no, you don't understand. Do not move in the renewable sector, because every move that you make, every initiative that you take that is focusing on renewables, improving your electricity grid, trying to make sure that your electricity grid is powered by renewable energies is actually beneficial to China. You must keep petrodollar on top, even if it's fucking killing you. Even if it's killing the planet, it doesn't matter. That is woke and gay. Do not actually move towards renewables. What is this? There is no replacement for displacement. Davos building evacuated? Well, I don't know where that, I don't know what's going on there, but I'm actually going to have my guest here in a brief moment, and we're going to be talking to his MAGA parents from the Necessary Conversation pod, and we'll be doing that for the next hour, and then I'll be going back to Davos. And as a matter of fact, I'll be asking his MAGA parents about Davos as well. How do you feel about base tanky Macron? None of those guys are based, nor are they real tankies. They're just saying the quiet part out loud, but they're not going to do shit about it, as evidenced by the fact that Donald Trump turned around and said, "Oh, I fixed it," and now everyone is saying, "Yeah, it's fixed." Oh my God, I just saw the way that this motherfucker is standing on this podium. Oh my God, this angle is not very favorable. This angle is not good at all for him, it seems. Chad, you want to come in? All right. Here, right here. I'm going to, and I'll give you a chair as well.
It's a pleasure to meet you, man. Thanks for having us all.
Of course.
Very curious to see how this goes with my dad.
Yeah, I'm excited. Does he have any idea? Does your dad have any idea who I am?
I bet he and my mom have maybe watched a clip or two, knowing that they were going to come on here. But yeah, I don't think exactly no.
Okay, that's very exciting.
Yeah.
So he doesn't know that I'm a terrorist, but
I'm sure he'll call you that, or probably a communist. But
I mean that's fine. I don't mind either of those things. I get called that all the time. So
all right, fantastic.
Okay, so let's start by introducing who you are to the audience. They might not know. Your name's Chad.
My name's Chad. I've been a TV writer, movie writer. I write novels primarily. That has been my career until I decided to do a podcast with my parents, who are both MAGA, because my sister and I, who are very much not MAGA, hadn't really talked to them in a matter of years, since probably Obama's second term, somewhere in there. There was a big rift. We stopped talking to them, but they were getting older, and I was like, are we really not going to ever talk to them again? And during Biden's term, about halfway through it, I called my mom up and I was like, would you be down to do a podcast where we talk about politics? She said yes. And now we've been doing it for like about 3.5 years. Every Sunday.
So you guys have been doing this for 3.5 years.
Yeah.
And this is one of the conversations that went viral this past week. So let's take a look at it. And I obviously have some questions for you before we talk to your parents.
What if Donald Trump says, I want you to carpet bomb Oklahoma City, everyone? You think the Air Force should carry that out?
Yes. There might be a reason. We don't know.
This is insane.
You cannot be this stupid. Jesus Christ.
Oh, my. This podcast was going well until that.
You just said it's cool if he levels Oklahoma. You're like, yeah, it. There must be a reason. Like, you literally can't be that dumb.
You know what the problem is? Mom and I don't believe he'll ever blow up Oklahoma because we're on his side and so's the whole state.
No, it's because you're in a cult.
You guys are worried and afraid because you live in a state where it might happen.
Okay, let's theoretically say that does happen. Let's say Trump sends in the Marines to Los Angeles, California, and let's say I'm out going to see a movie on a weekend, and he says, go into that shopping mall.
Under a truck.
Quiet piggy. He says, go into that shopping mall and kill everyone you see. And let's say I get gunned down by the Marines for just being at a mall.
Okay, number one, let's just take
Okay,
it
Dad,
one step
wait a minute,
further.
Mom, wait 1 second. Wait 1 second. Dad, hang on, Mom. Dad, you just said you are for Donald Trump murdering me for no reason, and you would support that.
If he walks into a mall to people with military,
There has to be a reason.
there's a reason. And I'm all for it. And the people in Los Angeles, California are as deserving of execution as the assholes in New York City. You're all communists.
So, the first question that is on everyone's minds is like, I mean, is this real? Like, this is how your parents are. Like,
this is how they are.
This is how they operate.
100%. And it's gotten worse since really Trump's first term, I guess. They've gotten more and more indoctrinated into the cult. Now, anything he says is their talking point. They only watch Newsmax now. They don't even watch Fox. That is too left for them.
Because of the Dominion stuff. Like, Fox actually betrayed the truth. The MAGA
I don't even think
loyalists.
it goes that deep. I just think they're every once in a while on Fox News now, you'll see somebody push back against Trump or issue some kind of factual statement. That's too much for them. They need the Newsmax kind of continual 24/7 pipeline of just cult talk, basically. But yeah, it's totally real. I get that DM from time to time too. Are you scripting this? Is this acting? No, this is our real family.
That's my first assessment. But like, there are a lot of people in this community, not dissimilar to yourself, that have these sorts of conversations with their parents, and they're like, no, this is actually quite similar to real conversations that I've had with my MAGA parents. So I suspect that there is. I don't know if they're like playing it up for the camera or not, but
You know, my mom seems to think that my dad might be, but he's kind of been like that for my entire life, my sister's entire life. And like I said, it's gotten a little more exacerbated, I think, in the, current kind of political climate, but that is who the guy is.
Okay. So should we call him now?
Sure.
Should we? All right, we're going to start the video call. Hold on. Where is this? No, that's not the right camera. That's not the right camera either. Wait, what the hell? Where is the actual camera? Is this it? Oh, there it is. Okay. And we'll give him a call right now.
Okay.
And we'll see where it goes. Yeah, obviously you guys don't turn it on. Yeah, I won't. Okay. Hello?
There's my sister.
What's up?
Hello? You can
Hi.
You can hear us, right, Haley?
I can hear you, yeah. Can you hear me?
Okay. We can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you. We can see you. I'm gonna do the pop out. Is that your
there's my dad's gut.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Sorry.
That's a great
so
that's
sorry.
a great image.
Oh my God.
Jesus Christ.
Push the computer.
I'm trying. We're
Push
doing.
the computer.
You just gotta, Mom, turn the camera so we can see your face, you and Dad.
Chad, I'm trying. I'm sorry. I'm so
It's
sorry.
okay.
I
You're
apologize.
good. You're good.
I had it set up in a different room. Oh
You're
God, I'm gonna
fine.
knock it off the chair.
You're okay.
I'm so
Just
sorry.
get the camera pointing at your faces. Everything's fine.
No, that is not it. It's got to go this way.
Yeah, no kidding.
Okay.
Don't worry, I'm doing a little production stuff here too on my end. We're doing a little bit of live production as well. It happens.
So you just need to now
Okay.
push the camera so that we can see your faces.
Yeah, that's just showbiz.
No, I can't push.
Jesus Christ.
Okay. Dad, I'm sorry. God damn it. Just a minute.
Okay, you're almost there. Now you just gotta tilt the camera up a little bit.
Can I unplug my camera and it'll start over?
No, don't do that.
Don't do that.
No. Okay. I
No,
have to
all you
move the
gotta
chair.
do is like tilt it up a little bit. Tilt the camera up a little bit.
Oh my God.
This is good. Okay.
Yeah, for all the people
No,
who think
I'm-
this is scripted, here you go.
I'm so sorry. I'm gonna cry. I
No,
really
don't cry.
am.
You're fine. You're
No,
fine. You're
it's
fine. You're fine.
Don't apologize.
Is the
for
camera
it.
attached to the back of the computer?
Yes.
Okay, push the screen back a little bit.
Oh, wait, we see your
There we
face
go.
now. That's is an
That's a-
improvement. Like half of it.
Okay. Now I need to go back more, right?
Oh man,
Oh,
this is
God.
rough.
You know what?
Push
Should I take
this.
it off the box?
Or push the computer farther back on the box. I've been
Yeah, just
telling
put
you
the
that.
computer like in your lap and tilt it up a little bit, maybe. Okay. Oh my God.
It was
But hey,
perfect.
success on my end.
Yeah, thank you, Haley. Fantastic. You look great. You're right in the shot. Everything's perfect.
Yeah.
Woo, yeah.
Oh my God. Okay.
Okay.
Now, yep.
I
Now,
won't-
now push the screen back.
Now what?
Oh man, this is real rough.
I am so sorry.
I
It's
don't
not.
understand. Yesterday you had it like all set up and shit.
I
So what
had it in
happened?
the other room. I had it set up in a different room.
Why do we do that?
Smart. Yeah. There
Okay.
we go.
Here we go. I can hold it.
There's Dad at least.
Okay, that's perfect. If you want to like sit closer to him, then we can work with that, I think.
Yeah, just scoot in there. You almost got it. Almost the other way. Turn it the other way. There we go.
Oh, there
Okay,
it is.
this is me holding it at chest high with two hands up.
Oh.
So should I go get a box or something to put it on?
I don't know.
I'm
Can you
sorry.
hold it? Just hold it for a while. You'll be all right. Jesus Christ.
Is it
I'm so sorry.
No,
is
it's
it
okay.
a problem that my
got
screen
it.
of my parents is just a freeze frame of my dad's gut?
Well,
We can see them.
At least we can see them in real
Is that
time.
fine?
I think
okay.
that's good.
You can see them. Okay.
Yeah.
I can hold it. I'm game.
All right.
You're gonna hold it up the whole time?
Well, I have nothing else. I don't know what else to put
That's
up there to
MAGA
make it
strength.
That's a
cool.
lot of arm strength.
Yep.
That's arm
I can do
strength
it.
and
Put
okay.
boxes and pillows.
All right. Well,
I've
you know,
got it.
Oh, Oops. Okay. Okay. Well, this works for us. So, hi, I'm Hasan. I'm here with your son Chad, and I've seen some of you guys' clips, and I was very excited to have all of you on to get a better understanding of where you're coming from and what your worldviews are. And if you don't mind, if you guys could all introduce yourselves to my audience as well, because this is live right now, that'd be great.
I'll go first. I always go first. My name's Haley. I live in a suburb of Dallas, Texas. My parents are Bob and Mary Lou. Chad is my brother. This whole thing was kind of concocted as a way to stay in contact with and maintain a relationship with our parents. After 2026, Donald Trump just kind of really ruined it for all of us. So Chad and I decided to do something about it, started the pod. So we take it all out for an hour on Sundays and then try to talk to each other peacefully outside of it.
Okay.
I'm Bob, live in Oklahoma, 72 years old.
Okay.
Had to think. Mary Lou Colchin.
All right,
70, gonna be 71. Yeah, we've been married 50 years. We've known each other 55.
Wow. 5 years of dating, huh? Is that how that worked out?
About 4.5. Yep.
Why did it take you so long to pull the trigger, Bob? If you don't mind me asking.
Well, because I was in high school.
That makes sense. That makes sense. I wasn't doing the math in my mind.
He was a senior in high school. I was a sophomore. Yeah.
Okay. Nice. Okay.
And we did get a little education, and then into the Air Force, and then Chad came, and then back to education. So we did get our degrees along with a 3-month-old baby named Chad.
So you guys got degrees. Both of you got degrees in college. Like you went to college.
Yeah. Yes.
What did you guys get your degrees in, if you don't mind me asking? Also, I'm Hasan, and I'm 34 years old. I live in Los Angeles. I grew up in Turkey, and if you've watched any Fox News coverage on me, you probably know me as a anti-American communist terrorist who hates America and played a role in Zoran Mamdani getting elected as mayor of New York. Also, I once famously said America deserved 9/11 when talking about American foreign policy, bringing about the concept of blowback. But that's just the top line. I think we all want what's best for America, but in our own unique ways. But just wanted to get you guys situated on how you might hear information about me. But I'm very excited to hear what you guys have to say and where you guys are coming from as far as your beliefs. So yeah, getting back into it, you said you went to college. What did you guys study, if you don't mind me asking?
My degree's in accounting.
My degree's in physical education, health.
Wow, that's awesome. Okay, so could you guys elaborate on your political journey, if you don't mind me asking? Like what happened? Like, how did you guys find out about Donald Trump? Were you lifelong Republican voters before then? Like, how did this happen?
Go ahead, Bob.
I've been a Republican all my life, but it got more intense when we lost the election to Obama.
Okay.
Because I saw him as a far left-wing liberal who didn't give a rat's ass about the United States.
Okay.
Was there anything else about Obama you didn't like?
Yeah.
That was pretty much it.
That
was the main thing.
I mean,
it was the main thing.
Okay. Mom?
Chad, I have a quick question. I can't see your face because there's this thing in front of it. How do I move that?
How do you move what?
Just gonna put my apolitical hat on as well for the rest for the duration of this interview. I don't know if you can see it.
Nice.
Yes. I have one to match. I could go get mine, but I can't move the camera much.
Yeah, no, don't worry about it.
All right, so Dad, you got radicalized around Obama. Mom, I assume it's basically the same. I mean, we've talked about this on our show. It's basically the same for you, but I also think living in close proximity to Dad kind of locks you into a certain mental trap, a perpetual cycle of fear, aggression, anger. Hello?
I just think being raised in the little town we were in too, growing up as kids, our environment. I mean, the environment that you live in, kind of.
I mean, I
So
guess,
we
but
were-
Chad and I grew up in your fucking house, and we didn't turn out anything like you guys. So I can't really, you can't really say that. I don't think.
I blame that on your tour of duty in California and Colorado. You got tainted by a bunch of lefties.
It's environmental.
That's not true at all.
But
no, it is true.
I left Texas in high school to come to California willingly as fast as I could, and I've never left. So I don't think it was.
Stop the bullshit. You did that so you could go to USC's film school.
Yeah.
That's the only damn reason you went to California.
Correct.
So you think they weren't libtards in Texas and they became libtards when they moved to California? Is that what's going on?
It didn't happen overnight. Chad's lived in California longer than he's lived anywhere else.
It's just
Haley
simply not true. That's not
What are you
true.
talking about?
We just didn't talk politics when we were younger. It wasn't. It was a moot point. Like when I was in high school, I didn't give a shit about any of this. It wasn't until I became an adult and then as a parent that all of this really started to matter to me. And I happened to be in Colorado, but I was never conservative, even when I was a teenager. I mean, I was like, on the boys' baseball team and wearing like traditionally, I would say, masculine clothes. Like I've always kind of pushed boundaries and kind of lived on the fringe. It's not that this is anything new or that Colorado made me that way. I've been this way. You guys use that as an excuse, but it's just simply not true.
She did have a wallet chain in high school. I remember that.
Bob, do you feel like
I
you're
dressed up-
abdicating responsibility as a parent that both of your children became so liberal, and you're kind of saying like, oh, it must be California and Colorado?
Well, I can tell you one thing: if Chad would have remained in Texas and took the other scholarship to play baseball at Trinity, it would have been a hell of a lot different than he is now.
I don't know if that's
There's
true.
that.
I don't
As
know if
far
that's
as
true.
Haley's concerned, she got nested with a bunch of liberals that were so far left, it's ridiculous.
May I say something, please? May I please?
Of course.
Oh, shit.
Oh,
sorry. There went our
Jesus
camera.
Christ.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
This is unbelievable.
I'm a mess.
You're doing
I'm so
you're
sorry.
doing fantastic. Don't worry about it.
No, I'm not.
No,
I'm
you're
not.
doing
Oh my
a
God.
great job.
There you go. You got it. You're good. You're good.
There. Maybe I'll just go
Just
from you
leave
to
it blank
him.
there, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I would like to say this. I think some of their political beliefs and what they believe in is my fault because I gave them too much freedom growing up. I mean,
Jesus.
I gave them way too much independence. Now I'm trying to reel them back in, and I can't get them. I can't get them.
Reel me. I'm 49 years old. You're never
Yes.
going to reel me back in.
Yes. Yeah.
I've always said like
No, but you're going to come to the day where you're going to have to choose between the lifestyle you have now or communism. And that will be a distinct choice you will have to make.
Okay.
Okay, I'd like to say one more thing. Thank you. I've always said until the day I'm 6 foot under and I die, if I feel like you're making like a big, weird thing that you shouldn't be doing, a decision, I would try to help you. I would try to talk with you, try to communicate and figure this out. Well, it's getting way too hard. I can't do it anymore.
Okay.
Okay. Can we walk through some of these terms if you don't mind me asking? I would love to, Bob. I would love to understand what you mean when you say communism. Like, what do you think? What do you think Chad believes as far as like
I think,
communist beliefs?
well, I believe communism is Russia and China, and all you have to do is take a look at their countries, and that tells you what you believe if you're a communist. You want to be under total control of the government. You don't want to work for anything. You want freebies handed out left and right. And that's not my way of life, and that's not the way of life I think my kids really want. And at some point in their adult life, they're going to have to make a choice, because our side of the coin is not just 20% of the people, like you said when we talked to you earlier. It's You have no idea how many MAGAs are out there that are. It's more like 90%.
You think 90% of America is MAGA?
No, I think 90% of MAGA is on our side of the trip.
What? So
Not
what?
So like there are what? 80 million Republicans out there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing at least more than half of them are like we are.
Okay.
Because they're not all MAGA. They're not all MAGA.
Oh, so you're saying like out of all of the registered Republicans in the country, if there's 80 million of them, you're saying 50% of them, 50% of them are like your level of pro-Trump.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that's fine.
But that level is like wild. We are not looking at your shrine, but you guys had a Trump shrine where you bought the Trumpy bear, you have all the hats, you have the shoes,
Me
you
too.
have the cologne, you have the Bible. You think most Republicans have all of that stuff and are buying his NFTs and allowing him to grift them out of all their money?
Yeah, I think all MAGAs are.
Okay.
I think if you support him, you support him. If
Bob,
you
what
don't,
level
then
of-
you don't.
I think you're way missing the boat on how many people are on our side of the fence.
What level of MAGA do
I
you
don't
think
think
I'm
you
at?
have a
If
clue.
I could show you some
I don't
stuff.
think any of you have a clue.
Okay.
Bob, can I show you some of my MAGA stuff? Maybe you can tell me if I'm like, you can give me like a MAGA rating on what level of MAGA I am. Can you see me on the camera?
Yes, we can. Can you see us now? I did
we
fix our
can see you
camera.
guys.
now.
This is perfect, by the way. You really killing it. So you see the hat, right? Like I got that.
Yeah.
That's
I
just
can't
like,
read it.
My make America great again.
you
It's
can't
same
read it.
hat I have.
You don't recognize this hat, Bob. I don't know
Yes,
if
I
you have the
recognize
highest
it.
level of MAGA. If you can't automatically
Well,
read
I
what the hat
can't-
says.
I can't read. No, hell, screw it.
Okay.
Hold on,
Be
I
nice.
got more. I got more. Look, I got another thing here. I'll put it up close to the camera. You can see. This is my Zin. Do you know what Zins are?
No.
It's a Zin tin.
Looks like
It's
a hockey puck.
Wait, hold on. Let's see if it. There it is.
There.
It's a Zin tin of Donald Trump doing the fight right after he got almost assassinated by a godless atheist liberal Hillary Clinton voter.
Ugh.
I got that.
Okay.
I got
So
Trump soap.
0 to 10
What
on
else?
the MAGA meter. Where do you think Hasan falls?
0.
Oh.
He doesn't like Donald
Zero.
Trump. I know
I mean,
that.
look at all the MAGA
Okay.
stuff. I have more MAGA stuff than you do. I think, Bob. I'm gonna be honest.
I think you're out of your mind.
It's okay if you don't like Donald Trump.
I
okay.
don't like Donald Trump. I love Donald Trump.
Oh my God.
No, you don't. I know you don't.
I don't know what you guys are
Are
talking
you trying
about.
to like
Okay,
reel us
hold
in
on.
for the
This will impress you. I think, Bob, I'm trying to impress you. I think you can probably tell, but hold on. This is going to impress you, I think. Hold on.
Okay. He's teasing us, you know. This.
Well, I don't believe anything he's saying anyway, so it doesn't matter.
He's teasing us. Oh yeah. that would be a 10 plus. That's a pretty good one.
How come you guys don't have that?
So now the question is, how often do you wear that out in public?
Oh, regularly. Always. I wear it out in
Sure
public.
you
I wear it
do.
out to the rallies when I go to the rallies, the Trump rallies.
To the
Yes, sure you
Okay. We get it. You don't like Donald Trump.
Wait, what do you mean, Bob? I feel like I'm out MAGA-ing you a little bit, I think.
do. I don't think you are, but I'm not going to go dig out my stuff.
Do you have
I
a
think
trumpet
you're a little
bear?
impressed. I think you're a little impressed. It's like you can't admit it, but it's okay.
I kind of am.
No, he isn't. That's something he had to go dig out from behind him, and he ain't. There's no way in hell he wears it in public.
Oh god.
Dad, that's your complaint
Okay.
that he had to dig it out from behind him, that he's not wearing it 24 hours a day. not that he
You are
has a
making us
giant
laugh.
Make America Great Again cowboy.
Yeah, that's.
You're making us laugh. I do like this.
Okay.
You're making us laugh.
All right.
Jesus.
See, we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. So you, I was asking about communism, Bob, and you were telling me like, just look at Russia, look at China, and that's everything you need to know. But like, do Do you have any policy specifics about like what you think? Because Russia is not a communist country. It was the USSR was run by a communist party. It's no longer communist. It's the Russian government is a capitalist government. But at least with China,
give me a break.
Wait, what do you mean by that?
It's not a capitalist country.
You don't think Russia is a capitalist country?
No, it's not.
Why do you think that?
Because it's not run like a capitalist. It's not run like our society. They have one guy that runs the entire country. If you don't believe that, you need to sit on your hat.
You don't think that's Trump?
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I think, Trump is pretty much also single-handedly running the country right now, too. So I don't know. I don't think that's communism at all anyway.
We need to get it straight.
Okay.
And it's going to take one guy to lay his ball sack out there and do it.
Okay.
Do you think there's people like you in Russia that also feel the same way about Vladimir Putin?
Oh, I'm sure there are.
Okay.
But they're all locked up. They're in jail.
Wait. No, I meant like people who feel the same level about Vladimir Putin, like the same sympathy towards Vladimir Putin as you do about Donald Trump.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Dad, you're pro-Russia, right? We've talked many times on our show about how you want them to win the war against Ukraine.
Yes.
Wait, so you want a communist country to win the war against Ukraine?
Well, look, Obama gave away Crimea. Why don't we give away that little piece of the Ukraine to make peace over there? Ukraine's never going to win that war. That's an absolute impossibility. Because the only thing they got that they think is helping them with their defense is the United Nations, who couldn't defend an 80-year-old grandma sitting on her front porch.
Okay. Okay.
So my opinion is, let's give away the piece of the Ukraine that they've already taken, call it a day, and go back to the farm. Because the only thing Zelensky's doing is building himself a big old fancy hotel and resort in Poland.
Okay, so you don't like Zelensky. I call him Zel Disney.
Yeah.
By the way, he's a Mickey Mouse. He's Mickey Mouse president.
Yes.
But the question I have for you is, you criticized Obama for giving away Crimea, but now you're saying Trump should do the same about even more pieces of Ukrainian land. So is it good when Trump is doing it, but bad when Obama's doing it? Like, I'm just trying to understand where you're coming from.
All right, it's a major difference. Obama helped out Crimea by handing them out some fucking blankets. We've actually put some muscle where the might is, and Russia's quite frankly winning that battle. So without the United States, they're going to lose it anyway. And I don't think Zelensky gives a rat's ass about the Ukraine. He cares about Zelensky. So my opinion is you might as well give them what they've already taken, and then you'll have peace for another 5 or 10 years.
But in terms of that question that you were asked about, Obama does something, you hate it. Trump does something, you love it. We've gotten into that conversation a million times on our show, specifically where immigration is concerned and deportations.
What I just said.
What's that?
You didn't pay any attention to what I just told you.
Yes, I listened to you and I'm watching you.
So if Obama represented a more muscular defense for Ukraine and did not allow Russia to overtake Crimea, then you would be more comfortable with Obama? Like, one of the foreign policy disagreements you had with Obama was that he was too weak. Is that what it is?
Yes.
Yes. I think so too.
But now Donald Trump wants to, do even more damage to Ukraine. But that's good because it's an inevitability at this point. Because it kind of doesn't make sense. Because technically, I guess the annexation of Crimea by Russia was bloodless in comparison to what has been going on for the past couple of years at this point, right?
That's correct.
So are you? So
and here, I'll just give you a football analogy. They've already got past the 50-yard line. They're moving towards your goal line, and now what you want to do is defend the goal line. It's too late.
You're saying let them score a touchdown.
You're just Trump apologists. like through and through. It wouldn't matter what he does. You're always going to side with him. You have done it since we started the pod. It doesn't matter what he does. With
You
Donald
talking about
Trump.
Trump?
Yeah.
You
You
darn right.
don't care what he does.
Bob, is there something that Donald Trump has done that you don't think is good?
Donald Trump has America first.
What was the
Obama did.
question? What was the question?
Is there something Trump has done that you disagree with?
Well, we
well, the only thing I don't really disagree with him. I'm hoping that he hurries up and gets this Greenland deal done. Don't mess around with it.
What deal do you perceive that to be? How do you think that deal's going to work?
We're going to become the 51st state of the United States, and that is a fact, Jack.
By doing what? How does that transpire?
What do you mean?
How
They
does
go to
that
Denmark,
work?
They go to Denmark. They go to Denmark and say, "Here's a few $100 million. Now we'll take over and be in charge of Denmark."
He's in
and
Sweden.
and the people in Denmark won't give a rat's ass because their life will be a lot better off.
Okay.
He's in
Have you not
Switzerland.
seen the protests going on? Have you not seen like the actual
Sure.
people, Greenlanders?
Sure.
They don't
They've
want
been
any
told-
of this.
No,
Okay.
sure they don't.
He's been in Switzerland today. In fact, I think he might have already left by the time we air this. But anyway, he laid a framework for a peaceful support for everyone. He's got like a bunch of countries signed on to it now. He said he will not go in there and just take them over. He won't do it, he said.
Yeah, he
So-
was just threatening to do that, I think.
Yeah, he was threatening.
There's
He was.
another deal out on the table right now that I'm 100% for. He'll trade California for Greenland.
Who's he going to give California to? Denmark?
Yeah, I'm down actually. Let's do it.
That's my point. Who in the hell's going to want him?
Oh my
California is the 5th largest economy on the planet, isn't it? Like
Ooh,
somewhere.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't think America would be better off without California, Bob. I feel like that's an un-American statement coming from you. I'm actually a little disappointed.
Well, let me
Let me put the hat back on. Let the real MAGA speak, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me ask you that. I've lived in California now for
You grow our fruits and vegetables. Let me tell you, we can take it over.
Wait, take what
We don't
over?
need California.
Okay.
In fact, half your state wants out of California.
Who
The
wants
northern half of Californians want to get out of California and create their own state.
Where are you
Why is
reading this?
that?
Is this Newsmax?
But this is they actually had a petition up less than 5 years ago where the
Okay.
Northern Californians wanted to vote to become their own state.
I don't think Chad signed that one.
I don't think you saw that, did you, big boy?
I didn't.
Big
I didn't, big boy.
Be nice.
I like that you're calling me big boy. And
Big
the
boy.
first 10 minutes of this was just a shot of your giant gut. All right.
Be nice. We're guests.
We're guests.
Yes,
Do
we
you,
are.
do you think if Northern California and Southern California split and then you have two major blue safe havens, do you think that would be better for America?
I don't think he'd have two blue states. I think he'd
you
have
think
one
if-
red and one blue.
Oh, you think California would become? How do you think California would become red if all of the major
They're not-
population hubs in California are deeply blue?
Okay, your problem is the people who support and pay for everything live in the north.
Huh?
It isn't your populous cities are not what drive the economy.
Wait, who drives the Californian economy if it's not the big cities and the
farmers.
tech sector and?
The farmers.
Okay.
Well, right now, it's Gavin Newsom.
How much farming's done in LA? Tell me, you live there.
Yeah, no, California is
You
a
got
major
a garden
agricultural
outside?
producer, but I think you and I are going to have a little bit of a disagreement here because not only does California as a state subsidize states like Oklahoma, which I'm very fond
they
of, by
do.
the way. I've been to Oklahoma many times.
Okay.
My brother used to live there, and
Are you now, or is that for true? Is that a true statement?
Where do you
yeah,
live?
no, I went to Oklahoma City only. I haven't really like branched outside of Oklahoma City too much, but I'm very familiar with the politics of the state of Oklahoma as well. And I have some friends that live there still. Are you guys familiar with the "I've had it" ladies?
The who?
I've had
Jennifer,
it. There's a
that lady, Jennifer, and somebody
Yeah.
else.
Oh wow,
Yeah, no
you're
thanks.
tapped in.
Yeah, my mom is with it. She's
No
on the
thanks.
internet. My dad doesn't even use a cell phone.
Hey, you know what? Ask Chad who started our social media platforms. Go ahead and ask him.
When we first started the
ahead.
podcast, I didn't have time, so I said, "Mom, you can do all the social media," and it was a bunch of pictures of horses and butterflies. And then last year, I kind of took it over, started making some clips, so on and so forth. But yes, Mom, you did do it, and I appreciate that very much.
Every one of our platforms. I did Instagram, I did TikTok, and I don't like Facebook, so we're not on there.
Wait, why don't you
unless they
like
tag me.
Facebook?
We are on
I just
Facebook.
think I don't like it. It's old people, and I mean older, and I don't like it. And I have a lot of nice friends on there that.
That's rough.
Yeah.
Poor Facebook. You got a 72-year-old woman saying people on Facebook are too old for her.
I like TikTok, Snappy, Snapchat.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I don't like Facebook either. So I guess we're in agreement there. So you like TikTok. All right. So California agriculture is actually pretty important for the state. It's pretty important for the food supply for the rest of the nation. But Bob, I think you know this already, but a big part of the Californian agriculture actually comes from the people that are working at those farms, right? And
Right.
I think you know where I'm going with this. A lot of those people that
There
work
we
at those
go.
farms are migrant workers. Many of them
Right.
documented, some of them undocumented as well. So how do you feel about Donald Trump's aggressive actions against these people that are working tirelessly to make sure that we can have, food on our tables for a reasonable price?
I'm all for deporting anybody who's illegal, and we'll make do. Believe me.
But Trump did say in
The United States. Well, by the way, California. What do they borrow? $560 million a year from the United States to stay afloat. You guys are so far in debt, it's ridiculous.
Okay. Let me ask you this, Dad.
Don't sing California's praises to me. They're a giant liability to the rest of us.
I just don't understand why you care. Why do you care if a migrant is here illegally or not? If they are working, producing, part of the economy, like why does that bother you so much?
It doesn't. That was his point of view.
What?
No, there's not. So it's not only untrue, and it is actually blue states that subsidize the red states, specifically states like Oklahoma. But also outside of that, the Californian agricultural output is actually 3% of the overall Californian economy, which is still pretty significant, and it's especially important for food, right? Like, I mean, that's where the crops that we're picking come from. But it is ultimately still around 3% of the overall GDP in the state of California. I mean, it's very important. Almonds, cattle, pistachios, strawberries, lettuce, flowers, tomatoes, and oranges. These are all things that I assume you consume.
You eat more tomatoes than you do bread?
What? No, I'm not saying it's not important. I'm saying it's very important. I'm just saying that it's not as big as a...
I think it's a yes or no question.
Yes or no?
No, I'm saying it's very important. I know how important agriculture is. That's why I'm saying California is a very important state for the nation. Even on the agriculture.
Yeah, we'll be fine.
What, Dad, with this immigration...
You just said you don't have tomatoes if California doesn't exist in this state.
Oh, yeah, we will. We can get those from Mexico.
Maybe.
By bombing them? We're going to bomb them and steal their tomatoes. But Dad, you're kind of constantly also talking about, like, you don't care if Trump deports U.S. citizens or agitators or kills people or any of that. You're down for whatever he wants to do. You're playing it a little cool here, which I don't quite get. But you're so far beyond just supporting the idea that he's getting rid of the illegal aliens. On our show, constantly, you're talking about... What?
I support that he gets rid of all illegal aliens.
But you also have stated that you support him deporting U.S. citizens who just don't agree with him.
I didn't
We
say
have
that.
never said
Oh
that.
my
That's a lie.
We never
Okay.
said that.
All right. Sure.
I want the illegal criminals that are here, that are not citizens, that have criminal records, that are killing people, that are bringing in drugs. That's the ones I would like to see them go back. The ones that came over our border.
Sure. But
with
what about
no
people like
legal-
Renee Good? When an ICE officer murders her in broad daylight, there's video of it everywhere all over the internet. You guys support that.
Well, you
I knew you-
justify it because you think it's a means to an end. You think that in killing these people and kidnapping these American citizens, like they're eventually going to get one of the bad guys. But that's not how this works. You
I
can't
knew we
do
would
that.
get into the shooting of Renee Good. I do not want to
No
see
good.
anyone die. No one in the United States. Whether you're an agitator, whether
Why
you're a
didn't she
criminal,
just get out
whether
of the car and take
you're
a
a
knee?
citizen, whether you're a child, whether you're an adult. I don't want to see people get killed. All she had to do was get out of the car.
All he
That's
had
all
to
she
do
had
was
to
not
do.
shoot her in the face 3 times.
And let her run over him.
Okay.
Get out of the car, be handcuffed, go to jail,
And let her run
take it
over
up
him.
with the judge, then you're dismissed.
Okay, so it's comply or die. That's the assessment, right? So if the same guys, like maybe ICE agents are in Oklahoma going door to door and they come to your house, and you know there's a miscommunication, let's say, when you're like pulling out of your driveway, like you would have to, you know, that would just be an L that everyone would be holding in that situation. Like, God forbid,
That if they ask,
they're going door to
If they
door.
tell you, if the law enforcement tells you to do something, just do it. You won't get shot. She
Well, you're
tried to run
talking-
the son of a bitch
I
down,
know,
and
but
he had
there's-
to go to the hospital.
But there was miscommunication because they were giving conflicting commands. He was actually in violation. Jonathan Robbs was in violation of the code of conduct anyway. They're not supposed to be approaching the vehicle from the front. And not only was that a violation of even like the ICE agency
What did she
manual.
violate?
What?
What did she violate? Let's go the other way.
No, hold on. Well, let's walk through. Let's
let's
walk
walk.
through this. Let's walk through this, and then I'll cover that side as well. So one of the things that law enforcement does, which ICE isn't even a regular law enforcement, they technically are illegally detaining American citizens when they're detaining American citizens. That's not actually something that is in the purview of their that's not something that they're allowed to do. But it's technically considered a legal gray area because how can you make the distinction whether or not someone is illegal, an undocumented immigrant, or a regular, documented U.S. citizen? But basically, what Jonathan Ross did in the process of executing Renee Good was violate a bunch of different things that he was not supposed to do. He was not supposed to approach the vehicle from the angle that he approached. He was filming himself. He pulled his service weapon out and he shot Renee Good. And 2 of the shots actually landed after Renee Good had completed the turn. The first shot landed when the trajectory of the car was very clearly moving out of the direction. You can see that on numerous camera angles as well. And then they stopped her from actually receiving medical care as well. There was a physician on the site. They told him, no, you can't come in. And she bled out for 8 whole minutes, according to the doctors that treated her after she got to the hospital. Like, there were so many different issues there, right? I think we all want law enforcement. We want law and order, but we can't let bad cops and bad ICE agents, which are even worse than cops to begin with, get away with this kind of criminal behavior. Otherwise, we're going to have lawlessness and disorder, right, Bob?
No, you would have had no problem with this if she just did what she was told. And by the way, you're already calling it an execution. I don't remember seeing a trial or anything.
There's not going to be one.
Well, that's the whole problem.
Oh, well, there you go. She was in the wrong and she got popped.
No. The problem is cops are not supposed to be judge, jury, executioner. He's not even a cop. He's an ICE agent. Okay. But ICE agents are not supposed to be judge, jury, executioner. There was no due process, right? It's one of the most American concepts that even, a filthy un-American commie such as myself actually ride for. You know, I love the First Amendment and I certainly love due process. So when a member of law enforcement ends up shooting and killing someone on the spot, they're actually denying that person.
Hold it. You said ICE is not a member of the law enforcement. So go back and retract this.
No, ICE is not. I said
Oh,
ICE
no,
is
you
law
said
enforcement. They don't have the same
You said
level
that.
of.
Okay.
No. You misunderstood me, Bob. I'm saying
Oh, I did.
ICE is a federal law enforcement that is acting in the capacity of doing immigration enforcement. And as a part of that, they're technically not allowed to detain American citizens, but because they can't figure out who's an American citizen and who's not an American citizen, they take advantage of the legal gray area. And if they can do that, and they can avoid due process in that regard, if they can use administrative warrants to go into people's houses, they can one day come to your house too. And I don't think you want to live in a country like that, right? Where, you know, members of law enforcement are not doing their jobs appropriately.
But are you worried about them coming to my house? Because
Yeah,
you know what
I worry a little bit about your house.
I mean, I have a bakery. We run cookies that literally say "fuck ICE."
And you run your mouth. Yeah.
Right. That's my right as an American. That's freedom of speech.
That's right.
So to take that away is un-American.
Can
so
I say
coming to
something?
my home to arrest me for freedom of speech is wrong. You see that, right?
Depends on what you're promoting.
So you do not believe in freedom of speech.
No, I don't
Only
believe
if it suits you and Donald Trump.
There's no reason.
I've said this before. There's a fine line in the protesting, the rioting, the consequences once you step over the line. If I was out in my street right now, well, let me start this way too. I've watched that clip over and over, all different angles. I've even watched the clip the 3 minutes prior before she got shot. I wasn't there. You guys weren't there. So going on all the clips, on everything I've read and pulled from all the different sites, then you make your own judgment call. When I first saw some of that and hadn't seen all of the clips and everything, I was going, oh my gosh, that's not right. That's terrible. But then once I watched more clips and where they slowed it down and I could hear different things and I could hear the police say, get out of the car, get out of the car. I said, my God, why didn't she get out of the car?
I'm not getting out of the car.
Yeah.
Does that mean I deserve it?
We don't want that. I don't want it for anyone, including you and Chad. So quit trying to put words in your mouth like you always do.
You should be smart enough not to take the chance.
If I was in
I don't even think ICE should be defunded. I don't believe that ICE should exist. Why am I complying with this?
You know what? We wouldn't have ICE if we had a secure border.
If we hadn't had Joe Biden's open borders, we wouldn't need ICE.
I really believe that.
It all comes back to Biden.
Why are y'all laughing? No, it was the border. We just let anybody and everybody in.
Like Renee Good, they let her across the border.
Tell us what your thoughts are on that.
Renee Good didn't cross the border.
Yeah, you can't catch Bob like that. Bob is real MAGA. That's crazy. I saw what Chad was doing, Bob. I got your back.
Yeah.
I got your back.
I was trying to trick him.
Yeah.
He got me.
He's doing liberal mind games here. I noticed that. I'm with you.
Chad
I'm with you
always
all the
tries
way.
to trick us.
I literally never try to trick you. What are you talking about?
You
know how
tried to
many
trick us
DMs
with
I
the
get?
med bag. You
What's
tried
that?
to trick us with Bible quotes. You always try to trick us.
Trump thought it was real. I'm not tricking you. He fucking is tricking you.
I think the med bed is real too, by the way. So I just want to point
My
that
dad
out.
thought he was going to get one. Thought he was going to get a free med bed from Donald Trump.
Bob, I think that's
I'll
aspirational.
be right back. He has to go to the restroom. I'm sorry.
Okay,
He'll
well,
be
Bob,
right
before you
back.
go to the restroom, I think that's aspirational, and I like that you wanted a med bed.
Yeah, I want one too. I just don't think they're
I
real.
want one too.
Yeah, there you go. That's like, okay, how about if instead of med beds for all, we do Medicare for all? What do you guys think about that?
Well, that is. He just said no as he's running to the bathroom.
We heard Bob.
Oh my God.
Right, but Mom, you believe in universal health care. You think that everyone should have health care, yeah?
Everyone deserve health care. Of course they do. Of course they do. And we do have it. I mean, if there was someone without health care and they got injured, they go to a hospital and they do get care. They either write off their big bills or they let the people pay it off in segments, because I have friends that way that have no health care themselves. They can't afford it right now. So when they get hurt, they do go to the hospital, Haley, and they get fixed up.
You're missing the point. So people who have universal health care in other countries, part of their taxes kick into that. Okay. So when you go to the doctor, you're paying $20 for a fucking surgery. Here in the United States, we're screwed. Okay. Premiums are at an all-time high. A surgery here for anyone is thousands, tens of thousands of dollars.
Yes.
That sends you into medical bankruptcy. You're done.
Not bankruptcy. They will help write it off. But I do believe our medical is out of control. It needs.
What kind of magical write-off are you talking about?
Let's see, it was 500,000 or 600,000. I had a friend with a bill that high. It was an emergency, and they wrote it off and helped her with it.
Let me ask the three of you: do any of you or all of you know the difference between Medicare and Medicaid?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know the difference?
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm a professional
Medicaid.
political commentator for like the past 12 years. I'm very familiar.
Okay.
All right. So
Bob liked that
Medicare,
one.
Medicare is for people who have worked and contributed to the fund. If you never had a job, you don't deserve Medicaid or Medicare. You're on Medicaid, which that bill that you say, who forgives the bill? The hospital lets you walk through the emergency room for free, and you know who pays that bill? Me and your mother.
Okay.
Not always, I don't.
But listen, I'm cool with paying for people to have medical benefits. That doesn't bother me. So if we could live in a country where like we're all kicking in and everybody gets insured, I'm down for that. I don't want somebody to go to the hospital and not be able to get life-saving care. Like, I don't want that. Why do you want that?
I don't think there's a place like that now.
I don't care whether they do.
Every other place is
I
like
don't
that.
want to pay for it.
Every other country is like that. Like we are the only country. We're unique in the sense that we have medical bankruptcy as a concept here in this country, and it is an incredibly costly endeavor because we don't have socialized healthcare in this country. We are we do. We have it for you, Bob. You get Medicare. It's one version of that, but even then, the entire reason why healthcare is as costly as it is because we have this parasitic middleman called healthcare providers, insurance providers, that are actually not working to make this cheaper at all. And as a matter of fact, they benefit from how costly healthcare is in general. If this entire industry did not exist, and it doesn't exist in many other countries, as a matter of fact, like I said, we are unique in the sense that we have private healthcare in the way that we do, and we have no alternative. We have no government alternative. That is the reason why healthcare is so costly in this country. So if we were to abolish the private healthcare sector in its entirety and have the government control this healthcare process, it would literally be cheaper for every single person, including yourselves. You would be paying less for your healthcare. Well, maybe not you guys because you're on Medicare, but you'd be paying less for your healthcare overall, and you would be paying it in the form of taxes, and everyone could just go to the hospital and get preventative care and not just only exhaust the hospitals at the point of no return when they have to use an emergency room.
Tell us about Obamacare then. Why was that not any good? And like premium sky high and...
Because Obamacare Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act, was actually created, and this might come as a surprise to you guys, by Republicans in a right-wing think tank called the Heritage Foundation in the 90s, right? And it was first implemented by Romney in the state of Massachusetts. The reason why they created this healthcare system was because they wanted an alternative to socialized medicine. They wanted to make sure that we don't get Medicare for all. So they were like, here, this is the alternative. It's still a subsidy. It's still a subsidy to private insurance. I don't want private insurance to exist in the country. Or if it exists, I want it to be heavily regulated. And I want that private insurance to only cover things that are, like plastic surgeries or whatever, and not life-saving or preventative health care that everybody needs to get. This would make this process would make the entire system more affordable overall. It would be less costly, it would be more affordable, and it would be more efficient.
Okay.
But Dad, you're against that. We heard you while you're peeing say no, you don't want this.
I'm for having free insurance for people who've paid into the fund.
Okay, like taxes.
Beyond that, you've got an argument with me on who gets it and who don't.
But tell me then, why is Obamacare like they said now the premiums are like sky high?
Double, triple.
Yeah, the reason why is because they did not tackle the private function of healthcare. Healthcare makes money off of denying you healthcare coverage. You pay into it,
Right.
and then they do everything in their power to make sure that they don't pay your hospital bill. That's how they make money. Okay, so it's working against your interests.
Is that Medicare?
No, just healthcare in general. I'm saying like private healthcare makes money.
We don't get denied anything in Medicare.
What did you?
They
I'm
just
sorry.
pay.
What?
I said you're wrong about us having to pay extra for health care above and beyond what we're paying for Medicare. That's not true. That's a false statement.
There's some things that have to be pre-authorized though now.
But we get it all covered.
Okay, so yeah,
We're not dribbling out the back door
because we're old.
No, I know. That's why I'm saying everyone should
have this
pay into it with taxes, and obviously not like children or the elderly that are no longer working, but everyone should pay into it and have one major pool of tax funded healthcare that we take out of.
Change? It won't change until Democrats and Republicans agree on it, and we'll be dead by then.
But there's also these powerful lobbyists that are in the medical insurance field that are paying all these politicians to make sure a bill like that would never pass. It's all about money and whose pocket can get greased so that this will never happen in this country. And you understand that Donald Trump is a part of that. All he cares about is money.
Okay, no. He cares about America.
What we just talked about the $500 million he's got parked at a bank account in Qatar that he got from selling the Venezuelan stolen oil. You don't think he cares about money?
Yes, so we can move it around.
Move it around for what though?
Bank account?
He's going to make sure it goes to the right place.
Benefit people.
Oh. There's a lot of belief in Trump. I'm wondering what he has done for you specifically that you feel like has improved your life specifically that makes you feel confident that he's got your best interest in mind.
Well, since he became president, we're making more money than we ever have in our life without working.
My gasoline was the cheapest this
We're
morning
getting
I've
more.
ever seen
We're
it.
getting more Social Security. We're getting higher interest rates on our money that we have in the bank, and we're doing damn well.
See, what you have to understand is that they have zero empathy for others. So it's like a me. So as long as I'm benefiting, as long as I'm winning, that's all that matters. It's the same with healthcare. You guys are covered. You guys are insured. To hell with everyone else. You have this mental block where you just do not give a shit about anyone else.
You're fighting mad today, Haley, aren't you?
Dad's nodding. What do you mean? Dad's agreeing with her.
Every day. I live in
care
this
about it.
country and I read the news every day. I can't help but be mad.
I'm sorry you feel that way.
So
I care about other people.
You have alternatives. If America's not right for you, hit the road.
Where would you go, Haley?
Waiting for midterms to see how this goes.
You know what you do? You move to some country that's got health care for everybody and see how your lifestyle is.
I mean, that's Switzerland. I'd give anything to live there. That's Scotland. Name a Nordic country, name a European country. You're not understanding because you've never traveled outside this country. But there are places that are much better when it comes to healthcare.
Oh,
we've had this discussion before.
But then you got to put up with the rest of the bullshit,
Dad,
which isn't as good as here.
Don't listen to Dad.
The what's not as good as here?
Like constitutionalizing abortion in France, because I'm down for that. I live in Texas, one of the most oppressive states in the entire country.
You pick one thing that's good out of a country, and that's going to make you move there. That's not too bright.
I mean, I think a lot of stuff that's pretty good. Europe has its own issues as well, and so do these other countries. But there's a lot of stuff that their governments do right, and I think it's important to learn from those lessons and try to incorporate them here to make America great, like truly great. So, as far as like universalizing the pain, one angle that I wanted to talk about is homelessness, right? Like, there's a lot of homeless people on the streets, and I don't think anybody wants to see other human beings living out on the streets, right? Like, you guys don't like that, right? It shows that this is like a chaotic system.
Well, I agree with you on that.
Yeah. So would you say that is a byproduct of the government failing?
Not necessarily. I think there's a lot of other things that contribute to homelessness. Half those people are drug addicts and they choose to be homeless. So I don't think you can blame that on the government.
Okay,
You
no
think
one
homeless people
chooses
choose
to
to be
be
homeless?
homeless.
The only thing I would say the government did wrong with the homeless people is encourage them to be addicts over the last couple of years.
What?
They make up, they open up places where they can go in and get their drugs for free and let them go out and lay on the
You're
street.
insane.
I mean, you look at
What?
San Francisco, hell, they take a crap on the street.
He's talking about safe needle injection sites and things like that. They've
Yeah.
actually been very successful, especially the mass distribution of Narcan under Biden, who I hate, by the way, just so you know. That's not even a joke. I hate Biden. Wasn't a big fan of Kamala either. Not a big fan of the Democratic Party. But, you know, that's maybe an area that we can agree on. Having said that, of course,
Where are you?
What?
Where do you stand? What,
Well,
are
I
you
stand
like
firmly
liberal?
outside of the American two-party system. I'm much further to the left than at least this current iteration of the Democratic Party.
This is something that we talk about on our show a lot too. Haley and I are very similar to that. And you
We are
guys
not
always look at
Democrats.
us and you're like, you love Biden, you're Democrats. And it's like, no, we're not really.
No.
We're just very much against Trump and very much not right. But the two-party system, Haley and I also think is, I mean, it just doesn't work. We're at a point where we're
Correct.
seeing the complete failure of it now and the ability for an authoritarian to come in and exploit it for personal gain. But you guys think we are like hardcore Biden supporters. That has never been the case.
Here's what I don't understand: why you and Haley don't love the American flag. You don't have patriotism. Okay, now hush. Y'all laugh at this one. I sat at my father's funeral with the gun salute going off when they handed me the perfectly folded triangle flag for my father's service.
Yeah,
And that's gut-wrenching to me.
sure.
That's the reason you get to sit here and run your mouth.
I had so much pride that day, and that's the stuff that you guys will never feel, and that makes me sad.
That object. Sorry, Haley, go ahead.
There's I think innately, like within me, even since I was a kid, like stand and do the Pledge of Allegiance. In my mind, I'm telling myself, you can't tell me what to do. I'm not gonna follow this shit blindly.
Okay.
And so
But
I've
you
just
were a rebellion a long time ago. You were
Like
a
when
rebel.
you were like 6 or
You're
7.
a rebel.
Woo.
You're a rebel.
You had a grip on it.
okay. So
It's the flag is just a
There-
symbol,
there-
but it's interestingly in this country because of like burning of the flag is part of freedom of speech. But Trump says that should be outlawed, and we're
Not
going to
anymore.
throw you in jail
Anymore,
for
you're
it.
gonna-
Not anymore, it isn't. You go to
jail.
jail now, buddy.
Right. So,
I just
Dad,
don't-
10 seconds ago, you were like, "That's your freedom of speech." Now you're shitting on freedom of speech.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
this is
What-
not the country that I anticipated like raising children in. And again, like when I was younger, I didn't really pay attention to politics, but as I became older, became a parent, everything really clicked and I started to recognize that this isn't the actual country I thought it was. And as I'm living through again, Texas, one of the most oppressive states in the United States, I don't want to be here. You know, I wake up every day with anxiety just reading another story about just atrocities happening right
How'd
in
your
my
kids-
backyard.
How'd your kids turn out, in your opinion?
My kids are awesome.
All right.
And they grew up
and
in
they grew up in
Texas.
the United States of America
And Texas.
under our flag.
That what?
You think
And
the
you
flag
wanna-
made them good kids?
No.
Okay.
It's under the flag of America.
Like
Yeah.
pride
You
for
know
your
what the
country.
flag?
I
You
don't.
don't. You two don't even understand what that damn flag stands for.
Shouldn't have brought up
It
the
isn't
flag.
about. It isn't about you and your kids. It's about the thousands
that
of,
died
of
for our freedom.
soldiers who have died
For our freedom.
to let you sit here and run your mouth.
For our freedom.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
I think the flag represents the people, right? Without the people, there is no nation.
Right.
And I think
Right.
it's the most patriotic thing you can do to want what's best for your country and want what's best for your fellow countrymen, right? Do we agree on that?
Yes.
It depends on who you consider to be my fellow countrymen.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not
Well,
everybody. Not everybody who resides in the United States is a fellow countryman to me.
well,
Okay.
I think America actually is, here's another thing that I love about America. America actually is one of the few countries on the planet where what you're saying, Bob, is actually entirely incorrect. There is never, with the exception of, Native Americans that have been here before our forefathers got here, every single person in the United States of America that came to the United States of America that became, multiple generation Americans came from somewhere else, right?
Right.
That's correct, right, Bob?
Dad, what are you doing? You watching Newsmax? What's going on over there?
No.
You're staring into
I
space?
turned it off.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
But Bob, you agree with that, right? Like, I mean, your great grandparents probably came here at a certain point, right?
Yeah.
Where'd they come from?
Germany, Luxembourg.
Okay. And they became American, and you became American as a part of that. And I think there's no difference between your great grandparents when they first came here and were regarded as being swarthy and not Anglican blood, as Benjamin Franklin once famously wrote about, when they were initially considered not real Americans. I'm sure they experienced some of that same exact bigotry that you're dishing out right now. But I think that's the beauty of America, is that people come in from all different parts of the world. And over 2 generations, they become American.
Oh, yeah? Yeah. So you believe that's what Somalia is up to right now? They're going to become second generation of patriot Americans?
They already have. Somali Americans are 95% American citizens.
Yeah, and they're all bad.
They're all bad. All Somalis are bad.
Jesus. Yes.
Okay. I don't think so, but I don't think there's a difference. Here's the big point of contention, right?
God.
I don't think someone coming from a different country and then coming to the United States of America has a different set of values or a different set of interests than someone like yourself. They all want a roof over their heads. They want a hot meal on their table. They want clothes on their back, and they want a better future for their children. And I think that is what unites all of us all around the world, as a matter of fact. Whether they're coming from Somalia or whether they're coming from Germany, it doesn't change that. It doesn't change that at all.
What'd you say, Dad?
I said, yeah, we're all getting along really well too.
You know what, though, when my great grandparents, they came across Ellis Island, all of that, they had to put down where they were going, where they were traveling, where they wanted to farmstead. Within, I think, 3 years, if I remember the story right, my grandmother said, then they did have to say they were citizens. They wanted to become citizens and sign a document of something and know English. So
okay, that's really interesting you're saying that, because that's precisely what happened with the Somali population.
But
they're here for a wrong reason.
What do you think their reason is?
Reference.
I think they're here to actually cause chaos and corruption and take over the United States.
There sure is a lot of fraud in Minnesota.
And they're stealing money to get away with it.
And you think this is happening 100% blanket? As you said earlier, all of them are bad. You believe every Somali in the United States is part of this scheme?
I think they live in that neighborhood, and they've got that mindset. Yes.
They're not all bad. He's wrong.
I don't know any of them.
Yeah,
but you know they're all bad?
Yes.
Yeah.
So how are you coming to that conclusion? This is Newsmax. Look, I started
schools. You set up schools with no kids in them. Get paid $800 a day per child. And what are they doing with that money? They're sending it back home.
Okay, well, they can do whatever they want with the money they make. I started watching Newsmax because of you guys. I watch it for about at least 10 or 15 minutes a day. All they're doing right now is just pumping that Somali fraud shit straight into your brains 24 hours a day. That's what essentially their whole channel is doing that now. And you guys believe it because you're not watching anything else.
I need to switch gears here for a second, because the thing that you're saying about Somalia is, like, you've seen one case of fraud, and it was actually a white woman that set the entire fraud thing up. It's called, her name was Amy Bach. But yes, a lot of the co-defendants, the overwhelming majority of the co-defendants in this one specific case where they were taking money from the government to feed children, they were actually misattributing the funds and putting them back directly in their pockets. And the majority of the co-defendants were Somali. So that doesn't mean that all Somalis are engaging in this. Just like Donald Trump is, of German descent, and he was responsible for he's criminally liable for fraud. But I don't think every single German American is also doing fraud in the same exact way. That's just one individual case. But the question I have for you is, who do you think is a larger burden on American taxpayers in terms of like constantly receiving funds and never giving back, Israel or Somalia?
Well, on a scale, it's got to be Israel.
Oh, okay. So I think we have another area of agreement here. What do you guys think about Israel?
I want to know.
You love them.
Oh, no.
The only thing that stand between us and Iran.
You know what? I'm not even going to talk. That's okay. Never mind.
What do you mean? Mom, you got something to say? Say it.
I don't think she likes Israel.
I think they had something to do with Charlie. I really think they had something to do with Charlie.
What do you think they had to do with it?
You've been watching that Candace Owens?
Yeah.
I do watch her, but just some things are just not adding up. I like at night sometimes when I can't sleep, I'll just start clicking on stuff and reading. I'm very sad. I'm very sad what happened to him. I don't think we're ever going to figure it out, or at least if someone knows, they're not going to tell us the truth. It scares me. Now that I don't know his wife, but some things are just not adding up now. I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, another area of somewhat agreement. Okay, that's good. Bob, what do you think? You think Benjamin Netanyahu slimed Charlie Kirk?
Do I think he did what?
Slimed him, like he iced him. He killed him.
Analyzed him.
Oh, do I think that Netanyahu killed him?
Yeah.
I don't think Netanyahu necessarily killed him, but it wouldn't surprise me if the Israelis had something to do with it.
Okay.
Can I ask you this question too? I've asked this to a couple of my friends, and they're like, I don't know, Meredith. Why can we not say someone was killed anymore? We have to use that word unalive.
It's TikTok. It's TikTok because TikTok terms of service bans you if you say killed. I say killed. I was just joking when I said slimed. I say killed all the time. You can say whatever you want, just not on TikTok, I guess.
Yeah.
I thought that, well, it's cultural then. It's like a cultural thing.
Mm-hmm. But other than Charlie Kirk, other than your attitudes about Charlie Kirk and Israel's potential involvement in his assassination, you guys are huge supporters of Israel and everything they're doing right now.
Yeah, they have to be stronger than anybody else in the Middle East.
And
we have to maintain that.
Something's fishy with Charlie. You met Charlie, didn't you?
It's not about
I've
you.
debated him. Yeah, I debated him twice, and I was supposed to debate him before he got killed, maybe potentially by the state of Israel. I was supposed to debate him 2 weeks prior to his assassination.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yikes. So were you friends with him, you think? Or
no. Not even a little bit.
You didn't like his views or anything?
No, not even a little bit. I mean, back in the day, in private, I looked back at our back and forth conversations all the way back in like 2017, where he was actually very worried about how racist some Republicans were getting. He even told me that comparison between the Klan and Antifa is ridiculous. I believe he might have even written an article about it at the time, or said he was going to write one. But I think slowly but surely he also became that person that he was critical of. He would be considered woke by today's standards, at least back in 2017. But I'm not very fond of Charlie Kirk or his opinions. That's why I was going to debate him. But in any case, so you like that Israel got $300 billion in the last 80 years from American taxpayers?
If you're asking me, the answer is yes.
Okay, you do. All right, got it. Okay. You don't think that those funds should have been appropriated to, you're fixing your infrastructure, paying for healthcare, paying for education, things like that?
Not above that. We need stability and somebody with a backbone in the Middle East, or we'll get run over.
So you don't actually believe America first?
Yes, I do.
Okay. No, I think Bob is saying that Israel is like protecting America from scary Muslims, right? That's what you think, right, Bob? Is that what's going on?
No, it's just the Middle East, period.
Uh-huh. Okay.
There are other people other than scary Muslims in the Middle East.
Yeah, no, scary Arabs, okay, and Muslims and Christians. So,
well, they've been fighting for hundreds of years.
That's also not true, but
it is true. How long was the Crusades? How far back does that go?
Wait, what do you mean they? Do you think the Crusades were Arab infighting?
Christians against Muslims. It was Christians,
no, it was
against,
Christians
Muslims.
against Muslims and Jews, ironically enough, or at least the Jews that were there at the time. But that was the Europeans. That was the Europeans coming into this area and trying to dominate it, like European Christians.
Don't try to tell me that Christians and Muslims haven't been fighting for hundreds of years, because they have. Anything you got to say about that, that's contrary to that, is just a lie, and you're pulling it out of the air.
But that's not. I'm confused by this because the Crusades is one thing.
They're paper thin. There's nothing behind them.
No, the Crusades is totally irrelevant to when people say, "Oh, they've been fighting there for hundreds of years," right? They're usually talking about Jews and Muslims, because that's what this conflict has been reduced to, which is wrong. That's the wrong interpretation.
I don't know what other people are talking about. I'm talking about the Crusades, where Muslims were fighting Christians.
Yeah, because Christians were coming in to kill Muslims.
Those are hundreds of years ago.
Okay, but how is that relevant to Israel?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. And so because of that, you're cool with $300 billion.
Why are you jumping over to Israel? What I'm telling you is Christians have been fighting Muslims for hundreds of years. That's a fact check. And you can sit here and blow smoke up your listeners' asses, but I'm not going to.
Okay.
No. But you brought it up.
Israel has nothing to do with the Crusades.
Wait, why'd you bring it up then?
Now we're at the point where we need somebody in the Middle East to keep a rein on everybody, and the only country we can count on is Israel.
Okay, I'm a little bit confused by what you're trying to say here, because we were talking about Israel. You brought up the fact that they've been fighting for hundreds of years. I asked who you mean by they. You said Christians who invaded the region. And that's a little bit confusing to me, because like what's going on in Israel right now is not relevant to the Crusades. I don't think so. I don't know why you brought it up.
Well, what you're doing is you're mixing two different stories.
No, you brought it up.
No, you're mixing up two different stories. The Christians and the Muslims were fighting hundreds of years ago.
But Bob, I didn't bring up the Crusades. You did.
Israel trying to maintain authority in a bad region.
Okay.
I'm trying to understand why you brought up the Crusades in this situation. I guess is it because like the Muslims, if they're not constantly being dominated, they'll like take over? Is that what it is?
No, they try to dominate Christianity. They're doing it now.
Okay.
You don't get that? If you don't get that, I don't know what you're doing.
You think Muslims are trying to dominate Christianity?
Yes.
Where are they? In America, they're doing this?
It's happening everywhere. Starting in America right now.
It's starting in America right now.
It started in America. It started happening in America probably, I would say, year 1 or 2 of the Obama administration.
Oh. And you think Trump is fighting against it now? He's aware of it and fixing that problem?
Trying to stand up for it, yes.
Okay.
Wait, how do you feel about Trump being buddies with my buddy Zoran, who is Muslim? I'm Muslim too, by the way, but that's besides the point. But I am actually trying to do taqiyya, Bob. I don't know if you know what that is.
Don't know what it is. Are you trying to take over the country?
Yeah, I'm trying to take over the country. Yeah, I want to do.
Then I don't like it anymore.
Trying to make America great again.
Yeah, I'm trying to take over the country and do woke Sharia. Yeah. You know how we got ICE agents right now? I want to make sure that they're all transgender ICE agents going door to door to make sure that everyone is saying their pronouns.
That's funny. I think we need to switch topics. Can I be the assistant here to switch?
What do you have something you want to say, Mom? Do you have another topic?
But it's none of this.
Okay.
What about those Clintons? They got subpoenaed, but they're not going to go. They both declined.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about that?
I hope
They need to be held accountable.
you know what I think about that?
Yes.
When
I'd
I
like to
voted
know
for
your
Donald Trump
opinion.
illegally, in the state of
Yes.
Pennsylvania, even though I don't reside there,
How did you do that?
I looked through, I scoured the database in residence homes, like old folks homes, and I wrote in someone else's name that had just passed away. I had a bunch of undocumented immigrants send me. Yeah, I had a bunch of a network of undocumented immigrants in Pennsylvania, and they gave me
How do
the
you know it got
details.
counted?
What?
He's teasing.
Now, how do you know that vote got counted?
I don't.
You don't.
I don't,
Yeah.
but Trump won, luckily. But what I was trying to say is in 2016, when I voted for him illegally, I was very disappointed because he said lock her up, and he didn't end up
Right.
locking her up at all.
He didn't. He felt sorry for her.
Yeah, that was messed up. I think he should have locked her up.
I do too. I really do. Do you
Yeah.
believe that?
Yeah, I do.
I
Yeah,
do.
and Bill Clinton, too.
Well, he did different things. Yeah, and now we're
Might
finding
get
out all
another
kinds
shot
of
at
things.
it.
You guys,
Yeah.
the Clinton thing is they're subpoenaing them over Epstein files shit. You guys are so up the ass. Oh, these Clintons, they're trying to dodge the subpoena, blah, 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 blah. But you don't give a shit about the fact that the DOJ is now criminally breaking the deadline of when they were supposed to release all the Epstein files. And they keep coming out every other week. Oh, we found 50 million more Epstein files, but they're releasing none of them. You don't care about
Yeah,
that at all.
We talk about this every time on our podcast. Yes, they need to be released, all of it. And if Bondi's not going to do it, get her ass out of there and get somebody in that will.
Well, but Trump is
here we go.
protecting him. Trump is protecting
That's
Bondi.
what Chad said. Here's what I think. I think it's somebody over Trump's head. Who did we
Ooh.
talk about before?
Shadow government type of shit.
Israel. I think there are players in this way above Trump.
You think it's Netanyahu doesn't want the Epstein files released?
I think there's players way above his head not wanting it released from other countries.
Shit.
Okay. I mean, Israel is all over the Epstein files. This is true. Not Benjamin Netanyahu, but former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Barak, is a close and personal best friend of Jeffrey Epstein. And he was hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein all the way up until like 2016, 2017. A tranche of emails have been released that detail the long relationship that Jeffrey Epstein has had, not only with the state of Israel, but also with key figures in the United Arab Emirates as well, which is another big player in the region and aligned with Israel. So all of that stuff. So Israel is seemingly dominating America in many very meaningful ways, right? And yet Bob still says we got to give him $300 billion. What's going on there, Bob?
There's nothing going on. We're trying to get Israel strong.
Get them strong. Do you look at what they're doing on the world stage right now and think they're weak?
Right.
I think they are right now demonstrating their strength. But prior to that, I think there's a lot of people in the Middle East that didn't think they'd ever pull the trigger.
No, I think everyone in the Middle East knew that they were continuously pulling the trigger. That's why they've been resisting against Israel for 80 years now.
Not in a big way. They can put a hell of a lot more heat on that region.
Wait, Israel can? Is that what you're saying?
In what way?
Yeah.
You're talking about nuclear war or something?
Yeah, whatever they want to do.
Okay. So you would be fine with Israel dropping a nuclear bomb?
On Iran.
Okay.
So you want Israel to bomb Iran. So but as far as like Israel basically using American politicians like a flesh puppet, like you're fine with that. You don't think that is part of the reason why they get $300 billion over the course of the past 80 years?
That's probably the reason they did get it.
Okay.
I wish Iran would take care of their own business. I don't want to get involved there. I don't think our United States should get involved with Iran. They need to take care of their own business. I'm sad for the people that are getting killed there, the protesters and whatever is going on there. I'm very sad, but we don't need to get involved in that one. They need to take care of their own business.
Yeah.
All right.
But Trump is saying that he wants to get involved. He's making open threats of getting heavily involved. So you're against Trump in that way.
I don't agree with everything he does, but he's my president, so I support him.
Okay.
Okay. I don't want him to go into Iran.
Okay. Would you be in support? You said you want Iran to take care of its own business. I agree with you there. It's non-interventionist policy, even though we have been intervening in Iran's business for quite a while, including but not limited to these crippling sanctions that we've put on the Iranian government that has destroyed its economy. Outside of the state being very repressive and killing protesters and things like that, and following some very rigid rules that people are obviously very dissatisfied with, the sanctions have played a big role. Would you be in favor of reducing the sanctions as if Iran said, we're not going to build any more nuclear weapons, we're not even going to attempt to do that? Would you be fine with that?
Yes, I would.
What about you, Bob?
Nope, because I don't trust them.
I was going to say, I'm not sure we could trust
You
them.
can't, anything that comes out of their mouth, you can just wipe your butt with it.
So what if you had Americans that would go into these nuclear facilities, or maybe like international, like a bunch of international agencies that could go into Iran and look at these facilities to make sure that they're not like enriching uranium?
No, international agencies, no. They did that
then
before.
Americans.
And look what happened.
Americans.
American.
Yeah, if they were American scientists that we
Mm-hmm.
know we can trust, I'd go for that.
Okay. What would you say if I told you that Barack Obama did exactly what you just agreed to? It was called the JCPOA. In exchange for sanctions relief, there was an agreement that was set forth in Iran.
$7 billion in cash. I got it.
Didn't he give him the count?
No, that's not what we're talking about. That was Joe Biden. But that was their own money anyway. We
No,
were
you're
stopping.
wrong. You are dead wrong on that. That pallet of cash came from Mr. Obama.
Okay. Oh, I thought you were talking about the $6 billion of frozen funds that that Joe Biden unfroze. But here's the thing.
Okay.
Here's the thing. So Barack Obama did exactly what you said would be a positive improvement for our relationship with Iran.
And it didn't work. So I'm not going to try it
No,
again.
it actually was working, as a matter of fact.
You
It was
know,
actually so successful until Donald Trump came in at the behest of
Hit me
Israel
in the
and
face
threw
with the
that
board
aside.
once, your fault. Hit me in the face with a board twice, my fault.
That's George
So
W.
I
Bush
don't
said
give,
that.
I'm not giving Iran a second chance. I'm not giving Iran a second chance.
Okay,
I want war to
All right, Bob. I'll let the Ayatollah know that you're not giving Iran a second chance. So, but Donald Trump is actually giving Iran a second chance. As a matter of fact, this was a double trick question. As a matter of fact, because Donald Trump is now saying that he wants to deal. He wants to give Iran sanctions relief in exchange for a denuclearization agreement that they can get on board with.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's giving him one more chance, and then he's going to smack him again.
So you agree with that then?
What? That we should send American scientists in?
Yeah.
So you
Is that your
agree
question?
with Donald Trump setting forth a deal in exchange for sanctions relief so that Iran can participate in the global economy and get medicine for their children and get food and do normal trade,
I would agree to anything.
that they will engage in denuclearization.
But it won't take them 2 months before they break the deal.
But they didn't do that last time. And as a matter of fact, Donald Trump was the one who ripped apart the deal because Obama had presented it. And now he's literally doing the same deal potentially.
You're tricking us again.
No. This is actually something that he brought up today.
It's like you guys think everybody's trying to fucking trick you. Trump is tricking you at every turn.
Yeah.
He's taking your money. He's saying this thing Obama did is bad. Then he does the same thing and you love it. Huh?
We can't see your face on the camera because I don't know. I got something weird on the computer. Dad goes, I'm glad we can't see your face.
Okay, great.
Okay. That's
Okay.
nice.
Okay, so it's not actually a trick if you're consistent, right? If you have if you believe that it wouldn't be considered a trick if you agree with both presidents moving in this direction, but it only becomes a trick because there's an inconsistency here where you think when Obama did it, it was bad, but when Trump is doing it, it's good. That's when it becomes a trick. And it's not even a trick at all. It's actually to arrive at a consistent position.
The difference is Obama dumped $147 billion in cash on their back porch. we're not giving them any money. We're just saying, okay, we might let you sell a little bit of oil, and we'll give you a couple, 3 months to see whether you stick to the deal.
It was frozen assets from
and then
oil.
if you don't, we're going to bomb the piss out of you.
No, it's actually frozen assets from Iran selling oil that we froze, that we allowed them to get back.
$500 million in Qatar.
What? What about Qatar?
Isn't that where he sent the money?
Are you talking about Obama or are you talking about Biden? Who are you talking about?
I think you're talking about the Venezuelan oil that he sold.
I'm talking about Trump. Catch up.
Okay.
Okay, but that's not. Are you talking about Venezuelan oil revenue? Is that what you're referencing?
Yeah, I think that's what he's talking about.
Okay. I'm Bob. Your mind is working too fast for me. I'm a dumb commie. So it's just hard. I apologize. So.
Well, you're certainly no accountant. I can see that.
Very good.
How about, I'm going to switch gears. That's okay. I'm acting like I'm the assistant.
Stick to what you're doing.
I'm the assistant host here. What about that, the Medal of Freedom that Obama gave to...
Tom Homan?
Yes.
Yeah,
and
I hate Tom Homan. And I also am not exactly too fond of Obama either.
Okay,
I don't like Obama either. I should have mentioned that.
When Trump tries to acknowledge,
you like anybody?
No.
You got my dad to laugh. That's rare.
That's the two different parts I didn't see in that. Obama can give him the Medal of Freedom, and everybody clapped and cheered.
No, I was booing. I was booing back then. I was around. As a matter of fact, I was a political commentator all the way back in like 2016 and even before then, and I was very critical of Barack Obama's dealing with what at the time was presented as the immigrant crisis. And you asked me, Bob, if I like some presidents. I think as far as American presidents go, it's a mixed bag always, right? But FDR was pretty solid. I would say that Abraham Lincoln was pretty solid, and that's pretty much it. It's a short list.
You don't like anybody who's alive.
Oh, no. I mean, as far as current American presidents that are alive, no, I don't. And I didn't like Carter either, for the record. I was not fond of Carter. He brought about neoliberalization in this country even before Ronald Reagan did.
Right. Yeah.
Who do you want to see as the next president? What's your pick right now?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking you. I'm not asking them. I already know the answer.
Oh, okay. I actually don't know, because right now we have a crowded field. I definitely do not like Gavin Newsom.
Correct.
I mean, people are talking about Jon Stewart. I don't know what his policies would look like. There's people in my chat saying AOC. Obviously, I'm fond of AOC. I know AOC personally. I wish she would be more of a fighter. I wish she would be more aggressive in her commentary and in the way that she talks about these issues. She's definitely one of the better candidates in general. But I don't have any clear this person should be leading America right now. I don't have a pick for that at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Is Jon Stewart actually going to run? I've seen that rumor online, but really?
Jon Stewart?
You don't think it's going to be JD?
Well, I mean, Jesus Christ, Trump, really? At this point.
Yeah,
I think
you guys
JD
want Trump
Vance
again, right?
is tougher than Trump.
What's that?
I think JD Vance would be even more tough than Trump.
Nobody's voting for JD Vance.
Nobody
JD Vance
is
not
voting
going to
for
win.
him.
I think Tucker Carlson is probably a better spiritual successor to Trumpism than JD Vance. You guys like Tucker Carlson?
Really? Yeah, well, I don't know. He's doing different things now. I don't know.
Like what?
He's a little too.
He's not like he used to be. He's
a
going
little
more
too
your
liberal
way.
for you.
You think he's going my way? I think it's just because he's
going your way.
anti-Israel. That's probably the reason why it's being presented as a bad thing. But you're anti-Israel.
Congratulations to JD Vance. They're going to have a fourth little baby running around the White House.
But Mom and Dad, you guys want to see Trump as the president again, right?
No, we do not. I have told you that. He's too old.
You're lying
Don't you
right
have
now.
a hat
You've
that
said this a
has
million times on our
2028
show.
on it?
Oh, you guys are doing so much shit today because we're on
I
this
can't
nice
believe
podcast.
this. You're literally lying, and I don't know
I'm
why.
backing Chad up. This is bullshit.
shit.
You're fucking gaslighting. Gaslight.
We've done
That's
every time he
untrue.
comes out and he's like, I know the Constitution says I can't run, but I'm gonna run anyway. Every time he says that shit, you guys are like, I'd love to see it. You fucking backed up that we don't even need midterms,
God.
Dad.
Yes,
Oh
you
my
did.
goodness. I'll go back on one of our old podcasts that we did. I said, no, I do not want him to run again or be our next president. He's had enough. He's done.
That's
okay. I'll find it on the side.
Find it.
Yeah, find it. Send me that clip.
I'll queue it up.
You're gonna make this
All
with AI, I'm sure.
Okay, so
Go put your big cowboy hat back on.
yeah, no, this one's good for now. It's too heavy on my head. I can't wear the crown like that. It's disrespectful to my goat, my legend Donald Trump. So Bob, you have been noticeably quiet. Do you think Donald Trump should be the next president again?
No.
Oh, okay. All right, good. So you think JD Vance will be able to carry on the flame?
Oh, I think he's going to be tougher on the left than Donald Trump ever dreamed of being.
Wow.
And I'm not positive he will be the Republican nominee anyway.
There is no
Yeah,
MAGA
we like
without
Rubio.
Donald Trump. There
Yeah.
is no MAGA.
What?
Once he's gone, it's over. Like,
You're not gonna buy a
Vance
JD
does
Vance
not
Bible and
command
JD
that
Vance
audience.
cologne.
So wrong.
Look,
Our buddy over here is going to be wearing either JD Vance or Rubio cowboy hat
Eyeliner.
next.
Rubio.
you think Marco Rubio is gonna be the president?
God, he's so sweaty.
I like him.
People
I do like him.
He's not. Trump has this cult of personality thing. You guys are victims to it. That's how he was able to do this. Maybe with a little help from Elon Musk tweaking the numbers by hacking shit. Who knows? But JD Vance doesn't have that. Marco Rubio, no one in the Republican Party has that thing Trump has.
Tucker Carlson does, I think. That's why I said
Really?
Tucker is the
God, I
spiritual.
don't know.
That's why I said Tucker Carlson is the spiritual successor, but he's too anti-Israel. I think that's a big problem for a lot of people in the base of support. But other than that, he is more charismatic, has a better telegenic presence than JD Vance does. JD Vance is too much of a brown noser.
I don't know. I think Tucker Carlson is like, he's a little bit of a dweeb. There's something about him that
Well,
doesn't.
so is JD Vance.
Totally.
He's so
But
weasel.
that's what I'm saying. I don't think either one of them do the same thing to like
You
the
don't
MAGA
think
base that Trump
AOC's
does.
a dweeb?
No, they love her.
She was a damn bartender.
AOC?
for God's
I
sake.
fucking love AOC. I'm voting for her every time. I love
I know
it.
you would.
What
Wait,
about
why don't you
Kamala?
like AOC?
You got a brain the size of a peanut.
Is Kamala coming back?
Jesus Christ.
She has an econ degree from Brown, I think.
No,
right? Brown.
he has a degree from Boston
Or
University.
Boston University. Sorry, not Brown. Well, also a
There
very
you
good
go.
college. Thank you. Wow, you know
Oh, it
AOC
is.
better than I do.
Yeah. What do you think of Boston University, Dad?
Yeah, let me fucking hear that real quick.
Not much.
What?
Oh, it's
Why
woke.
do you guys bring up personal stuff like that on the podcast?
I don't think much
that
of
we
that.
have guests on.
Lay it right on your lap, Chad. I don't think it's a very good school, period.
For reference, one of my children just got into BU, so.
Oh,
We're happy for her. I wish her the best
but
of luck.
it's
I hope
woke.
she's happy.
It's woke now. I mean, it was woke back then too, right? Is that what it is? They're indoctrinating the kids.
No, you're talking about.
I
don't think you get a very good education.
I think, well, it's just very
I think it's too expensive for what you come out the back door with. Your lovely AOC went to the same school, and she became a bartender as soon as she graduated.
Yeah, don't you think that's a problem with the current system that we're operating under though? Like the fact that you go to college, you get a college education, and then you can't actually get gainful employment. What's up?
You have my full support.
Yes.
Okay.
I
Also,
think colleges are overrated, and you don't need to go to one.
I think our education system is just terrible.
I think it's a prestige thing, which absolutely pays you shit when you get out the back door.
yeah, no, I don't disagree with you, which is why I want free college, as is the case in many other countries. As a matter of fact, in a lot of these other countries, they sometimes even pay you to go to college. Did you know that,
I
Bob?
wish they would pay her.
Yeah, I wish free colleges would be here, and I wish our whole education system could be revamped.
I agree with you. There are education system sucks.
They're woke. Your parents are woke.
But this is not real. I remember when we
Your
were.
parents are woke.
They're not. They're
They
doing a
want
little
Medicare-
weird woke
They want
bit.
Medicare for all, and they want free college. They are Bernie voters.
They
You know
aren't
what?
though. I remember when the whole student loan forgiveness thing was going down. We did multiple episodes about that, and you guys
Yeah.
were fucking against it. Dad, you
You
were
were
like, "You gotta
pissed
pay. If you got that
because-
degree, you gotta pay."
Wait, that's the
Well,
old
you
them.
were-
The new parents. They're
Yeah.
on board.
You
All
did
right,
this.
wait
You
a
turned
minute.
them woke just today. It
We're talking
happened
about
right here on
paying-
this
we're
very
talking
show.
about paying- Ask Chad and Haley how much they paid for their school.
Yeah, we don't
For their
need to
college.
do personal stuff on a damn
Yes,
podcast. Stop
we
it.
have discussed
They're
this
dropping
at length on our show
zero.
too. You guys helped
This is
us
what they
with
paid for
our
their
student loans. What's that?
Here's what you paid for your college.
Okay, stop.
Big zero.
Stop.
But
My God.
imagine,
We also had
imagine,
scholarships. We are very grateful for
Yeah.
your financial aid, helping us pay off our student loans and all that.
And what did you do with that degree, Chad? All you do is podcast now.
I know.
That's
It's
right. I'm
believe
with
me,
you, Bob. I'm with you.
My dad doesn't like anything that I do professionally, and for the first 15 years, I was selling TV shows and shit, and I'd still get a call from him once a week. Why aren't you gonna hang this shit up and come do natural gas with me? And I'm like, this is my career, Dad. I'm gonna stay here in LA.
Wait, propane and propane accessories?
Trade natural gas.
Stop it.
I
Hell
never
yeah.
once invited you to trade natural
Yes,
gas.
you did.
First of all,
Yes, you did.
I don't think you'd be worth shit at it.
Yes, you did. We're very proud of both of
Your
you.
dad is
I'm not
Hank
even
Hill.
listening to his bullshit today.
I know.
We love you both. We're very proud of both of you. Haley has her own business. Chad's doing his thing with podcasting. He's a genius. He knows how to do it. He's trying to train me to be a
Why am
podcaster.
I
on
not
the
a
road.
genius?
You're a genius in the bakery business, how to bake things and how to market things. But I'm scared because you crossed the line there with your resist and all that. That scares me.
Wait, what do you mean?
With your
It's a very American thing to resist against, tyrannical governments, even if it's our own government that's behaving like a tyrant. No, that's the whole basis for the Second Amendment.
Until you get death threats and things like that, which we all have gotten. And that's the part where I get scared. Okay.
I
get
get
good
death threats all
ones.
the time as well.
I get the
Unfortunately,
good
it's just
ones, like, yeah,
Well, if you put your cowboy hat back on, you might get a couple more.
you get a couple good ones.
wait. You
couple
think
good ones.
you think people? I don't think that right wingers send more or left wingers send more death threats than right wingers. I mean, obviously, in your situation is a little different because you're mostly receiving them from what I presume is left wingers, but
100%.
But the reality of the matter is, it's actually right wingers by and large that are responsible for a metric ton of the political violence on U.S. soil. I mean, it was a guy who was. I mean, Donald Trump has been shot at, or his attempted assassin Ryan Ruth, even though he was a NATO guy, he voted for Trump back in the day.
When Chad started the podcast, I got the call in the kitchen. He goes, "Mom, you think you'd want to do this? Could you and Dad do this with me once a week?" I was like, maybe. His exact words.
I
Some
think
people
Bob's
will
jealous of
like
the
you
hat.
a lot.
There you are.
Yay!
I think Bob is jealous he doesn't have this rare Trump merch. That's why he keeps bringing it back.
You might have to
kinda
mail that to us.
I might want that.
Okay, so Chad said some people will like you and Dad a lot. Some people will hate you. Will you be able to deal with that? That they're not going to like you at all? I said, yeah, they're going to love me. Yeah. I don't even show him some of the emails I get. They're bad. But then I get some good ones, and I appreciate those.
I mean, I get the most vile shit you can imagine, and it's just plastered across all
love
social
that.
media platforms for everyone to see.
He loves it.
I get all kinds of shit.
It scares me. I know. Not
Wait,
the
Bob,
hat,
you
but
like when Haley's getting death threats? No, you don't like that.
No.
No.
But you
No,
have
you-
said I deserve it. You
Yeah.
say I
No,
deserve
well,
it because I
gotta
like
be
to run my mouth.
Dad, you've
You
said on our
gotta be
show
careful.
when last January, when California, LA specifically, was under threat of all those wildfires, you told me that I deserved to die in them because I was here, making the choice to live in Los Angeles.
You know he doesn't mean that, but we don't like you living in Los Angeles. That is the truth.
Okay,
Death
sure.
trap.
But you guys haven't even been out to visit him, and I don't know how long. I have recently.
years.
He lives in a really nice neighborhood. It's not
I
like
know he
he's
does.
living in the middle of riots.
We've been to his neighborhood. It's very nice.
Look at him making the hat go.
I know. I like the hat.
I like it too. I like it too.
Keep popping in your mouth.
What are you
Is that gum or mints?
What are you
No,
eating?
it's Zin. Because I'm a real American. And
Dad, you'd like Zen. You need to start doing Zen, Dad.
it's nicotine pouches. It's nicotine pouches.
Why aren't you spitting it out somewhere?
Because it's
do
not.
you
It's not snus. It's not like It's not lip.
Tobacco?
It's not the same. Yeah, it's not tobacco. It's just nicotine pouches, so you don't have to spit it.
You're not worrying about cancer.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to live fast and die young and have a handsome corpse.
There you go.
Yeah. That's why I'm in this business where right wingers tell me they want to kill me all the time. But in any case, getting back to it, so you're in favor of free college. You're in favor of free college, free trade schools as well, right? I assume that comes with the territory.
Wait a minute. I didn't say free college.
Yeah, we did.
What I said is you don't need to go to college to get a degree that pays you shit.
Yeah, but you guys
I never
also.
once said free college.
Oh, so you don't want free college?
What I did say about free college is those two people on your podcast here, they got free college.
Okay, but
I think you can get a great job without a college degree. A great job.
So here's the question though. So you don't want free college, Bob? Like why is it that you don't want free college? Why do you want Americans to not be competitive in the international marketplace? Like why do you want our labor force to be less educated?
I think if you pay enough for college, it can be worth it. But paying $300,000 or $400,000 for a fucking bartender's degree is stupid.
You're just attacking AOC.
I don't understand what you're trying to say though, Bob, because like what if you didn't have to pay for it? As a matter of fact, you don't have to pay for it in many other countries.
You are misunderstanding what I'm saying. Most parents, and especially if there's two of them and they're working, can afford to spend, $150,000 on a college education for one of their children.
Mm-hmm.
But those same two people can't afford $300,000 or $400,000 for one child to go to college at a school that will absolutely bankrupt them when they get out.
Okay, but how about a third option, right? Which is an option that exists in many other countries where
free?
They don't have to. Yeah, free. What's the problem with that?
I don't think you do it for free.
Well, why not?
Somebody has to save up and get that money to go to school and get an education from a university that means
No,
something.
but what? Can you tell me why? Because it's not technically free. It's still paid for with taxes and
I
subsidies.
think the reason why you guys feel this way is because that's what you had to do, and you don't want to see anybody have it easier than you had it.
Yeah, it's why you didn't want. It's why you didn't want loan forgiveness. You're like, well, if I had to work for this shit, you got to also. It's like, you don't believe in the betterment of America. You just want the betterment for yourself, and it's a selfish outlook. Like, why wouldn't you want other generations to come up and be able to go to school without being in debt? Why wouldn't you want that? That makes a better America.
It allows freeloaders to be freeloaders.
If you're going to college,
Freeload for
you
education?
want to learn.
Yeah.
If it's free, you're a freeloader.
Education is education, Bob.
But you still have to get into the college. You still have to go through the application process and be approved, all of this stuff. So it's like if you want to go to Harvard or something, it's still going to be a very stringent application process. It's going to be hard to get into that school. It's not. What's that, Mom?
The student loan forgiveness thing was, it took us years to pay back both of your colleges. We worked hard for that amount of money to pay back your colleges for us to do that.
Right.
And then all of a sudden it's like, you don't have to pay them back anymore.
Okay,
so
let me ask you something. Let me ask you something. Let me ask you a question.
You don't understand.
Okay.
Let me ask you a question. So, sorry to cut you guys off. But Bob, let me ask you a real quick question. So, first of all, you pay for high school as well through your taxes, and I don't think you have a disagreement there. But let's say, God forbid, there was a health scare that you had, and you had to go through, rigorous cancer treatment, right? chemotherapy and all this stuff. And it was you suffered quite a bit throughout that process. And then there was a cancer vaccine or a cancer treatment that was invented. Would you say, oh, don't give everybody else this cancer vaccine because I had to go through chemotherapy, so everyone else should go through chemotherapy as well? You wouldn't say that, right?
No, total different story.
No.
Why is that a totally different story?
Because you're not asking me to pay for something that's already out there.
You're talking about your health, and then you're talking about an education.
Yeah, education is very important for the health of the nation, because we're talking about making America great, right? Because that's what I want. That's on my hat.
Yes,
That's
we
what I
are.
want to do. I want to make America great again, right?
I
So
do too.
the health of the nation requires there to be a well-educated population,
Right.
right? We agree?
But we let 20 million illegal immigrants that have no education just flood the
Oh
market.
my God. What?
Okay, but we're not talking about immigrants right now, but we can get to that in a second.
We switch
Education-
back and forth to whatever you're doing.
Wait, no, I'm just staying on topic because we're talking about free college. We're talking about why
Alright,
it is a
good
must to have educated citizens. Because I'll tell you something, right? So Donald Trump, for example, and this pertains to the immigration stuff as well.
Can I
Donald
ask
Trump
you-
wanted to open up factories, right? Donald Trump wanted to open up factories, and Joe Biden played a role in this as well. There is a Korean factory that was opening up, right? And in the process of building this factory, they had to bring in immigrant workers to build these precise machines that Americans are going to be working on, right? But unfortunately, Americans could not fill that need in the Hyundai facility because they had not gotten the proper education prior. This is a consequence of not funding our educational initiatives and therefore having to make up for it by bringing in migrant workers to fill that need so that Americans can work in that factory in those facilities later down the line.
You're talking about blue collar jobs.
Yeah, the blue collar jobs that Americans will take on eventually.
That's got nothing to do with the college we were talking about before.
We're talking about precise. We're talking about precise manufacturing and like equipment that needs a lot of highly specific technical skills.
We could open some schools and do that stuff if we weren't spending $400,000 or $500,000 to send our kids to Harvard to get a piece of shit paper and have no job when you get out. And I'll tell you how smart you got to be to go to Harvard. Are you a big fan of George W. Bush?
Okay.
He barely crawled out.
Got him zing.
He barely crawled out of Harvard with a degree.
I don't care about Ivy League schools at all. I don't think that says anything. And a lot of rich kids like George W. Bush get into places that they normally wouldn't have been able to get into, but their parents actually pay for like the wing of a library or whatever, and then they end up going to Harvard. I mean,
can I ask
Trump?
you a personal
Trump
question?
is a great example. I mean, he went to Wharton Business School, but
Wharton.
only because his parents were very
Penn.
wealthy.
Yeah.
Right.
Where did
now,
you go?
Who paid for your school?
I did.
Okay.
Good.
I paid for I got a lot of scholarships, and my parents took out student loans at my behest.
Good.
And I was very fortunate that I was able to make a lot of money. And not only did I pay for my own student loans, I paid for the student loan debt relief for my entire family as well, including my parents.
That's good. That's good.
You get applause for that.
I like that.
Yeah, but despite the fact that I paid for
Well, let me ask
my
you
entire
this.
family's student loan debt, I still am very much in favor of making sure that no one else has to go through that process at all, because it shouldn't be up to someone getting incredibly lucky like myself and winning big in this lottery system to be able to get a good education, because I think every American should be well educated. If they want to go to college, they should be able to go to college and not have to worry about the cost. If they want to go to trade school, they should be able to go to a trade school and not have to worry about the cost. But unfortunately, neither party in this two-party system that we have actually wants to do that. And Trump, unfortunately, I hate to burst your bubble here, Bob, but he doesn't want to do that either.
Yeah.
Oh, I know he doesn't.
I agree with you.
Okay.
Wow.
We agree with you on this part.
What?
Okay.
Thank you. This is
They're
unreal.
They're woke.
Wow.
I'm telling
You're
you, they're
turning
woke.
them, dude. I don't know
Having
what to
some
tell-
breakthroughs.
This is insane. I can't believe this.
They're going to be Maoist third worlders by the end of this conversation. So that's the thing.
I
Like
like
they're
your mustache with the hat on.
Yeah, it's the hat that's doing it.
yeah, that's probably what it is.
It's like it's scrambling their brain, and the shit you're saying is actually getting in.
Yeah, no, it's because like I don't care about party affiliations. I don't care about who a person is. They can even be a bad person, but they can technically be a good president. Like Jimmy Carter, good person, horrible president in general. It's how most American presidents work, unfortunately. So I care more about impact. I care about policy, and I care about improving the lives of every single American, regardless of what they believe, even if they don't want it. And that's the reason why I advocate for Medicare for all and free college and things like that, and even a government sponsored jobs program as well, like a federal jobs guarantee.
Dad had a question earlier that he wanted to say. I know. Is he going back to the bathroom?
Yes, restroom break. I'll be right back.
He had some kind of question he was trying to get through earlier. I don't know what it was. I don't know if he can. Can he still hear us? Can he issue the question for the bathroom?
No, he can't hear us.
All right.
No, it's all good. You're woke already. Don't let Bob tell anybody otherwise.
This is something that we talk about on the show with some frequency.
Do not use pronouns.
Yeah.
No way in hell will I use pronouns.
No,
What?
but like your kind of innate persona, Mom, I do think is much more left leaning, and I think you're just in an environment where Newsmax is playing 24 hours a day, and the kind of political news cycle has gotten to the point it's gotten over the past 10 years or so, and I think it has brainwashed you.
I'm just more kind. I'm more kind than your dad. I'm willing to lean a little bit to help other people. I love people.
Yeah.
Well, I don't like a lot of people right now. I'd rather be around my animals than people, but I don't want people to suffer. I don't want to see people killed. I don't like that.
But that's what I'm saying. The guy sitting in that chair next to you very usually does want to see suffering and people killed. He thrives on it. He has glee from that. And I think that affects you when you have to live with this guy since, what were you saying, 50 years you guys have been married, you know?
I know him very well. He says a lot of shit he doesn't mean. He says a lot of shit he doesn't mean.
No, he means this shit.
Come back. We'll finish the show. We're almost done. He's done pretty good, I think.
Yeah, no, Bob is woke. Bob is I'm gonna when our Muslim woke Sharia happens, Bob is gonna be one of the Fedayeen. He's gonna be fighting hard in the protectorate of Oklahoma. He's going to be going door to door, making sure everybody's saying their pronouns correctly.
You guys have said on our show multiple times that you are ready to, quote, fight in the Civil War.
Yeah, on our side.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. How many bathroom breaks are you going to have to take when you're out in the streets fighting in the Civil War, Dad?
One. Because I'm gonna keep shooting until they get me.
Okay.
That is one thing. We are old, okay? We have at the most, I'm saying 8 good years of
When
our
I
lives
lock and
left.
load, it's going to the death.
I think the way you guys think, because you're young, we're old. So when you get to the end like we are, we start thinking a little different. We really do. Like every day is a gift to wake up and be alive. So if somebody is out there doing something in the street to a young kid or an animal that I don't like, I'm going to go out there. I'm going to say something. I don't know if I'd pull a gun or anything, but
ICE agents, would you intervene? If you saw ICE like nabbing a kid, would you intervene?
If I saw them hurting a child or an animal in any way,
they've
whoever's
done both.
out there, I'm going to intervene.
Tracy Nolan killed her puppy. The Department of Homeland Security Secretary, she shot her puppy in the head and then dumped the puppy's body in a landfill. You guys like her?
No, I did read that.
Yeah, that was not good.
We don't agree with that.
Dad,
That's
you
ridiculous.
said you didn't. We talked about this on our show, and you said you didn't care because you grew up on a farm and saw shit like that all the time.
You're right. I didn't. Now, there you go again, putting words in my mouth.
Y'all are putting on.
I think your parents are woke, Chad.
I think they are. They're putting on a little show here today.
I think he just wants to own
Yeah.
the libs, and you're too libbed up. I think that's what it is.
Yeah, it is.
I need a med bed. I need a med bed.
Yes.
You guys don't listen. You just roll your eyes and do whatever you want.
Yeah, med beds for all. I think I would love a med bed as well. I think everybody needs a med bed, but since that's technologically not available right now, the next best thing probably would be to make sure that the current healthcare system that we have is treating everyone, right?
I think it is. I think it is all right.
Yeah, okay. Without medical debt that you have to pay for, because there are a lot of people that will refuse to take medication because it's too costly. I know people that have a hard time paying for medication, like diabetes medication and things like that, where they just choose not to take it because they can't pay for it. And I think that kind of stuff should. Wrong. Yeah, that's not right. That should be. Okay, great. Okay, so we're on board. You want Medicare for all as well. Like it kind of feels like it.
I mean, everybody in our family has gone through some pretty traumatic medical shit. Literally every one of us. If we didn't have good health insurance, we'd be done.
I would say good health insurance. Listen, you have to be wealthy even if you have health insurance in this country. I'm talking about you got to pay deductibles that go all the way up to $7,000, $8,000, $9,000, $10,000 before it kicks in. That's fucking insane. You are fucked in this country if you do not have money, even if you are insured.
I disagree. My friend that I've told you about, her daughter had an ATV wreck. Boom, bad wreck. The whole arm was ripped off. Bad. She had no insurance. That child was fixed. She was fixed. They did all kinds of surgeries. It was over $500,000, and then it was written off.
Medicare.
No, it wasn't Medicare.
Medicaid.
She had to pay part back, but the child was taken care of. So which children are not being taken care of?
Yeah, but it's that's life-changing money that they have to pay, right? And that's actually inefficient anyway. Because if there was Medicare for all, if we had a socialized healthcare system, that bill wouldn't be $500,000 to begin with, and there would be no bill at all, as a matter of fact. And they wouldn't have to worry about that. They wouldn't have to worry about the medical debt that might come along with this life-saving healthcare procedure that they had to get.
Yeah, I totally believe it needs to be stamped. It's not good. It's not good for
if that system that you believe actually existed, why would anyone have health insurance at all? Wouldn't we all just be going to the hospital whenever we want and write it off?
Yeah.
That would be the ideal world, wouldn't it?
That's what I'm saying. Whatever your anecdote is, I don't think actually is getting to the reality of what the situation is.
Okay, no, I think they're on board. I'm telling you. I mean, even Bob is kind of coming to our side here on this healthcare conversation.
Yeah,
he says no now, but maybe tomorrow he's gonna be like, you know what? I thought about it, and I think that's a good thing, right? Overall health of the nation. Because listen, there's all these other countries out there where they're educating their children and they're becoming way more competitive in the international marketplace, and Americans are falling behind. Americans are falling behind on every single metric. And that's part of the reason why a lot of people are angry, right? They're angry because they look around, they're like, I'm spending so much money on my taxes. None of it is going back. None of it is actually going back to the roads. None of it's going back to the infrastructure. There's potholes everywhere. The hospitals are in a state of disrepair. What the hell is going on? And this is an anger that a lot of people have. And it's an anger that I share with you as well, if that's what you're mad about. I want those funds to go back not to an endlessly expanding military where, some woke guys over in San Francisco or in San Diego that got an engineering degree are building weapons and new weapons to figure out new ways of murdering children overseas. But instead, to go back to more productive things, to go back to ourselves, go back to education, to go back to healthcare, to go back to infrastructure expenditure, and hopefully to go back to a federal jobs program that builds a lot of houses so that there are no more homeless people around, right?
I do agree with everything you said, but with defense, it scares me. What if a missile comes from Russia right at us? We've got to be good enough to shoot it in the air, down.
But we already have defense systems. I'm saying we're increasing the funding, and it's actually, once again, very inefficient because a lot of that money that goes back into the Pentagon, who knows where it's going, right? We don't know where it's going. They tell you it's going to defense, but as a matter of fact, it's going to these massive corporations that aren't even actually paying their engineers, really. But it's going to CEOs. It's going to faceless, lifeless, parasitic capital owners that don't care about America. They're multinational. They don't actually have any sort of allegiance to America, and they clearly don't care about their fellow citizens either. They're basically just looting the taxpayer money and putting it directly into their pockets. You know, MLK said this, but this is a nation where we have rugged individualism for the poor, for the everyman, for the working class individual, but we have a system of socialism for the very wealthy. Don't you think it'd be better if we flipped it on its own, where the very wealthy should engage in rugged individualism, and the working poor, the everyday person, should be getting more of their tax fund, getting more in return for the taxes that they pay?
They don't.
It should be equal. Why would the wealthy pay for the poor all the time?
Because they have way more money.
Well, no, that's not even what I'm saying. I'm not even saying the wealthy should be paying for the poor. I'm saying that the poor prop up the wealthy. In our current system right now, wealthy people that have a much better starting point, right, usually, more often than not, end up becoming unimaginably wealthy. They end up becoming unimaginably wealthy in the current system that we have, right? And they would not be that wealthy without labor, without people working jobs, whether, they're accountants like yourself, Bob, or, plumbers or janitors or sanitation workers. They would not be able to generate this revenue, right? They would not be able to have any output whatsoever because, yeah, sure, maybe you had a lot of money and you were able to purchase a factory, right? But that factory remains dull if there is no labor inside of that factory. Labor is what creates value. Right? You agree with me on that?
Yeah.
Because without workers, these factories would not, there would be nothing.
I know where you're going.
I don't agree with that.
What, you don't agree with that? You think factories would have the same output without workers working in them?
If you don't have billionaires to invest capital, it doesn't make a goddamn bit of difference how many workers you have.
You think Amazon would be Amazon without people working in the factories? In the distribution centers?
There wouldn't be Amazon without capital government.
No. Okay.
I mean, Amazon is already getting tremendous tax breaks from the government.
You wouldn't have an Amazon.
Yeah, so here's the thing. A lot of these big businesses, they actually do get a lot of tax revenue. They get a lot of tax revenue. They get a lot of subsidies. They do get a lot of help from your taxes. But you find that to be appropriate, and that's all right. I mean, but my argument always is we should be paying more consideration and more attention to the people that are working inside of those facilities so they too can go and buy a home and take care of their children and have a healthier society overall. And the reality of the matter is, and you, Bob, you worked in some setting, right? You were an accountant, like, if your boss didn't exist, you would still go to work and you would still do the same exact work no matter what. It's not because your boss that existed, your company was able to make money, right?
Right. No, I went from being an accountant to a natural gas trader.
Okay.
I worked my way into a better situation so I could make more money.
He's worked for several very, very rich men.
Billionaires that you would condemn. And they provided hundreds of thousands of dollars and millions of dollars for jobs. In fact, in the state of Oklahoma, one of the guys I work for is the reason Oklahoma is better off than they were 5 or 10 years ago.
Boone Pickens Stadium.
So here's the thing. Okay. You worked for them. They hired you because they saw value in what you do. Without you and without people like you working for them. But Bob, without
they made me a lot of money.
Okay.
No, they gave you money in the form of a wage.
I earned it.
Okay. They gave you a wage, right? You were a waged salaried employee, right?
No.
Oh, you got what?
I was on
Did you work
commission.
on commission? Oh, okay. You worked on so you were doing sales. Got it.
In addition to a salary.
Okay, that's great. No, sales is actually sales is something
It's
that I
not
did
sales.
before I.
It's not called sales. It's called trading.
Okay, so you were
I
a
had
trader.
positions on whether gas would go up or down, and I could not be wrong. I had to be right.
Okay, regardless, you were earning them more money than they were giving you. That's the point, right?
Yes.
So you
sure.
were okay. There you go. So you were providing them value. They didn't actually work in that setting. They just hired you. They had the upfront capital. They had the money to hire
put up
someone
the
like
capital.
yourself to make them even more
Now
money.
you need to backtrack. They put up the capital. Without them, there would have been no job at all.
No, I don't have to backtrack at all because the reality of the matter is, if a job is a necessity, if a job is an absolute necessity, then we don't need to rely on someone to put the upfront capital because we're already pooling those funds right now. We pull those funds in the form of taxes. We could have public banks that could actually fund and invest into these initiatives as well by need. And it's actually kind of how it works in many other countries as well. Or it kind of works in the same way here as well in the United States of America. The distribution of those resources, however, stay at the top.
Yeah.
Banks had to give up trading because they sucked at it.
Wait, what? No, banks still, I think banks do a lot of that. I mean, I think it should be separate.
Banks like Merrill Lynch, Morgan Stanley, all had to quit trading because they lost so damn much money.
Who do you think?
I know that for a fact
who do you
because
think
I was in the
worked,
business.
Bob? Who do you think worked harder, you or the guy who hired you? Who do you think worked harder to generate value? You or the guy who just simply had more money than you and was wise enough to hire someone as smart as yourself?
The second guy I worked for probably worked more hours than I did.
You
And
must
harder.
have had a bad. You must have had a
And
bad
he
boss
put
at
all
some
his
point,
money.
though, right?
And he put his money up. He was willing to take a risk.
Okay, but
Being so argumentative.
but at the end of the day,
he doesn't know what he's talking about.
but at the end of the day, if it wasn't for you and the work that you put in, he wouldn't have made as much money, right? As opposed to not hiring you, right? You made him money.
I don't know.
Correct.
Because he would mimic my trade sometimes and make a lot more than I did.
Okay.
Yeah, because he had more money than you.
He had the same money.
He's got his hat back on. Be
capital.
nice.
Put the hat back on, Bob.
Yeah.
I'll put the hat back on.
It's
easier to agree.
I'm defending your rights as a worker in your own experience, and you're still trying to defend your boss to me for some weird reason. I don't understand.
I'm not a worker. I never felt like I wasn't an employee for starters.
Okay, quit.
I remember there was an episode we did
no
where
salary involved.
I remember I asked
There
you
wasn't
once.
no salary involved. I got a 1099 at the end of the year, not a W-2.
Okay, that's fine. I'm a 1099 worker as well. That still means that you're getting a wage from. You're still getting a wage to a certain degree from. I work for myself. I technically get a 1099 from Amazon though because of the platform that I'm on. It's owned by Jeff Bezos.
So you don't have a W-2 either.
No, I no longer have a W-2. I was a W-2 worker
You're
when I
not
was
an
doing
employee.
sales back in the day. But I'm an independent contractor technically, just like you were for the company that you're working for, but it doesn't matter. What I'm trying to say is you are still, when you are making money for someone else, you are still working. Like as a contractor, you are still doing what? Contracted work.
So
yes,
there was
it's not a bad thing. This is just what it is. I wasn't being argumentative.
There was
I don't see
an
your
episode that we did a long time ago where I asked you if you thought you had more in common with the average kind of working person or billionaires, and you said billionaires. You thought you have more in common with a billionaire than the average person. But that's simply not true. Huh?
With the mindset, I have more in common with the people I work for than workers.
Okay.
Oof.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know if this is like common to all MAGA, but that attitude that like you and Elon Musk could be buddies and hang out in the same room, but you can't with the guy who's like 2 levels below you at your corporation. It's just wrong. And I don't know if that's like purposefully done
It's called
in right-wing media or
temporarily embarrassed millionaire. Like that's what it is.
Depends on who you are. The billionaires I worked for, I did hang out with.
No one should be a billionaire.
I
Literally
agree.
no one.
I agree. I think it's an indication that the system is failing when there's that level of wealth disparity, when there's that much level of wealth accumulation at the top. It is just as a failure of the system as is every single homeless person that has to sleep outside. Almost 700,000 of them have to sleep outside in the wealthiest nation on the planet. It means that this system is just not working, right? We have to fix it. That's what I want to do.
I agree 100%. But mom and dad, you're for the billionaires. You like that they exist. You like them.
They have to exist.
I don't want the homeless people in the street, but why can't our government help them? Why can't our government help with them?
Because they don't give
Mental
a shit.
help, drug help, whatever kind of help they want.
Who's they?
Our government.
Our government.
Yeah.
It's busted. They don't care. They don't care if we have health care. They don't certainly care if you're homeless.
Yeah, they only care
don't
about billionaires. They only care about billionaires and making sure that billionaires are turning profit year over year.
Trump is a billionaire. The fucking president is a billionaire.
Yeah.
And they contract from other billionaires. Like, you can't see the trend. I just don't understand. And you're okay with it. Like, there should be 0 billionaires.
They just plugged
None.
fucking Grok into the DOD computers. Like
Department of War.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, the Department of War.
Yeah,
I got you,
right,
Bob.
right.
I'm living back in Obama and Biden days when they called the Department of Defense. I'm just saying, like, that's another billionaire who we already saw basically was trying to run the country while Trump was sitting at the fucking desk. Then he got kicked out because Tesla stock was tanking, and he's like, shit, I got to go back and make sure the stock prices go up. Now he's on the verge of becoming the world's first trillionaire, and he's getting a government contract to put his fucking AI in the Department of, my apologies, War, in all their computers.
Don't dead name the Department
to
of
get
War.
all of our military data running through Grok. It's not enough that he has Starlink satellites and he's controlling all that shit and fucking siphoning data whenever he wants. Now he's going to have his AI in our Department of War. You don't see any problems with this.
So when you say, like, why is the government not doing anything about it? Because they want to get that fucking bag, okay? They want money. That's all. That's all it's about. It's all it's ever been about. Donald Trump is just a money-hungry sack of shit.
Sorry you feel that way.
Okay.
Are you guys about to go to sleep? I think this is, they might have their engines out of gas here.
A little bit.
I think this was
No,
a very
I'm not-
productive conversation.
I actually do too.
I
I'm surprised you guys,
was
you did have
afraid.
some
I
woke
was
moments.
I was afraid you were going to go for a jugular right from the start.
What? No, I have no. I'm not in the business of catching quick dunks on people. I want to have a conversation with them, and I want to understand where they're coming from and work within the value system that they represent or the value system that they have to try to find a reasonable solution. Because at the end of the day, no matter how much Bob talks about deporting all the immigrants or whatever he's saying, or like he wants America to be a great country, right? That's what it says on the hat, make America great again. And I think a lot of people are misguided into believing that Donald Trump represents that great change when I think he's actually the same old business as usual politician, and maybe dissimilar from previous administrations in the worst ways. He's accelerating America's demise, in my opinion, rather than actually helping people.
Yeah, I don't agree quite with that he is making our country go down.
I don't agree with
I think
that at
he's the
all.
first president that you guys are afraid of, that he's getting things done. And he's
I'm
doing
sorry.
it kind of fast.
What is he getting done?
Our border is finally closed.
Putting you farther behind the finish line.
Our border's finally closed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And we're murdering American citizens in the streets. We're kidnapping children.
We are.
And that's what it takes to get the border closed, and you're cool with it?
We're getting the criminal illegals out of here that are killing our people.
So wait, hold on. The immigration one is like the one issue that is like very hard to try and find a reasonable conclusion to. So I think we have to work back to why this is a bad thing that like migrants work, because like migrants are in the country, right? We briefly touched on it when we're talking about like your German great-great-great-grandparents. They came here, and how that's not dissimilar to, I don't know, someone coming in from Guatemala, right?
Right.
What I want is to make sure that everyone that wants to come and work and earn in the United States of America and make the United States of America the greatest country on the planet that I know it can be, is to have an expedited process where they can just, come in and say, this is my background. This is what I want to do. Can I please come into the country?
Quick
Yes,
question.
I believe that too.
Where are we going to put all these damn people, and what are we going to do with them?
Well, we
When the
already
rest
have
of the
these damn
countries-
people.
When the rest of the countries are empty, and all those people come here.
So the reality of the matter is, if we actually didn't go and destabilize other countries, most people would not want to leave. I mean, Bob, you haven't left Oklahoma. It seems like you've lived in Texas and Oklahoma, and you have no interest in going elsewhere. And most people are like that. The only reason why they want to come here is because there is at least some level of prosperity, or at least not the country that they want to come to is not as destabilized as the country that they're coming from. Most people don't want to leave the countries that they actually grew up in. They don't want to. They don't want to learn a new language. They don't want to leave their families behind. They don't want to leave their friends behind, their culture behind, their food behind. And they have to do it as a matter of survival in most circumstances. And the reason why
It's going to be better if we're a better place to live. I don't agree with you at all.
I think other countries would be far better off if we didn't consistently meddle in their affairs. And I think that's part of what Donald Trump was talking about when he said he doesn't want to intervene in other countries' affairs, right?
Oh, right. Right.
But he is
But then-
intervening in other countries' affairs. You can see that, right?
He's literally trying to make another country a fucking state.
You guys saw in the Oval Office, he put up the little poster that had all of North America, or at least it was America, Canada, and Greenland had the fucking American flag over it. Like, how is that? Can you imagine being in Canada and seeing this fucking idiot throw that thing up? Everybody in Canada hates him and hates America now.
Here's what I don't like. Like an illegal that comes into our United States, they don't have their citizenship yet. They're trying to get citizenship, but yet they hate America. But yet some of them burn the flag. Some of them say,
"I don't hate America." They wouldn't come here if they hated America. For the record, because I can tell you from my own personal experience, not only as someone who's around many immigrants, first generation immigrants, but someone who came to the United States of America at the age of 18. A lot of people say I hate America because of all of my criticisms of the way that the American system currently works. But if I hated America, I would not have come to the United States of America. The reason why I came here is because I believed in the American dream. And then I quickly realized that that was just marketing. That was just something you saw on television. That was something you saw in the movies. But unfortunately, it wasn't the reality. It wasn't the reality for many Americans, as well as many other people that are coming into the country. But the reality is, these people are not coming here to ruin the country at all. These people are coming here for survival. That's it. They just want a job. They want to work a job, and they want security for their children, just like everybody else. There is no difference between someone coming in from Guatemala and someone coming in from Germany.
What was the clip I saw where there were a lot of protesters, people around a man that had on an American flag hoodie, and they were saying, take it off or not, take it off. And they beat the crap out of him.
Yeah, because they're
he had on an
angry. Because they're
American
angry at what
flag.
America represents. And that's also, again, an American value. I come from Turkey, okay? And in Turkey, it is illegal to do anything to the flag. Like you will get your ass beat. You will get, you might even go to prison, really, if you for incitement, right? And I don't want that to be the case in the United States of America. I want that, and I don't know who you're like what video you're talking about in particular, so I can't speak on that directly. But my point is, it's a constitutionally protected right to be able to burn the American flag or any flag you want to burn in this United States of America, and I think that's a good thing. I think that's a freedom. That's a freedom that should be cherished. Is a freedom that should be protected.
That's no longer the case. You burn a flag now, you go to jail for a
I don't
year.
like that. I don't think that's a good thing. I think that's un-American.
I like it. I think it's great.
If you don't like our flag, then go to the country of the flag that you love.
Why do you always go to that? Like you always shift. Like if you don't like it, just get out.
Okay.
The United States of America is the greatest country on earth, and there's nobody to replace it. And it doesn't matter where you go or where you come from. That statement is going to remain the same.
Okay.
How
Yeah,
many
I think
countries you been
Give
to?
Trump a couple more years, and I think we'll be
I can
singing
read
a different
everything
tune.
I want about any country in the world.
Okay.
I read up a whole lot of shit on Turkey. Believe me.
I'm not exactly very fond of the Turkish government either.
I wouldn't be either, but I didn't bring it up.
Be nice. Be nice. You've been pretty good. Be nice.
All right.
Be kind.
Okay. Well, anyway, you guys are getting a little sleepy.
I know
think
more
this is,
about
yeah.
I know more about Turkey than you do, Haley.
Be nice. Oh my God. Okay.
Okay, now I want to hear what
Always
you
a
have to say about
competition.
Turkey. Bob, give me
Yeah.
some quick facts about Turkey. Maybe we'll agree.
Well, the fact is, you don't have very many billionaires, and the ones that you have do run the country with an iron fist.
So not
And you
dissimilar
don't
to
have a lot.
America.
You don't have a lot of freedom over there at all.
Wait. Yeah, like you can't do things to the flag, for example. The things that you're advocating for here in the United States of America, you're criticizing in Turkey.
No, what I'm telling you is Turkey fits what you want in life more than America does. So
No.
you should be growing your oats in Turkey.
No.
No, that's actually the opposite. That's why. Well, I'm an American citizen. For the record,
I know why you came here. My question is why?
What do you,
You just said.
I know
already
why you
explained
came
it.
here, but why did you
I
come
know
here?
why.
Wait,
why?
Bob, why do you think I came to America?
Yeah.
He knows.
No, come on, Bob. You can say it. It's fine. I've heard much worse things. Don't worry. I will never be offended. You can say whatever you want to me. I will not be offended.
I'm fine. I know what Turkey is. In
Why
fact,
did he come here?
Mary Lou had 2 women from Turkey, Istanbul, who used to ride with her at the barn. And they used to criticize your government like there was no tomorrow.
I mean, I do too.
So
I can't. Bob, you might not know this, but I actually used to write for the Huffington Post, and I wrote very critical things about the Turkish government, which is why I can't go back to Turkey. So I actually do criticize the Turkish government quite a bit. But having said that, one thing that I was wondering is you said you know why I came to America. So you want to tell me why do you think?
Because you have a better opportunity to make a lot of money.
Okay.
Period.
That's
You didn't
okay.
have that
So I
same-
didn't
you
come to
didn't have
America to
that same-
destroy it.
You didn't have that same opportunity in Turkey. Why you came
I actually
doesn't
had more opportunities in
mean
Turkey.
what you're here for now.
No, I actually had more opportunity to make a lot of money and had more job prospects in Turkey because like my family was even if they weren't as well off as they used to be when I was growing up, they still had a fairly robust network. I came to America because I love America. I came to America because I learned about American culture, watched a lot of American movies, and wanted to live here, wanted to work here, and very quickly I realized that maybe America or the American dream that was promised, I was fortunate enough to be able to achieve it, right? But I realized that many others are not. Many others are nowhere near close to achieving that or realizing that dream at all.
But you stayed here.
Yeah, because because this is my home. And when your home is dirty, you want to clean it. You don't just move out, right?
I don't know about that.
Right? Isn't that the appropriate thing to do, Bob? I mean, I'm not a coward. I'm a stubborn man. I'm a prideful man, and I'm not just gonna leave. I could. Bob, I'm a very wealthy man. I could live wherever the fuck I wanted on the planet. The reason why I live here, the reason why I pay my tax dollars to the state of California and to the American federal government is because I want a better return for everybody else. I want a better return for everyone else because I think that
Why aren't you
America.
giving it away?
What?
Why are you wealthy? Why don't you build some homeless housing?
Give it
He's
away.
not
Give it away.
I mean, I do give out, I do give away quite a bit of money, but that doesn't solve the problem, right? Because there's plenty of wealthy people in this country, far wealthier than I am. And no matter how philanthropic they may present themselves in being, that still doesn't fix the problem. The government has to fix these problems. And I want to change the government so that we have the most efficient outcomes, so we have the best possible outcomes.
That's right. We have to do it through policies, through laws, through change.
Because right now there's a lot of magnanimous billionaires, right? And they're giving a lot of money away. They're giving hundreds of millions of dollars away, and yet these problems still remain. So clearly, this has not been an adequate solution.
Yeah. I
I think they're tapping out. Are you guys done? Is that it? Dad staring into space, mom's giving not even one word answers, just little grunts.
So
We only
Chad
usually
and
do our
Hasan
show
are
for an
gonna-
hour, and even by the end of that, it's kind of.
Oh yeah, we've been going on for
Yeah,
quite a
we've been going
while
on for a
now,
minute.
but this has been very
Are we
healthy,
like,
very
are we
productive.
like some wild and crazy guests that you kept on forever? Could we just keep doing this for days or what?
I mean, this is what I do. I do this for 7 hours a day, every day, 7 days a week.
Wow.
Yeah.
Very good. Okay.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Mom and Dad, for doing this. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks for having us on. I was
Yeah,
a little
thanks, man. This
afraid,
is
I'll be
great.
honest. I'm more out. I heard you're a really tough debater and left, and I was a little bit afraid, but this was fun. I'd do
No,
it
no,
again.
not at all.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us.
Thanks for having us, man.
And where
Yeah,
can people
thank
find you if you want to promote?
It's just called The Necessary Conversation on all the things, YouTube and Instagram and TikTok and all of it.
I'm going to send you one of these, Bob, so you can wear it on the next
Oh my
one.
God.
Oh my God.
I'll take
Look
it.
at my mom's eyes light up.
Yeah. I got some rare Trump merch. Don't worry. I got you.
Good. Thank you, Chad and Haley.
Thank you.
I love
All right.
you. Love
Love
you
you too, Mom. Love you, Dad. Love you,
guys.
Haley.
All right. Bye,
Love you,
guys.
Mom.
Bye. Wow.
That was
wild.
that was a
dude.
pretty good conversation, I think. Your parents
Yeah.
are woke, Chad. I think you realized something
You
about your
did
parents
that.
today. No, I didn't do
Yes,
that.
you did. I'm telling you.
No, I
Some
didn't
of
do
those
that.
things that they were saying, like, oh, no, we think the same way you do. I'm like, 100% they are lying to your face, or you really did change them.
No, I think that the next conversation that you have, they might have a different attitude. But I think the principle that I always have is that most people want what's best, but they've been led astray.
100%.
Most people want what's best for this country, but they've been led to believe that, especially with the duopoly that we currently have in the American government, that like one side is bad, the other side is good, and that's it.
Totally.
Like it's very difficult for right wingers in general to sit there and be like, no, actually, I do think that poor people deserve less,
Yeah.
because that's just silly. It goes against the first principles that most people learn. Sharing is caring, things like that.
Absolutely. But I will say, like, for my dad, you saw a little bit of it creep out there, that he essentially is like all Somalis bad. And I think for them specifically, or maybe my dad specifically, but I think it also is a big portion of the MAGA base. They are very adversarial, and they need an enemy. They need a boogeyman. And Trump is always pointing his finger at someone, something to be that. And it lands with them every time.
No, that's jingling keys in front of people's eyes. That's the role that white supremacy or all these other like reactionary
100%.
ideology plays. So what you're supposed to do is quickly engage in jujitsu and jiggle different keys in front of them in a more
All right.
productive manner.
I'll try that.
This is something that Zoran did quite well, as a matter of
Yeah.
fact. That's why he was, super pro trans rights and everything else. And yet that wasn't a major point of contention in the debate stage. That wasn't a major deal for the way that people perceived him, because he was talking about broad universal values that everyone can get on board with. And that's what I hope Democrats can do more frequently in an effort to actually move the needle in a more productive manner and move this country into a better place.
I agree 100%. I remember we did the episode when Zoran won the election, and obviously he went to the White House, and there's that picture of him, and Trump is like looking up at him smiling, and my parents like couldn't deal with that, and they kind of concocted this whole thing in their mind that somehow Trump was doing like a deep long con on Zoran. and that this moment where he had him come to the White House and they were buddies now was somehow he was going to trick him and later throw him in prison.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, no, that's probably not going to happen. They're text buddies.
Yeah, it's supposedly.
All right. Well,
but no, man, thank you so much for having me. This
of course,
is
this was
absolutely
great.
awesome.
Thank you. Thank
Pleasure
you
to
for
meet
coming
man.
on. Nice
Yeah,
to meet you. Necessary Conversation Pod, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.
All right.
Oh, back to Trump.
Yeah, now I'm gonna
And the
now I'm gonna
DAVOS
get back to
forum.
my
Yeah.
my commentary.
All right, man. Good luck on that.
All right, thank you. Okay. All right, everybody. Let's swap cameras here. Let's get back to the regular angle. And let's continue doing this. All right, you guys enjoy that? Apparently Twitch was promoting your stream. Wait, really? I'm no longer blacklisted? That's crazy. That's crazy. How'd that happen? Wow. They're memeing Bob. Okay, stop. Bob Losey, bro. Yeah, Bob did. By the end of that conversation, Bob was ready to go to war for woke Sharia. You just met 70% of Chad's parents. I know. I love talking to Trump supporters for this reason, for this exact reason. Many people think they have these many people have the same set of values. Okay? Many people have the same set of values. They just want what's best for one another. They want what's best for the country. But politicians and political commentators lead them astray all the time. Okay? So hype when mom says she thinks Israel slimed Charlie. Yeah, I know. Remember, that was another thing that I told you guys. Shouts out to Candace Owens. Okay? I've never seen Hasan tired so quickly. This is insane. Wait, what? No, I'm not even remotely tired. What are you talking about? Feel revitalized. Is Kaya free to roam outside of your room, or do you keep in cage? Yeah, I cage her. I cage her in a electrocuted cage. Yeah. She's currently being electrocuted in the cage that she's in. Yeah. Yeah, it's fucked up. If you don't send him a big hat on subbing, hey, by the way, thank you for the subscriptions. Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. Your voluntary contributions in the form of a voluntary subscription, whether it be a $6 a month subscription or a free one, in the form of a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcast. There is the only way that you can help fund this broadcast. Okay. You can also gift subs to others as well. Extreme Treks, thank you for the 20. T and Solidarity, thank you for the 25. Pixel Deploy, thank you for the 5 gifted. Charlie the Chocobo, thank you for the 5 gifted. And Open Presents, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. Open Presents, sponsoring the HasanAbi broadcast from the glorious nation of Qatar. News happened during the talk. New York Times says the details. Trump will get sovereignty over tiny pieces of Greenland for U.S. bases. Oh my God. It's a piecemeal sovereignty agreement. Okay, so the reason why they want to do this is for Peter Thiel and those other billionaires that have blood boys, and also so they can put forward striking missile bases that I assume Denmark would probably not be too fond of, but they're going to turn Greenland into a missile sponge potentially. That's what Trump means when he says the Golden Dome. Oh, all right, let's move on from this Trump talk, I think.
It's a good way of looking at it. They're smart. China's very smart. They sell
But actually, you know what? I do want to hear this
them for a
part.
fortune. They sell them to the stupid
But I'm
people
going to
that buy
pee
them.
real quick.
But they don't use them themselves. They put up a couple of big wind farms, but they don't use them. They just put them up to show people what they could look like. They don't spin. They don't do anything. They use a thing called coal mostly. But China goes with the coal. They go with oil and gas. They're starting to look at nuclear a little bit. And they're doing just fine. They make a fortune selling the windmills, though. And I think really that's one that they wouldn't be surprised if it stopped. They're shocked that it continues to go. They're very friendly with me. They're shocked that people continue to buy those damn things. They killed the birds. They ruin your landscapes. Other than that, I think they're fabulous, by the way. Stupid people buy them. The consequences of such destructive policies have been stark, including lower economic growth, lower standards of living, lower birth rates, more socially disruptive migration, more vulnerability to hostile foreign adversaries, and much, much smaller militaries. The United States cares greatly about the people of Europe. We really do. I mean, look, I am derived from Europe, Scotland and Germany. 100% Scotland, my mother, 100% German, my father. And we believe deeply in the bonds we share with Europe as a civilization. I want to see it do great. That's why issues like energy, trade, immigration, and economic growth must be central concerns to anyone who wants to see a strong and united West, because Europe and those countries have to do their thing. They have to get out of the culture that they've created over the last 10 years. It's horrible what they're doing to themselves. They're destroying themselves. It's beautiful, beautiful places. We want strong allies, not seriously weakened ones. We want Europe to be strong. Ultimately, these are matters of national security, and perhaps no current issue makes the situation more clear than what's currently going on with Greenland. Would you like me to say a few words of Greenland? I was going to leave it out of the speech, but I think I would have been reviewed very negatively. I have tremendous respect for both the people of Greenland and the people of Denmark, tremendous respect. But every NATO ally has an obligation to be able to defend their own territory. And the fact is, no nation or group of nations is in any position to be able to secure Greenland other than the United States. We're a great power, much greater than people even understand. I think they found that out 2 weeks ago in Venezuela. We saw this in World War II, when Denmark fell to Germany after just 6 hours of fighting and was totally unable to defend either itself or Greenland. So the United States was then compelled, we did it, we felt an obligation to do it, to send our own forces to hold the Greenland territory. And hold it we did, at great cost and expense. They didn't have a chance of getting on it, and they tried. Denmark knows that. We literally set up bases on Greenland for Denmark. We fought for Denmark. We weren't fighting for anyone else. We were fighting to save it for Denmark. Big, beautiful piece of ice. It's hard to call it land. It's a big piece of ice. But we saved Greenland and successfully prevented our enemies from gaining a foothold in our hemisphere. So we did it for ourselves also. And then after the war, which we won.
Can you talk to my parents, tool them out? Okay. The reason why I did this is so that you can also, your takeaway should be trying to emulate the way I talk to your parents and try to talk to your parents all the same. Okay? That's the reason why I do stuff like this. It's not about catching them in easy dunks. It's about finding areas of agreement. And it's like, it's more of a politician style approach to the conversation. Or rather, that's what a good politician would do. It's people, it's understanding that we have shared values and wanting to do what's best instead of engaging in like quick dunks in general that only work to harden their position. Okay? You can't get heated though, like you did, Hasan. You have to stay level-headed. I got heated. What? Are you saying you're telling chat not to get heated? Talking to a regular Trump supporter is very different than talking to a commentary person, right? Talking to a regular Trump supporter, like your parents or a coworker, is very different than talking to a Charlie Kirk style figure.
We won it big. Without us, right now you'd all be speaking German and a little Japanese, perhaps. After the war, we gave Greenland back to Denmark.
This was really funny. Without us, you'd be speaking a little Japanese and a little German. Bro, you're in Switzerland. The fuck do you mean?
Mark, how stupid were we to do that? But we did it. But we gave it back. But how ungrateful are they now? So now our country and the world face much greater risks than it did ever before because of missiles, because of nuclear, because of weapons of warfare that I can't even talk about. 2 weeks ago, they saw weapons that nobody ever heard of. They weren't able to fire one shot at us. They said, what happened? Everything was discombobulated. They said,
weapons that they've never even heard of.
Got them in our sights. Press the trigger and nothing happened. No anti-aircraft missiles went up. There was one that went up about 30 feet and crashed down right next to the people that sent it. They said, what the hell is going on? Those defensive systems were made by Russia and by China. So they're going to go back to the drawing boards, I guess. Greenland is a vast, almost entirely uninhabited and undeveloped territory. It's sitting undefended in a key strategic location between the United States, Russia, and China. That's exactly where it is, right smack in the middle. Wasn't important nearly when we gave it back. When we gave it back, it wasn't the same as it is now. It's not important for any other reason, everyone talks about the minerals. There's so many places. There's no rare earth, no such thing as rare earth. There's rare processing. but there's so much rare earth. And to get to this rare earth, you got to go through hundreds of feet of ice. That's not the reason we need it. We need it for strategic national security and international security. This enormous unsecured island is actually part of North America, on the northern frontier of the Western Hemisphere. That's our territory. It is therefore a core national security interest of the United States of America. And in fact, it's been our policy for hundreds of years to prevent outside threats from entering our hemisphere, and we've done it very successfully. We've never been stronger than we are now. That's why American presidents have sought to purchase Greenland for nearly 2 centuries. You know, for 2 centuries, they've been trying to do it. They should have kept it after World War II, but they had a different president. That's all right. People think differently. Much more necessary now than it was at that time, however. In 2019, Denmark said that they would spend over $200 million to strengthen Greenland's defenses. But as you know, they spent less than 1% of that amount. 1%. There's no sign of Denmark there. And I say that with great respect for Denmark, whose people I love, whose leaders are very good. It's the United States alone that can protect this giant mass of land, this giant piece of ice, develop it and improve it and make it so that...
Asmund is saying you dog whistle about killing right-wingers right now. I don't give a fuck what Asmongold says, brother. Maybe he's scared. He's scared that, like, all of his last commentary, like his latest round of commentary on, you know, straight up killing protesters and stuff has caused them worry that he might get banned. So now he's trying to fucking present it as like, I'm consistently saying we should kill right-wingers or something.
It's good for Europe and safe for Europe and good for us. And that's the reason I'm seeking immediate negotiations to once again discuss the acquisition of Greenland by the United States, just as we have acquired many other territories throughout our history, as many of the European nations have. They've acquired, there's nothing wrong with it. Many of them, some went in reverse, actually, if you look. Some had great, vast wealth, great, vast lands all over the world. They went in reverse. They stuck back.
Yeah, Asmongold can't justify the Greenland stuff, so he has to turn around and remind people, like, you hate Hasan, right? Hey, remember our enemy, our shared enemy, Hasan. He's our shared enemy.
Where they started, that happens too. But some grow. But this would not be a threat to NATO. This would greatly enhance the security of the entire alliance, the NATO alliance. The United States is treated very unfairly by NATO. I want to tell you that. And when you think about it, nobody can dispute it. We give so much and we get so little in return. And I've been a critic of NATO for many years. And yet I've done more to help NATO than any other president by far, than any other person. You wouldn't have NATO if I didn't get involved in my first term. The war with Ukraine is an example. We are thousands of miles away, separated by a giant ocean. It's a war that should have never started, and it wouldn't have started if the 2020 U.S. presidential election weren't rigged. It was a rigged election. Everybody now knows that. They found out. People will soon be prosecuted for what they did. It's probably breaking news, but it should be. It was a rigged election. You can't have rigged elections. You need strong borders, strong elections, and ideally a good press. I always say it. Strong borders, strong elections, free, fair elections, and a fair media. The media is terrible. It's very crooked. It's very biased, terrible. But someday it'll straighten out because it's losing all credibility. Think of it. When I went in a landslide, a giant landslide, won all 7 swing states, won the popular vote, won everything, and they only get negative press. That means that it has no credibility. And if they're going to get credibility, they're going to have to be fair. So you need a fair press. But you also need those other elements. And I inherited a terrible, terrible situation. If you look, the border was open, the inflation was raging, everything was bad with the United States when I came into office. But I also inherited a mess with Ukraine and Russia, something that would have never happened. And I know Putin very well. He and I would discuss Ukraine. It was the apple of his eye, but he wasn't going to do anything. I said, Vladimir, you're not doing it. He would never have done it. It was terrible what happened. I could see it happening, too. After I left, I could see it happening. Biden had given Ukraine and NATO $350 billion, a staggering sum, $350 billion. I came in, and just like the southern border, just like inflation, just like our economy, I said, wow, this place is in trouble, meaning our country. All of these things were out of control. But the border was out of control. We fixed it, the strongest border anywhere in the world. And I've now been working on this war for 1 year, during which time I settled 8 other wars. India, Pakistan, I settled other wars that were, Vladimir Putin called me, Armenia, Azerbaijan. He said, I can't believe you settled that one. They were going on for 35 years. I settled it in 1 day. And President Putin called me. He said, you know, I can't believe I worked on that war for 10 years trying to settle it. I couldn't do it. I said, do me a favor, focus on settling your war. Don't worry about that one.
All right, boring. All right, I'm moving on from this. The stuff that I wanted to get to was like the stuff that I wanted to get to was obviously like the windmill stuff that he talked about with respect to China and how stupid that was, and how, you know, you need to be more kind to us, that type of shit. And ever since then, this there's already been some wheeling and dealing in Davos, where it seems to me like breaking under Greenland deal, Denmark would give the United States sovereignty over small pockets of Greenlandic land where the United States could build military bases, according to the 3 senior officials familiar with the discussion. The announcement followed a NATO meeting on Wednesday where top military officers from the alliance's member states discussed a compromise in which Denmark could give the United States sovereignty over small pockets of Greenlandic land where the United States could build military bases, according to 3 senior officials familiar with the discussion. The reason why they want the reason why America wants to have complete control over Greenland or whatever territory that they will occupy in Greenland, and I don't know what this deal is going to look like, okay, is I suspect because they want to put advanced missile bases, and understandably, no one would fucking want to do that because that puts them, that compromises their security. This was the original reason as to why France didn't want to join NATO and actually pulled out of NATO at certain points, because you have no sovereignty, right? You have no sovereignty whatsoever. And Greenland especially doesn't have any sovereignty because Greenland is now being sold off, like pieces of Greenland is now being sold off to the United States of America by way of Denmark potentially. And it's not even about Denmark. It's literally about what NATO wants, and what NATO wants is what America wants. We shall see how this works. We shall see if this is actually a deal that they will say yes to. Okay. But the reality of the matter is there is no such thing as like an international rule-based order. It's whatever America says goes. And I think instances like this prove that reality. Even the fact that there is this like managed, negotiated colonial extraction that's taking place in front of our eyes is another example of that. Like, what do you mean you want pieces of this territory for you and then you get to have it because otherwise you'll throw a fit? And that's the reason why Mark Carney said that this liberal international order was a lie that they actually played along with because it was a lie that they thought was beneficial for them. Now, when I say that, I'm a fucking tanky. I'm anti-American. I'm anti-this. I'm stupid. I'm silly. I'm a third worldist. All these different things. Well, it turns out that's just the truth. Now liberals are saying it. The official spoke on condition of anonymity to discuss a sensitive diplomatic matter, and they said the idea was one Mr. Rutte had been pursuing. The number one dick sucker of Donald Trump. God, what a fucking shameless, servile little worm he is. No respect for fucking Rutte. Okay? And they said the idea was one Mr. Rutte had been pursuing. 2 of the officials who attended the meeting compared it to the United Kingdom's bases in Cyprus, which are regarded as British territory. The officials did not know if the idea was part of the framework announced by Mr. Trump. Asked for a comment about the deal in its context, NATO said in a statement that negotiations between Denmark, Greenland, and the United States will go forward aimed at ensuring that Russia and China never gain a foothold economically or militarily in Greenland. I hope this is a wake-up call for Europeans. You have no sovereignty. Okay?
The people in California, we want to have no crime. I know Gavin was here. I used to get along so great with Gavin when I was president. Gavin's a good guy. And we're going to, if he needed it, I would do it in a heartbeat. I'd love to see, we did help them a lot in Los Angeles, a lot with the early in my term when they had some problems. But we would love to do it. I would say this, if I were a Democrat governor or whatever, I would call up Trump. I'd say, come on in.
It was remarkably boring. It was remarkably insignificant. Even by Trump standards, I was rather curious. And there was boorish parts of it, but those were not even that consequential, including name-checking people he likes, people he didn't like. So, honestly, I was a little disappointed. It was a little nonplussed.
Still now on that breaking news, I've just...
Rutte gave an interview and is telling...
Did you ever think...
Defend Greenland? No. Stand up to Washington? No. Bootlick Donald Trump? Yes. Here is Mark Rutte, head of NATO, a.k.a. Daddy Trump. Mr. Daddy Trump, the guy who called Trump Daddy. Shameless.
That you would ever see one NATO member threaten the territorial integrity of another? I mean, you have now the Prime Minister of Greenland telling his public an attack cannot be ruled out.
Listen, my role as NATO Secretary General, when there is tension within the alliance, it has been there in the past between Greece and Turkey. There have been other moments when there was tension. Then my predecessors always took the view that they should not comment on that in public. That's impossible. That's why you will not hear me comment. You can be assured that I'm working on this issue behind the scenes, but I cannot do that in public. Sorry.
Yeah, because it would be, they would take the broadcast off the airwaves if he even showed what kind of fellatio he engaged in. You see, the type of dick sucking that I was engaging in is something that is an ancient technique. One finger in the butthole, one hand firmly clasped against the testicular torsion, with my mouth and tongue going up and down. This is how I gave myself and my face to Mr. Daddy. If I were to do this on camera, show you how I tickle this taint, this would not be wise. Dude, is Europe that's allowed? Your Dutch accent sucks, Hasan. I can't even dignify him with a fucking appropriate accent. I'm sorry.
No comments from me on Greenland.
Well, sometimes behind the scenes comments do become public in various ways, as we've seen in the past few days.
That's true. The US is by far the most powerful nation on earth. And the President of the United States is therefore the leader of the free world. So again, I'm not popular with you now because I'm defending Donald Trump. But I really believe we can be happy that he is there because he has forced us in Europe to step up, to face the consequences that...
God, he is so nasty. He is so nasty. Yo, Europeans, this your guy? This is the guy? I mean, he's perfect for fucking NATO General Secretary, by the way, because, like, he is gawking like crazy, brother. Oh, my Lord. Lordy Lord. This is worse than when Sean Hannity sucks Trump raw. I've never seen... I was wrong. I thought Sean Hannity was an Olympic-level dick sucker. Okay? I was wrong. Sean Hannity's not even in the fucking major leagues. Okay? This man is an Olympic dick eater. Oh, my God. Please stop. I don't recall you got Trump for president. Yeah, but this is fucking shameless, dude. This is like, I mean, this is, you're not a human being at this point. You know what I mean? You're something different. You've become a gawk 3000 machine. Like, you're just doing a suck job. That's all you're capable of doing. That's your entire output. That is mind-boggling, bro. He is less than a fleshlight. He has become more cum than man.
We have to take care more of our own defense. I'm absolutely convinced. Without Donald Trump...
I'm being so for real. If Donald Trump said, I'm going to make you eat my shit from the butt, Mark Rutte would say, can I have seconds, please? Like, this is ridiculous.
We would not have taken those decisions, and they are crucial, particularly for the European and the Canadian side of NATO, to really grow up in the post-Cold War world.
Did you?
No backbone, no dignity, no sovereignty. Oh my Lord, that is fucking crazy. Do you read anything, you blind ass mofo? You only read hate? Thank you for the great streams lately, brother. Love the stream and seeing you with Arky. Hell yeah, just your average dude. Nothing, dude. This guy is not even a human being. He is a spineless, gelatinous thing. Barely
stated,
sentient.
which is that Donald Trump is not going, apparently, to impose these tariffs now from the 1st of February. Mark, the US president's decided to seemingly de-escalate everything.
You guys understand what the problem here is, right? We are all at the mercy of one madman, one tyrant. Okay? If you don't apply pressure, you're basically waiting for his next moment where he decides, like, I'm taking Norway, you know? What are you going to do about it? Like, that's it. That's the issue. That's the issue with not having sovereignty. Europe threatened to sell the treasury bonds and Trump flopped instantly when the markets tanked. It doesn't matter. They're still giving him a fucking sweetheart deal here. There should be no sweetheart deal. They should be like, fuck off. You already have NATO. You want to build the bases? You build the bases. You don't get to have Greenland land, okay? You don't get to have sovereignty over another nation's people.
Remarkable U-turn by the US president 4 or 5 minutes ago on Truth Social. I don't know if you've got it there to bring up, but I can certainly read it to you. He says, based on a very productive meeting.
I hope this was a wake-up call for liberal European leaders. I don't think it is. I think they just said, oh, we're going to sell the treasury bonds or whatever. And maybe that was enough for Trump to at least back away from taking Greenland in its entirety or something, at least for the time being, because this isn't over. If you know something about Donald Trump, guys, if you have learned something about Donald Trump, let this be the only lesson. It's not fucking over until he gets exactly what he wants. Okay? He's petty, he's vindictive, and he will sometimes behave in an inconsistent manner. Appeasement doesn't work with Donald Trump. He only responds to force. Here, I'll give you an example. China, okay? Out of all the countries that engaged in trade negotiations with Donald Trump post-Liberation Day, what did I fucking tell you? What did I tell you? I told you China is going to show the world that they represent stability at a time when America represents instability. Okay? And that's precisely what China did. And then I told you that China was going to turn around and offer like a fig leaf, right? An olive branch to make it seem like they were actually conceding to Donald Trump. And because they hit the nuclear option on trade, saying that they were not going to get any of the fucking rare earth minerals that were being procured in China and even negotiated with export controls coming out of China for, you know, materials that you need for virtually everything, including but not limited to, electronic equipment, but materials that you need for national security. Donald Trump backed away. That's how you have to deal with bullies. He went from like 500% tariffs to like, marginal tariffs as opposed to where he was at. Europe should have learned 2 key lessons from that. Number 1, you cannot appease bullies, okay? They will fuck you over every single time. And number 2, Donald Trump and the American liberal rule-based order does not represent stability any longer, and that as long as you are devoid of sovereignty, they can come in and take whatever the fuck they want.
I've had with the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte. We have
Can you explain to me how he gets what he wants? Like, it's so annoying. I don't know what we can fucking do anymore too. Like, yeah, I can see NATO Secretary or whatever being right. Europe needs to be sovereign, but like, who can stop Trump? Dems are useless right now. Reps are just annoying, and it seems the world bends the knee. Yes, because America is the hegemonic power. This is why more often than not, when we're talking about things that are happening over there, when we talk about things that are happening overseas, elsewhere, and I bring up America, people go, why are you saying America's involved in this? And then I fucking describe exactly how America is involved in it. People act as though this is some grand conspiracy theory. It's not. America is the most powerful nation on the planet. It's the only country on the planet that has at least historically been able to dominate the entire globe. It can go anywhere on the planet in a matter of 24 fucking hours or at least a week. It has 800 military bases around the planet that we know of. It's the real number is in the thousands, of course. But this is the new version of colonialism. This is how America has operated. This is the real design of the post-World War II global world order, and especially so after the Cold War ended. The only way that you can actually put a dent in that power, is to make it as costly as possible. And that is when European allies realize that this liberal world order is no longer as beneficial as they previously thought it was, and they choose to lean into other great powers around the world. Great powers that they can lean into in order to leverage their relationship. If India can do it, how the fuck can you not do it if you're, Europe? That's what India does. That's what many of these other countries do. Many of these other countries that have been fucked over have been forced into that position of leverage, have been forced into that position of getting better deals from China because they had no other options. Europe thought it's fine. We're a part of the process. We're in the imperial core, and America will do right by us. And now they're learning that lesson slowly. They're learning that lesson the hard way. These great powers only respond to force.
To the framework of a future deal with respect to Greenland and, in fact, the entire Arctic region. This solution, if consummated, will be a great one for the United States of America and all nations. Based on this understanding, I will not be imposing the tariffs that were scheduled to go into effect on February the 1st. He goes on to say additional discussions are being held concerning the Golden Dome as it pertains to Greenland. Further information will be made available as discussions progress. And he concludes J.D. Vance, the Vice President, and Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, and various others, as needed, will be responsible for the negotiations. So he is framing it as some sort of a breakthrough and that discussions have taken place, which means that he...
It's been said that the problem Europe had with Nazi Germany wasn't what they were doing, it's who they were doing it to. Yes, Amy Cesar. I retweeted someone actually quoting Amy Cesar before last night. That's precisely what it is. That is precisely the problem. Here's the quote. Hold on, let me find it. What he, the European bourgeois, cannot forgive Hitler for is not the crime in itself, the crime against man. It is not the humiliation of man as such. It is the crime against the white man, the humiliation of the white man, and the fact that he applied to Europe colonialist procedures, which until then had been reserved exclusively for the Arabs of Algeria, I don't know if this is an appropriate word for me to say, of India, and the blacks of Africa. Okay? That's it. It's because Hitler tried to colonize Europe. Okay? That was the problem. That's it. And now, America's doing the same. I mean, America's been doing the same, but at least they were doing it in an inoffensive way. Okay? They've been doing the same through the Marshall Plan, through NATO, in the Cold War posture that we had. America leaned into the capitalists of the European continent by saying, look, we're the only game in town that can fight against the scary communists. Okay? And European capitalists said, yes, I love this bargain. And they elected European liberals to defend this system, to defend this process. And as long as America never turned around and said, you're our fucking dog, as long as America allowed Europe to keep its colonies, as long as America maintained the same global capitalist system that it was safeguarding, as long as that was the case, Europe was like, we're fine with some of the imperial super profits that we get to receive off of the backs of Africa, off of the backs of the Arabs in the MENA region. It's all good. This is the issue. This is the issue all around the world. And Donald Trump turned around and gave the game away because he's a brute. Okay? Because in some ways, he's more honest about where the future of this world is going. Okay? That's the other side of the story that is often not talked about. Donald Trump is more honest about where things are going because he recognizes something that is very important. Although he's a stupid person, he's a decent room reader, but he also at least has some people around him that are advising him that the world is moving in a very different direction. The other quote I used was Gramsci's. Okay? The old world is dying, and the new world is struggling to build itself from the ashes. This is now a time for monsters. Donald Trump is that monster. Donald Trump is recognizing that liberalism has failed, and it is now once again time for fascism. Okay? That's it. That's it. That's what he's doing. He's doing straightforward barbarism. There is no solution out of this. Going back to the same liberal process, going back to the same liberal order is not going to even buy you time. Okay? And it's only been a 100-year cycle at this point. Liberalism failed 100 years ago, and fascism took root. But at that time, at least there was a force, an anti-fascist force out there, an anti-fascist allegiance out there that was able to fight back. And fight back it did, and succeed in destroying the fascist scourge. I'm not so sure where that counterbalance is right now in the world. I'm not so certain that it will be China. Ideologically, it should be China. But there is no USSR. There's no USSR, and there's no FDR in the United States of America. As a matter of fact, America is doing the Fourth Reich. A big part of right-wing ideology today is anti-communism without communism, flailing around looking for a replacement Soviet boogeyman in the Western left or third worldism. The through line is horror at the inferiors rising up against their superiors. But since the Soviet Union is dead and Islamism is in retreat, they have to make up an enemy. Yeah.
That Europe and Greenland and Denmark have met his demands and therefore the tariff threat has gone away. I think the reality probably is that from face-to-face discussions, not least with Mark Rutte, the NATO Secretary General, former Prime Minister of the Netherlands, of course, with whom Donald Trump has a very good relationship. He's the guy that called Trump daddy a few months ago. Following those discussions, a de-escalation has taken place, and it has placed things precisely where Denmark wanted them to be last week. Remember, it was the Danish foreign minister that came here to Washington and went away saying that he had secured, so he thought then, agreement for a working group, as he described it, to work through the Greenland issue. Well, that is now precisely what Donald Trump...
China isn't white like the USSR, so they will never be accepted by the West. Brother, what are you talking about? The USSR was white as fuck, and it was never accepted by the West. I think you misunderstand something here. I'm gonna go so far as to say the Chinese method of socialism with Chinese characteristics that looks quite a bit like wearing capitalism as a sleeve is actually infinitely more beneficial for European partners than the USSR ever could be. Because the USSR, for all of its faults and failures, was unironically a bulwark of communism. Okay? That's it. Europe would and has historically shown more favor to China now than it ever did to the USSR. By its closeness to the USSR, by the real fears that it had about like Soviet incursion, but also because of the ideological fears that it represented. China makes the treats for the entire planet. Many people are already tied to China, whether they want to admit it or not, in a way that they never were to the USSR. If anything, if USSR was a major producer for the rest of the globe in the same way that China was, it probably would not have fucking fallen apart. Now, I'm not so certain as to how they would be able to do both. Interventionism everywhere while simultaneously, and good, by the way, those interventions weren't bad. Well, there were some bad ones, but I'm not talking about Afghanistan. But helping Cuba and offering aid to anti-colonial initiatives in Africa, like these were good things, right? China's not doing any of those good things. She's not doing it at all. Korea, Vietnam, yes, these are incredible things that the USSR did. Okay? And they would not, like, these countries would not exist in the way that they do currently. They would not have had any shred of sovereignty if it wasn't for the USSR in its aid. And at the time, even China was, helping out as well, like in Korea, for example. And then maybe it helped out America in other instances as well, in a way to drive in a way to make it seem like they were presenting an alternative to the Soviets that were the real enemy at the time. They were the major enemy at the time.
Has agreed to a working group which will include J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, Steve Witkoff, and others.
And what USSR has done to its own people, that was disaster. Nothing has been more disastrous to the people that lived under the Soviets than the dissolution of the USSR. Like, pound for pound, even with all the famines, even with all the mismanagement, even with all Stalin's unique paranoia, and all the fucking camps or people being sent to Siberia or whatever the fuck, nothing comes close to the end of the USSR. The dissolution of the USSR was infinitely more damaging. It's true. I mean, objectively, it's true. You can look at the fucking lifespan, or you can look at life expectancy, child prostitution, and numerous things that came about in the aftermath of the dissolution of the USSR. You're flip-flopping. You said the European countries somewhat accepted socialism because of the USSR. That's why I'm saying that China will never be accepted because they're not white. What? No, the European countries were fearful of the threat of a good example from the USSR, which is why they allowed certain social safety nets to continue. You're saying that they don't feel the threat of a good example from China because, they're Chinese. I don't agree. I think the reason why they don't fear China as much as they feared the USSR is because China plays ball. China is openly non-interventionist. This allows China to commit to their own development. But if China was as interventionist, or if China was as readily available in offering aid to countries that want sovereignty, that want to fucking engage in anti-imperialist endeavors, then they would probably see it. Are you asking who will be hegemon in a world with unprecedented mass migration? I don't understand how people remain this ignorant on climate physics. I mean, I'm not saying that there is going to be a hegemon. I think that countries are going to do what America's doing. They're going to fucking draw up their borders and put moats all around the fucking nation state and start lasering motherfuckers. And America is gearing up for that world.
And that they will discuss how the Golden Dome, which is a missile defense system that Donald Trump wants to build, can be installed into Greenland for the security of the Western.
So when Putin said the fall of the USSR was the greatest geopolitical catastrophe of the century, you agree with that statement? Yes, because it's an objectively true statement. If Vladimir Putin said water is necessary for survival, I would also agree with that. It's just a thing that is correct. It's just objectively correct. Yes, this is something that I believe. This is something that you should believe as well if you have fucking eyes to see the world that we live in right now. Of course I believe that. It's why a lot of people fucking yelled at me. They were like, how dare you say that? Blah, blah, blah. I can't believe it. Yes. How is this not windy levels of folding right now? Wait, what?
hemisphere. And interestingly, just looking back at this, at no point in this message, in this Truth Social post, does Donald Trump mention anything about America taking
Sure, if you're a
ownership
Holodomor
or
denialist.
sovereignty of Greenland.
No, even with like the most base boosted version of like all of the fucking struggles, because like, listen, what a lot of people fail to recognize is collectivization, both in China and also in the USSR, was incredibly painful. Okay, it was an incredibly painful process. No one is disagreeing with that. It happened virtually in a matter of fucking decades, as opposed to the 400 years of colonial bounty that the Western world was able to fucking eat off of. Okay? We enslaved human beings in the Western world. You understand that, right? Like, human beings were enslaved and their children were enslaved. How do you think industrialization took place in the Western world? How do you think it got to the fucking point that it got to? It's insane that you're making a comparison between these two when one happened over the process of like fucking a couple decades. The other happened over 400 years. Okay? Yes. Oh, this is tedious. Why do we have to relitigate the 1930s? It's just stupid. It's a stupid thing that fucking liberal capitalists tell themselves, to be like, we were not like that at all. Because when it's your crime, you actually have the capacity to understand it. Okay? When it's the crime of your enemies, then it's the worst crime of all time. It's ridiculous. If you have a consistent position on this, then you wouldn't engage in this idiotic back and forth. You would understand.
A U-turn for sure.
Yeah, the West industrialized on slavery, genocide, and violent primitive accumulation. But you know, of course, it's the same principle behind like China spraying water on Filipino fishermen. Okay, that's the greatest crime that robs people of their sovereignty. Meanwhile, we're letting Israel dump lead and five nuclear arms worth of fucking munitions on Gaza on this tiny strip of land. And that's like, you know, it happens. It's really fucked up. But two things can be bad at the same time. Okay, well, those two things are not even in the same fucking zip code. Our enemies and our adversaries are never capable of good. They're only capable of wrong. They do the wrong thing. They do it so much. And it's far worse a crime against humanity when they do it than all the metric ton of violence we contribute to on a daily fucking basis.
Yeah, go on, Darren. That's what I find really interesting, Mark, is that not only does the scenery U-turn on tariffs, and following that conversation with Mark Rutte, he does seem to have, in this one True Social, seem to have moved away entirely from a sense that he wants to own Greenland. Quite something.
Yeah, no mention of... yeah, absolutely. No mention of it at all. And so a massive relief, I would think, for certainly for the people of Greenland, for Denmark. But he does want some military apparatus in Greenland.
Yeah, this is also true. If there was no Cold War, Trump's America would have manifested a lot earlier. The Cold War forced America to put on a Sunday best over several decades. In the absence of a major ideological rival like the Soviet Union, there's no longer a need to pretend. Okay? That's a big part of this, too. That's why a lot of the people that you would see at those civil rights movement protests, the counter-protesters, would be like, you guys are commies. You guys are filthy commies. They would say they were the N-words, too. But they would also say, like, this is communism. Equality is communism. Things that we have obviously whitewashed and laundered the reputation of now to make it seem like America always was, on a path towards liberty and prosperity for all people. Okay? At the time, it wasn't seen as that. At the time, the same exact fucking forces, the same exact dumb fucks that are calling me a filthy commie, an un-American commie, a hater of mankind, a hater of prosperity, were saying the same thing to others who were saying the same thing adjusted to the fucking timeline. One example that I think most people would even agree to it in this day and age is the space race. Without the USSR, America's not going to the fucking moon, and all the technological bounties that came as a consequence of that would not have happened, okay? Think about the material advancements in the form of expansive social safety nets in Europe in a similar vein. That's how it works. And I guess the reason why America doesn't give a shit about the tech victories that are coming from China now, by the way, notice how there's another communist country that is achieving what we can't. For some weird reason, it's always these filthy commies that just dial in and work on whatever they want to fucking work on, and then we're following along and we're trying to show our might. We've given up on that, by the way. We've completely given up on that now. We've given up on competing against China in R&D. We've given up on competing with China when it comes to education, educating our own population. We've completely given up on competing with China in the new pioneer, the new renewable energy future that they will dominate. And we're just fucking throwing a fit, deciding to be more violent than we have before, deciding to force our allies in the imperial core to you know, pay more. Anyway. And here we are, sorry.
Of course, he could have always had in the first place, because that is that is under the 1951 treaty that Denmark has with the United States. So there we go. Absolutely extraordinary U-turn. But, you know, Donald Trump is a man, we've seen this movie before, haven't we, that changed tack quite quickly. So that will always be on everyone's mind. But for now, as of this morning, the threat of military action, which he had implicitly put on the table, has gone. And as of this afternoon, so too have the tariffs and the desire to take ownership of Greenland. What a palaver.
Indeed, and it certainly leans into the sense that Trump reacts to the last person he spoke to in the room. Just very briefly, Mark, very briefly if you can, do you think domestic pressures come to bear here? I mean, amongst particularly Republican Congress people and maybe even the American public?
You said, to be very brief, 100%. This was not a popular thing here in the United States among Democrats or Republicans.
Mr. President, how did you do the deal? Come and tell us how you did the deal, sir.
It's a good deal, fair deal for everybody. I think it's a very good deal.
Are the tariffs off the table completely now, sir? Can the people of the UK rest assured the deal's gone?
Based on the fact that it looks like we have the concept of a deal.
Donald Trump came to Davos threatening to claim Greenland by any means necessary. 7 hours after he arrived, he claimed to have struck a deal.
When I have conversations about this with my right-wing family members, they bring up how, like, China has billionaires, whatever that means. But what would you say as a response to that? So I'm armed up? Be like, yeah, great, okay. They even have billionaires. Why don't we do what China's doing, but here in America? Because, like, economic systems are economic systems. It has nothing to do with, you know, being woke, or it has nothing to do with, like, repression or freedom of speech. Just copy paste the Chinese structure to the United States of America. Then there you go. They have billionaires. Great. You love your billionaires. You can keep them. How about that?
Over the future.
It's always the same. You can say, like, it's the same with fucking Norway. You know what I mean? Okay, you like their economic system. Their economic system is capitalist. It's capitalist. Okay, let's do Norway. They go, no, why not? They were able to do it. You know? Like, why not? Why not? And then they just go on a tangent about how, like, we have too many fucking, we have too much diversity or something. Okay? It's so stupid. It's ridiculous.
Of the territory, taking tariffs and military action off the table.
It's a long-term deal. It's the ultimate long-term deal. And I think it puts everybody in a really good position, especially as it pertains to security and minerals and everything else.
After a false start in Washington, the president descended into Davos late, heightening anticipation for a speech that had European allies hanging on every word. He began with a familiar takedown of the continent and its economies.
Friends come back from different places. I don't want to insult anybody and say I don't recognize it. And that's not in a positive way, in a very negative way. And I love Europe, and I want to see Europe go good, but it's not heading in the right direction.
And on Greenland, he restated...
Look at the way he's standing, dude. Looks like he's shitting in his diapers.
...his claim, but removed the threat of military action.
I'm seeking immediate negotiation.
They use it as an argument because they think all I want is life with no billionaires, not actually just prosperity. I don't give a fuck if there's that level of wealth disparity, as long as people are doing all right. As long as we are moving in the positive direction, okay? As long as there's not homelessness. I mean, there are still issues in China as well that remain. But like moving in the positive direction, putting the American future in the appropriate trajectory is what I want to do.
To once again discuss the acquisition of Greenland by the United States, just as we have acquired many other territories throughout our history, as many of the European nations have.
His posture is bottom coded.
Unless I decide
Christ.
to use excessive strength and force, where we would be, frankly, unstoppable. But I won't do that. They have a choice. You can say yes, and we will be very appreciative. Or you can say no, and we will remember.
There was like, that's a threat. I know that everybody was like, oh, he's like backing off the tariffs and all this shit. It's like, no, man, he never really stopped threatening Europe, okay? He didn't stop it at all. It was pretty open. It's a pretty open threat. It's as open as it can be.
Criticism too of the UK and its energy policy. The president telling Sky News they were simply home truths.
Very disrespectful of Europe and the UK, sir. Why?
No, I'm not, but they have to change their ways.
His foremost American critic may have seen the climb down coming.
You think you saw him back off?
You're going to continue to have to do, he removed the one card that we knew was never real in the first place.
Europeans, meanwhile, were hoping for dialogue rather than another lecture.
What is your message to him?
My message to him is it's time to calm down and find a way forward to work on natural resources together.
Even Trump's energy secretary may have been surprised.
I did Gavin Newsom, man. Gavin fucking Newsom. Big Gav. Gavy Daddy. He really has I mean, he has a lot of fucking ambitions.
By the speed of the deal.
The key thing for the president, this is very long term. He's trying to get to the right place that's a win for America and win for our allies abroad. I don't know the time frame. The right result is the most important thing.
Why the change of heart on tariffs, Mr. Lutton? The truth. Can you explain why you've climbed down?
And wait until the president got here. You all jumped the gun.
Once it came, senior administration officials were jubilant. A day really is a long time in Davos.
I was just really surprised at the views that you're so anti-Trump. It's incredible and very anti-America. We have to be very careful as
This is a man who's just threatened us with a trade war, and you find it surprising that we're angry.
We have a trade agreement with America.
It just looks like it's being torn up.
It's been torn up.
Donald Trump is talking about Donald Trump is talking about imposing further 10 to 25% tariffs on the UK and all nations that are sending troops to Greenland.
Well, that's because he wants Greenland. It's his way of negotiating.
It's not his country. It's part of Denmark. It's part of the European Union.
And Trump wants to have an agreement with Greenland so that it's vital for our security as well as America's security.
Right, so Trump wants an agreement with Greenland, but said last week he wanted to invade.
He wants an agreement with Greenland.
He said he wanted to invade.
He wants to initiate a conversation so that he has more control.
And do you initiate a conversation by threatening invasion, Sarah? Is that the best way to do politics in the 21st century?
No, but people aren't perfect, and everybody knows that Trump is rather
Sarah, I've heard some apologists before in my time, but honestly, your starting point of you don't understand why people are so angry, I think it is risible, quite frankly.
How is this British woman so cucked? Right wing. That's it. Being a right-winger should be seen as conceding the power no matter who it is, no matter what the outcome is, okay? That's what it is. Right-wingers at the domestic front will look at police or look at ICE agents like fucking shooting people and go, no, that brutalization is appropriate. You should have played ball. You comply or die. Right-wingers in the same exact way will say America dominating us is objectively good. That's what it is. It's just like the mentality that right-wingers have. They don't care. They think if someone is powerful, they deserve it. They've reached that level of power and prominence because they are worthy. Okay? it almost is religious in the way that they approach this stuff. I feel like, I'm sure like peasants, time adjusted to, to the medieval times that thought like, my lordship is someone I should blindly be loyal to, someone I should serve unconditionally, would be considered right-wing. And those who demanded freedom from these uniquely cruel, well, it's not even that unique actually, from this cruel system of power and dominion, someone who fought for that would be considered left-wing.
Greenland it belonged to Denmark, which did also have colonies and stuff. So I think it's only comeuppance in a way. I hate to say that. I'm not being too critical, but it's just they deserve it.
And what about himself, Trump himself? How do you describe him?
You know what, Sheila? I honestly believe he's a product of this sense of Western superiority that they always take the moral high ground. They always gone about the axis of evil, Korea and Iran and so North Korea. I personally, from the developing nation, I sometimes think the axis of evil is America, Britain, and the Western nations have condoned so many terrible things. So it's
okay, well, maybe go and live in North Korea and Iran and then call again after a year and tell me whether you still feel the same.
Nah, bro, even medieval peasants have more backbone. Yeah, except you have to remember the medieval peasants that actually revolted weren't the right-wing ones. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm sure there were plenty who would like give the game away or tell the lordship that the peasants were slated for an uprising or something, Also, the system of control, and I tweeted about this last night, but under theocratic monarchies, the theocratic monarchs justified their rulership on the lie of being ordained by God to rule over man. The capitalist oligarch uses the lie of meritocracy under the current design to rule over you. No different than a king. That's how it is. It's the same fucking structure. Like the power sharing is almost identical. You got kings, you got a king's court, you got like lords, right? That lord over the land. And then you have the peasants. The peasants had the commons, were more cucked. I mean, sure, they also had freedom of travel, but they have freedom of movement, a lot better freedom of movement than we do nowadays in terms of like how restrictive travel is through nation state boundaries. But the point is, yeah, borders were a little fuzzy back then. Exactly. The point is, like all of the technological bounty that has come have created more mechanisms of control, much higher mechanisms of control, much more stringent mechanisms of control than the ones that peasants had to deal with as well. But as far as like taking a top-down approach, as far as looking at this from the outside, like if an alien were to come on planet Earth during the medieval ages, they would have seen the exact same thing that they're seeing now. You know what I mean? If an alien were to come down to Earth during the medieval times and saw a system of power, like a system of divvying up power in the hands of kings that were telling everybody that they deserved to be in control because God told them, and that they had their own lords, and most of the power was most of the power remained in the hands of the very few, right? Versus if they came back in 2026 and saw the new process that we had where power, once again, was in the hands of the very few, okay? And instead of being ordained by God, they would actually received this level of awesome power through, meritocracy. They worked hard. They worked smart. They would look at it and go, this is exactly the same thing. I guess there are differences as far as like the way that the peasants saw themselves. They saw themselves as being ruled over, whereas nowadays I think most people, there's probably a higher share of the population that doesn't realize that they're being ruled over. But ultimately it's the same.
He deserves much.
Okay, let's move. Deleuze's societies of control versus Michel Foucault's societies of discipline. The capitalism, free market, neoliberalism is Protestant in its origins too. The Protestants' big thing was hard work will make you rich and get you into heaven. And the U.S. is the Protestant nation. Yes. And the worst manifestation of Protestantism in the United States of America, which is like the prosperity gospel, where they think like they flip that concept on its head. That's a up down. That's a bottom up approach. Like, oh, if you work hard, you can get to a level of prosperity. Whereas we flipped it on its head, and now we believe, unironically, and many people genuinely believe this, even if they don't fucking say it out loud, that if you are wealthy, that means you actually are a good person. If you are wealthy, you've done good things. You're a moral person. The wealthier you are, the more moral you are. If you're not wealthy, if you're poor, then you are immoral. It's crazy. Poverty is associated with immorality, as though you actually deserve your position in society. You didn't work hard enough. It's fucked up. I appreciate your attempt at trying to give those MAGA parents class consciousness. I was crazy. Bobbert literally was like, no, I'm cucked by my bosses, and that's a good thing. Again, I say, when you told Bob you were rich, he was more open-minded to you. Yeah, I think that did work. If only Bob knew how fucking wealthy I am, he would have gotten mad, actually, probably.
Definitely.
Originally envisaged as a small group of world leaders overseeing the
board of
rebuilding.
peace shit. Oh, God. News. While Hakeem Jeffries announced he's opposing the DHS ICE funding bill tomorrow, his team is not whipping the vote. Several frontliners are expected to vote yes. There's a difference between personal vote decisions and unifying the caucus. So Hakeem Jeffries is not whipping up support for the fucking ICE bill at all. He's not doing his job because he doesn't care. He does not care one fucking bit about actually making sure that this vote doesn't pass. Fantastic. I hate the fucking Democratic Party so much. It's like they're such clown ass losers, man. What do you say? Anyway, getting back to Mark Rutte, and then we'll do Nick Shitley doing a congressional hearing.
That famous 2%, which we agreed 10 years ago. I asked the room, I said, big countries like Spain and Italy and Belgium and Canada reaching that 2%, would it have ever happened if President Trump would not have been re-elected? No. And then in June in The Hague, we agreed on this 5% defense spending, including the 3.5%.
Do you think he read about your billionaire Turkish father? My billionaire Turkish father. It's very real. This is a real thing.
On core defense, equalizing with the US. Would that ever have happened if President Trump would not have been re-elected as President 47 of the United States?
Oh, God. Fucking dick rider. Criticism of Benjamin Netanyahu may be an offense under Australia's new hate speech laws, Greens claim. Anthony Albanese and Tony Burke say the laws are needed to protect Australians, particularly the Jewish community. Oh, I mean, what can you say? What can you say? Actually, what can you say? It's not enough. I think if you even think mean things about Israel, you should be killed. You should be killed in prison. Like, that's what are we doing? What the fuck are we doing here? This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Criticism of Benjamin Netanyahu may be an offense under Australia's new hate speech laws, Greens claim. What are these fucking hate speech laws, man? This is what happens when you adopt the IHRA definition, even though the guy who fucking invented it has been spending most of his life talking about how you should not adopt it as any sort of fucking, any sort of regulatory function, because it would be insane to do so. I know that these guys see the pro-Palestinian cause as a bunch of fucking filthy little naysayers who are really disrupting the way that these countries want to operate. But this is very dangerous. The Greens have claimed Labor's newly passed hate speech bill could criminalize reasonable expressions of contempt or ridicule by individuals and groups and see critics of the government of Israel targeted for prosecution. The Greens Justice spokesperson, Davis Shoebridge, said rushed amendments agreed between Labor and the coalition in the wake of Bondi terror attacks represent an unprecedented expansion of political power to ban organizations that criminalize speech based on vague standards. The Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, and the Home Affairs Minister, Tony Burke, rejected the claims on Wednesday, insisting that the laws were needed to protect Australians, including members of the Jewish community. Shoebridge said legitimate criticism of Israel or the country's Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, may be offenses if they cause psychological harm and prompt warnings to the government from intelligence agencies. Wait, so they're not even denying it. They're just saying it's a necessity. And Shoebridge is saying, actually, even if it's a legitimate criticism of Israel or the country's prime minister, if Mossad says you have to go, you have to go. Brother, what is fucking going on? I mean, you are cattle at that point. You are literally cattle. You are not a human being, okay? You are just fucking cattle. Straight up. You're cattle. You're cattle. You're cattle. You have no convictions. You have no interest in anything but eating Israel's dick. Oh my God. People don't realize the coalition cut a deal with Labor yesterday that didn't narrow the scope of this legislation to groups that are promoting violence or breaching the law, he said. The deal the coalition cut with Labor in the last 24 hours massively expanded it. It roped in 7 different state laws and said conduct that breaches any of those 7 state laws, which includes tests like ridicule and contempt that can lead to the banning of organizations, the criminalization of being an informal member of those organizations, and people going to jail for 5, 10, or 15 years. Constitutional expert Professor Ann Toomey said ambiguity about the laws, including the over the conduct that would be covered, risked having a chilling effect on free speech. Bro, this is crazy. You no longer have free speech in these countries as long as Israel doesn't want you to have free speech. And these guys will give it to you. Woman charged for leaving a blank voice message.
Police have taken a young Meadowbank woman to court.
Wait, isn't this the nutritionist that claimed that the blank voice message that this woman left was actually a death threat or something, where she claimed that she heard gunshots, and this is still being prosecuted in the fucking courts, even though the voice message is blank?
She left an anti-Semitic voice message for a well-known nutritionist just days after the Bondi attack. But the accused's lawyer says it was an accidental pocket dial and the charges are a massive overreach.
What police...
Woman makes contact with nutritionist regarding diet plan, doesn't hear back from her. Woman calls nutritionist, accidental pocket dial. Nutritionist doesn't pick up, call goes to voicemail. Woman doesn't speak, no voices can be heard. Nutritionist claims she heard gunshots in the voicemail. Voicemail makes nutritionist feel unsafe. Woman charged with anti-Semitic hate crime. Nutritionist is Jewish. Yes, this is real.
Police allege was an anti-Semitic threat.
This guy's a Nazi, by the way. Yeah, I mean, he says the woman is Jewish. Nutritionist is Jewish. It seems like it. Ospil is a Nazi. Yeah, guess what, dude? This is fucking Nazi shit all on its own. What are we talking about?
The defense says was anything but.
This seems to be a case of charge first and answer questions later.
Serena Tanuri charged with harassing Mandy Sacker, a nutritionist of Jewish faith she'd never met but seen
I need to hear the voicemail. I need to hear the voicemail, okay? That is fucking madness, dude. Like if she actually called her up and literally called her up and left a voicemail being like, I'm going to kill you, all this stuff, or like anti-Semitic hate crimes in the fucking voicemail, then that's understandable, okay? You are not only making a death threat to someone, but you're making a violent death threat, a racialized death threat to someone. But like, if it's a fucking pocket dial, or if it's even in the range of it being a pocket dial, okay? Like, what's more likely that this person created this like super convoluted way of making a death threat, or if it was actually the much more likely alternative, which was that it's a fucking pocket dial, and as the phone was shuffling in her fucking pocket, she heard like loud noises. You know what I mean? In the same way that Jonathan Ross's phone made it seem like he was actually getting hit by the car when it clearly wasn't the case, because the phone was, you know, crunching up. The microphone was hitting, making contact with Jonathan Ross's body. How did she get her number to pocket dial a stranger? No, they're saying that it wasn't a stranger. They're saying that she actually fucking talked to
TV
them.
and social media. The alleged offending contained in a voicemail 1 week after the Bondi massacre.
All of the circumstances of this case point in one direction. It is an accidental call.
Serena's lawyer noting his client, who works at Bunnings, has a severe intellectual and cognitive disability supported by the NDIS.
She's not anti-Semitic. She doesn't even understand the conflict.
It's alleged Serena sent a text to Mandy, writing, "Hey, how are you? Is this Mandy? I saw somewhere that you helped Katie from Married at First Sight with her nutrition. I was wondering if you could help me as well, Serena." Around 5 hours later, a call from Serena's number went to Mandy's voicemail. No voices were heard on the recording, but Mandy claims she heard sounds she believed were gunshots, causing her immediate fear and nervousness.
It could be a bed creaking. It could be someone snoring.
You don't need proof of harm to charge the person. Australia's hate free speech bill by Christina Moss, Reclaim the Net, captures the dystopian universe this bill is trying to thrust us all into. The bill calls for one to be in prison for causing theoretical discomfort in a theoretical person, writes Christina Moss. It removes proof of harm, rewrites fear as the legal standard, and shifts the burden of innocence to the accused. No proof of harm necessary. Worse than McCarthyism. I need to fucking hear I need to hear what this is, like what the voicemail sounded like, but also, what the fuck? What the fuck? If someone leaves a voice message to you, if someone leaves a voicemail to you, okay, and you hear gunshots, if you think you heard gunshots, your first inclination shouldn't be, oh, this is actually a death threat against me. This is actually someone who might have gotten shot while they were calling me. Am I wild for this? I don't understand this. This is insane.
6-year-old who has also been hit with an AVO pleaded not guilty today.
Wait, how old was the person?
The 26-year-old who has also been hit with an AVO pleaded not guilty today. The case is listed for next month, when a decision will be made on whether the charge is dropped or if the matter goes to a hearing. And you were very shocked to hear you.
You don't prioritize the victim card? I think she thinks she heard mock gunshots.
Yeah, especially like with my mental health. Just wish people could understand.
Hayley Fran.
Tell me one thing. If it was an accident, explain how it reached a Jewish person. How did a Jewish person get called? Wait, what? She's a famous nutritionist, chatter. What are you talking about? You do understand that if this has to be, for this to be a legitimate, like, threatening voice message that she sent to this nutritionist, like she would have had to create this, like, convoluted plan to, like, send it to, oh, you're joking. Okay, I thought you were being serious. I thought you were genuinely, like, like, she literally sent a text message ahead of time. What I don't understand is how she got her number to begin with. Like, I'll be honest with you. At most, if this was actually like, you know, gunshots or something like that, or if it was like actually supposed to be seen as harm, because it's like, here, look, I'm a fucking person that is, you know, that has notoriety. I receive a lot of death threats. I can totally see this being, wait, what the fuck? Hold on. Bra broke you for the day? Hold on. Doors open. Okay. So, closed presents. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs. She's a famous nutritionist with her phone public, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm saying, like, in the, you know, I'm saying that what I would consider to be like maybe potentially an anti-Semitic incident is if like, you know, like how there are people on the internet, like in Discord servers and shit like that, like stalkers and stuff that might have gotten annoyed with this person. And then they like took advantage of like, you know, someone with cognitive impairment to make them send text messages to be like somewhat of a nuisance or like make that person fear make that person fear for their lives. And then like, and then potentially, but like, that's so many fucking steps. Do you see what I mean? Like it just seems utterly ridiculous for it to be this much of a convoluted, complicated plan rather than the much easier truth, which would be that this person of notoriety got a phone call from an unknown number, or rather a message from an unknown number, and fucking panicked, and then made it everybody else's problem. You know? You better show the food close up to the camera, you greedy fucking prig. No.
Of Gaza. Donald Trump's Board of Peace has since become a more sprawling concept, with invitations sent to dozens of nations. The preamble of its charter also hints at the organization's role as mediator in conflicts around the world.
Do you want your Board of Peace to replace the UN?
Well, it might. I mean, the UN just hasn't been very helpful. I'm a big fan of the UN potential, but it has never lived up to its potential.
Trump will be chairman. He alone decides who is allowed to join and can only be replaced in case of voluntary resignation or as a result of incapacity. He will lead an executive board of 7 members, including Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Trump's special negotiator Steve Witkoff, his son-in-law Jared Kushner, and former UK Prime Minister Tony Blair. A Gaza executive board will operate under the body. At the bottom of the hierarchy lies the only Palestinian component, the National Committee for the Administration of Gaza, tasked with managing day-to-day operations. Countries joining so far include Trump allies Hungary's Viktor Orban and Argentina's Javier Milei, as well as the UAE, Turkey, Egypt and Canada, though with the latter saying they will not pay the $1 billion price tag to become a permanent member. Netanyahu also agreed, despite earlier criticising Turkey and Qatar's inclusion in the Gaza Board Committee.
Turkish soldiers and Qatari soldiers will not be in the Strip. We have a certain disagreement with our friends in the United States regarding the composition of the advisory council that will accompany the processes in Gaza.
Other countries, including France, Norway and Sweden, have ruled out joining over concerns the board would seek to replace the United Nations. China confirmed it has been invited, but said it would defend the international system with the UN at its core. Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky, meanwhile, said it would be very hard to be a member of a council alongside Russia. Britain echoed that statement, saying it was concerned that Vladimir Putin had been invited.
That's your concern?
Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member. I just want us to speak plainly and lay the facts out what's really happening in this committee. We are 1 week out.
Hello? Brother, that's your concern? Your major concern should be Israel is a part of it. The offending party. Is that not a legitimate concern? It's not the legitimate concern. No Palestinian gets to have a say, but America gets to have a say and Israel gets to have a say. And these dumb fuck Europeans are like, oh, well, Russia's a part of it. No thanks. God, when I see stuff like this, I'm like, yeah, you kind of fucking deserve what's going on with Trump. I mean,
from
honestly.
Bill and Hillary Clinton, who did not show up for their depositions 1 week, and we're already having a markup to hold them in contempt. Meanwhile, the Department of Justice has been legally obligated to hand over the full unredacted Epstein files to this committee since August, the same exact subpoena that they are using to hold the Clintons in contempt. And please note that these resolutions are allowing the DOJ to prosecute the Clintons for the exact same things that the DOJ itself is violating. They have handed over 1% of the files and heavily redacted. We are 5 months overdue. Mr. Coomer, if you've made no effort to bring in Pam Bondi, so no, the difference is not clear. You have made no effort to demand any answers, to exert any pressure. So with that, Mr. Scheer, I do have an amendment at the desk which would hold Pam Bondi in contempt for noncompliance with the bipartisan subpoena that you issued on August 5th, 2025. I hope that my colleagues will support. I yield back.
Minority's time's expired. We're still debating the measure, and we'll take up your amendment once we finish debating the initial measure. I just wanted to respond to a couple of things. I agree. We need to hear from Ghislaine Maxwell. We've been trying to get her in for a deposition, and our lawyers have been saying that she's going to plead the 5th, but we have nailed down a date, February 9th, where Ghislaine Maxwell will be deposed by this committee. Now, her lawyers have made it clear that she's going to plead the 5th. I hope she changes her mind because I want to hear from her, just like I want to hear from
her.
What's that?
You said the difference is clear.
Turn on your mic, Charlie.
It is.
What'd you say?
If the difference is clear, the difference here is that they are also trying to negotiate. She said she doesn't want to do it. You have not moved in the same way. So you are actually not applying the same standard here across the board. The DOJ is in the same exact subpoena. Ghislaine Maxwell says she won't do it. Bring her in then.
You're out of order,
Ms. Lee.
You're out of order. So we were going to depose Ghislaine Maxwell, February 9th.
Where are the contempt charges, Mr. Chairman?
You're out of order too, Mr. Garcia. And we will proceed with that deposition. Ms. Lee said the Clintons just missed their deadline by a week. We have been negotiating with the Clinton attorneys for 5 months.
Mr. Chairman,
5 months.
Whose time are we speaking on right now?
This is my time. This is my time.
That's definitely a European chatter. No, I've realized, like, it's tough. It's tough, man. It's tough. I think straight up, I think genuinely, Europe is not going to move in any way towards sovereignty. I think, like, the European mind is so fucking servile. I feel really bad for the European HasanAbi heads in the chat. Like, your fucking countrymen on the continent are so locked in, dude. They are so fucking locked in. They just think it's just not going to happen. They're such rapacious bootlickers. At least, like, Turkey is a loyal servant of an empire, of American empire. They're NATO, but they fucking hate NATO and they hate America. You know what I mean? They just have no say in it. Eurolibs unironically take, like, the most insane positions. They'll be like, well, Russia is actually worse than Israel. Russia is just the same as Israel. Like, this is akin to Holocaust denial at this point. But then again, when you think about it, they do that already. It's the same principle behind, well, the USSR was just as bad as the Nazis, if not worse than the Nazis, right? So the anti-communism is so deeply ingrained in the mind of the Eurocuck that they just literally can't think straight.
I recognize myself, so I have 5 minutes.
You already had your 5
All right,
minutes.
well, I'm about finished anyway. I haven't used 5 minutes. I've used about 1 minute. But
you used your full 5 minutes, sir.
no, I haven't used the 5 minutes, Mr. Garcia.
Democrats in Minnesota are facing a growing federal scrutiny as the Justice Department investigates whether they conspired to impede ICE operations. ABC News learning Governor Tim Walz, Attorney General Keith Ellison, the mayors of Minneapolis and St. Paul, and 2 counties' attorneys have been served with subpoenas by the DOJ. All Democrats who have publicly spoken out against the Trump administration's crackdown on undocumented immigrants. Border Patrol official Gregory Bovino defending the conduct of agents, saying the, quote, tactics are born of necessity.
They're targeted and they're focused on
You can be anti-Putin. I'm anti-Putin. You can be anti-Putin without saying insane shit. Okay? That's the argument I'm making. In a system, in a situation where they're like, oh, the reason why I'm pulling out of this is because Putin is involved in this, is an insane thing to say. Not for insane for the Ukrainians to say that, mind you. Totally reasonable for Ukrainians to say that. But it's totally unreasonable for the UK to say that. The fuck do you mean? The real reason why you should be pulling out and disparaging this agreement is because Israel is a part of it. It's because no Palestinian is a part of it. The fuck do you mean? The reason why you're mad is because Vladimir Putin is involved. Yeah, if we were talking about colonial rulership over Ukraine and you were like, why does Vladimir Putin get to have a say over what happens with Ukraine? Then yeah, it makes sense. I can't believe that this is the argument that is being presented by European liberals, is like this colonial rulership arrangement that we're creating with Israel and 0 Palestinians is bad because fucking Vladimir Putin is involved. Like, okay, you don't have your priorities straight.
individuals who pose a serious threat to this community. They are not random, and they are not political.
Bovino saying numerous criminals accused of everything from assault to rape arrested over the weekend, though providing no evidence to support that when asked by reporters. But U.S. citizens have also been swept up in the raids, and local officials say weeks of violent traffic stops and other actions taken by ICE are hurting the community, even police. Brooklyn Park Police Chief Mark Bruley, along with other local law enforcement, describe multiple instances of their own officers, all people of color, being stopped by ICE agents while off duty.
If it is happening to our officers, it pains me to think of how many of our community members are falling victim to this every day. It has to stop.
After ICE agents pulled him from his home shirtless in the bitter cold, only to be released without charges an hour later, Chongli Scott Tao, who's a naturalized U.S. citizen from Laos, is speaking out about his experience.
This isn't sorry or anything. They just, okay, you're good. They just laugh. That's about it.
His family says the people agents were looking for, who federal officials say are violent criminals, never even lived in the home. Trump acknowledging that ICE has made some mistakes.
You know, they're going to make mistakes sometimes. ICE is going to be too rough with somebody, or, you know, they're dealing with rough people. They're going to make a mistake. Sometimes it can happen. We feel terribly.
Democratic Minnesota State Senate President Bobby Joe Champion pushing back.
The comment made by the president is just a way of not coming full circle around admitting that ICE has been pretty destructive.
Now, as for the vice president's visit, we don't yet know who he will meet with or where, but safe to say, Michael, he will be met with protests on arrival.
I'm here in Washington, D.C., and today I will be testifying in front of Congress. How this works is I will be testifying right here. Each person will have 5 minutes to testify. And then up here you have all of the congressmen and congresswomen. They also will have their time as well. And I'm going to be talking about the widespread fraud that's been happening inside the United States and in Minnesota. As you guys all saw, I exposed the open and blatant fraud that's taking place inside of Minnesota. And so therefore I'm here to testify about that. And what will happen is each one of these congressmen will have then 5 minutes to go and ask me questions. And there'll be a clock on one of these screens, and for 5 minutes I have to answer all questions that are directed to me. It's almost like a shot clock in a basketball game where you have to go until the timer runs out. And really quick, the quality leering hoodies are live on the website, Surely Defense. You can go ahead and get it in the link in the description or in the pinned comment down below. And now let's testify in front of Congress.
Mr. Shirley, you're recognized for your opening statement.
Awesome. I'm here today to speak on behalf of all hardworking, law-abiding, tax-paying citizens here inside of the United States. I've helped bring to light widespread fraud that's happening inside our nation, and we the people have had enough of our hard-earned money going towards fraudsters as if it's no big deal. As I speak here, I want to ask everyone a question. How much do we trust when we pay our taxes it's going to benefit our nation? People erupted during the Boston Tea Party over just a few percentages as they believe they were being taxed without representation. Nowadays, we have the representation, but do we trust our representatives? My name is Nick Shirley, and I made a 41-minute video that I posted on platforms like X and YouTube. My video received over 100 million views, and it created instant change within our government. As the federal government launched investigations and departments such as Health and Human Services froze over $185 million in child care funding until businesses can prove they are legitimate businesses. I actually became aware of the fraud that was happening in Minnesota in June of 2025 as I was there for a separate video, and Minnesotans started reaching out to me asking me if I was making a video on the fraud. I said, well, what fraud? And this lady, she was a real estate agent, and she says, well, I'm having a hard time selling my properties because people are curious about these assisted livings that are popping up next door to some of the houses that we're buying, or the home health care clinics that are popping up, and we don't know who's next to these houses that we're trying to sell. And I said, well, I'm not gonna come and make a video if I don't have any proof. So therefore I left Minnesota, and I continued to look for fraud in the best way I could. And as I was getting my own information, a man by the name of David reached out to me and he said, hey, I have been investigating this fraud for years now. I have been driving by these child care centers. I've never seen a single child, and I have received the information from the state of Minnesota as to how much money these places are receiving. I said, great, let me come to Minnesota and we'll make this video about potential fraud that was taking place inside of Minnesota. We go to a daycare, and I'm instantly surprised by what we see. We arrived, and it was an industrialized building, and there was 2 daycares registered at that building. And the first thing I noticed is all the windows are blacked out, and there's no footprints in the snow of any children. There's no playgrounds or anything that would make it look like it's a child care. But above me, a sign read, open 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. We go to a
I can't deal with it. I can't believe it, dude. It's just, he is so stupid. Like, he is so objectively, observably dumb. So the very fact that he has any emotion at all, like in front of other adults, it makes me feel like I'm going crazy. It makes me feel like we're living in 2 alternative realities.
But there was nobody there. The doorbell did not even work. And then we continued to go to other daycares, and we noticed the same pattern. No children, blacked out windows, and one daycare, a learning center, spelled Quality Leering Center instead of Quality Learning Center. They had received $1.9 million, yet with that $1.9 million, they could not even spell leering right on their sign. Governor Walz has said he's been fighting fraud in Minnesota since 2019 and said the buck stops with him. However, how long would it take for you to notice $1 million leaving your bank account and not knowing where it's going? That's essentially what had been happening in Minnesota for years as billions of dollars had been misplaced. And meanwhile, while people like Governor Tim Walz call people like me a white supremacist, delusional conspiracy theorist,
it is objectively white supremacy that makes people think that this guy is actually brilliant, intelligent in any way, shape, or form. Whereas, did she get groomed? Oh, hell yeah. Whereas the Somali daycares that had quality Leering Center on the side of the fucking daycare is actually run by stupid, low IQ Somalis. Like, you have to be a white supremacist if you think that this fucking dipshit who can't even talk is supposed to be a metric or a measuring tape for who is intelligent and who's not. What the fuck? White people will look at a guy like this who can't even talk and go, that guy's brilliant, and then assume that every Somali is actually low IQ.
he actually decided to drop out of re-election because I believe of how deep and extensive this fraud is. Thank you very much. Since my reporting, the HHS department froze over $185 million, and to this day, not a single business has been able to prove proof of legitimacy. How fast would you be proving that you are a legitimate business if you have children to actually feed and to take care of? You'd be sending in that paperwork instantly. I made this video to document the widespread fraud that has been taking place, as I truly believe all fraud is bad. And people like me, my generation, we're sick of seeing tax dollars go towards fraud.
By the way, notice how he definitely doesn't know how to read. Y'all thought I was exaggerating. He's just like, the paper's in front of him. He's not even reading.
We just want to have the same opportunities that our fathers and our grandparents had. And when you see people making millions of dollars by committing fraud, it upsets everybody from all age demographics. And so I hope today we can have a good conversation, and I think we can all agree that fraud is bad and that fraud is fraud. And I wish the best for our country, and I think that's what needs to be happening, is to crack down on all forms of fraud. So thank you for having me, and God bless the USA.
Mr. Shirley, now I guess investigative journalists are known as right-wing social media influencers. So can you confirm how many daycare centers you personally visited in Minnesota during your investigation?
During that first video, we went to around 7.
How did you select those facilities? I know you said earlier footprints in the snow, but how is it that you identified those facilities to go to initially?
So the man David in the video, he had the daycares with the CCAP funding, and we just simply drove around Minnesota and around Minneapolis area.
Took a lot of courage to do that, I would imagine. Probably more so now than what it was when you initially did it. 100 million views, you said.
Yes, over 100.
Bro, half of these people are lawyers, man. You went to college. Like, you know you're talking to a person who doesn't have a fully functioning brain. Maybe we're the crazy people. Maybe I'm the crazy person, but like, there's 0% chance that these people are looking at him and going, wow, you're so brilliant. You're so brave. You're so big. Like, do people not see what I see? Am I alone here? I wouldn't trust this guy to drive me around, let alone get my fucking political commentary from him. He is incredibly dumb.
40 million views on X alone.
So what was Mr. David's background? How did you connect with him, and how did he call you, or did you reach out?
He simply is just a man in Minnesota who has a passion for his city, and he's been seeing fraud taking place for years. And Out of all the thousands of messages I get on Instagram and other platforms, I just happened to read his, and he provided me the information, so I gave him a phone call.
And then from there, just went to those different facilities. What was probably the most interesting thing as you were doing this? I think I saw the video. We watched it, and it looked like it was a number of facilities like in the same building.
Yes. So in one building, there was...
You mean a medical plaza? Really? Really? Congressman, a medical plaza? This is what's so shocking to you. Come on, man. You know this is bullshit. Fuck. I can't stand these motherfuckers, bro. They are such liars. Really? Let's see what this dude. What's this dude's deal? Let's see, Mr. Moore. Okay, Barry Moore. Representative Barry Moore is an American politician serving as the U.S. representative for Alabama's 1st District. Okay? That's him, right? Now, you might go, well, he's from Alabama. That makes sense. He's that stupid. But, like, he's a fucking representative. So, let's look at his background. Felix Barry Moore. Alabama's 1st District. Where'd he go to college? Why isn't it say over here? Early life and education. He grew up on a farm in Coffee County, attended Enterprise State Community College. He later attended Auburn University, got a Bachelor of Science degree in Agricultural Science, and then he enlisted in the Alabama National Guard. Okay, you went to college. You went to fucking college. Okay? You're not this stupid. You know what a fucking medical plaza is. What are we doing? Bro studied corn. I mean, come on, dude. This man has been arrested for lying. Wait, what? He was arrested for lying. He posted about the killing of Ashley Babbitt, saying that a black officer shooting a white female veteran doesn't fit the narrative. Twitter temporarily suspended his account. Oh. He committed perjury? When? In April 2014, Moore was arrested for felony perjury and lying to authorities during a grand jury investigation into Hubbard. Moore was acquitted of all charges. Moore entered politics in 2010, at the urging of the then chair of the Alabama Republican Party, Mike Hubbard. Moore was elected to the Alabama House of Representatives in 2010, defeating Democratic incumbent Terry Spicer. I mean, I'll be honest. I was going to fucking dunk on him and be like, you know better, but I'm taking it back. I'm taking it back. This motherfucker doesn't know any better. Honestly, Alabama, what the fuck are we doing? Yeah, Alabama has not unlocked medical plazas in the tech tree. Actually, he probably doesn't know what a doctor is. He still thinks it's like witchcraft. Oh.
And it looked like it was a number of facilities like in the same building.
Yes. So in one building, there was, I believe, 3 daycares, and there was no children. And they were all receiving CCAP funding for separate daycares. There's one daycare we went to that one day it was closed by the government, and then that same day it was reopened underneath another name. And they both received CCAP funding.
So how many daycares are there in Minneapolis we think are fraudulent right now? Mr. Shirley, any idea? Are the amount of money total? You get any idea on that?
Well, they've frozen over $185 million and not a single business has been able to prove that they're a legitimate business yet.
It's 185 million for sure that we know.
Mr. Shirley, thank you for your testimony today and the work that you've done. Americans hear these numbers of the fraud that we have, and whether it's 10,000 or 10 million or 10 billion, sometimes the numbers, you almost become desensitized to it. And so
How is this moron made it to Congress and still his only line is, why didn't they show me the children? I think we deserve everything bad that's coming to us. As Americans, as Americans, we don't deserve it. But like America as a nation state, unfortunately, has a real problem with stupids. Okay? A real problem with stupids. And when I see congressional hearings take place like this, when I see Yale Law School graduates like Mr. Kiley fucking talking about how brilliant this investigative reporting was, when I think about J.D. Vance saying this guy deserves a Pulitzer for a video that was very clearly made by perhaps one of the dumbest people I've ever actually laid eyes on, I think to myself, well, we are voting these guys in, so we must deserve all of the fucking death and destruction that befalls us. What comes next, we kind of deserve, right? Because we still have these people that we are voting into office. I've lost all of my confidence and all of my gusto after having a conversation with Bob and Mary Sue earlier. This is what it took. This is what it took. When I see scumbag right-wing fucking politicians, okay, when I see scum fucking right-wing politicians play this weird song and dance as though there is anything of worth here, as though there is anything notable to discern from this absolute moron's commentary that was, and I kid you not, it literally was, show me the children, screaming, show me the children outside of fucking childcare facilities, and then being shocked by the existence of a medical plaza. When I see stuff like that, and I see all these adults continue playing this song and dance, I think to myself, I must be living in a different planet. I am not long for the world.
the way that your video was able to show people the fraud sort of in real life actually happening, I think opened a lot of eyes and has helped to catalyze a level of scrutiny that we really should have had before. So you mentioned in your testimony that you think that what you discovered in Minnesota, that
I can't deal with this. I cannot deal with this. I mean, these aren't even questions at Glaze session. He only posted like the positive ones.
Independent investigation. They want a court to intervene and enjoin and prevent them from having to respond.
Yeah, all it took was reminder that Shirley's dog shit propaganda was that all the admin needed to do this to Minneapolis. Yeah. Yep, that's bovine bovino. Bitch ass manlet. Bro, this is...
I have it.
They're fucking Nazis, man. What can you say? Refused entry. We do not support ICE. Get off our property. Commander Bovino and CBP agents are refused entry into the Minneapolis Speedway gas station.
ICE does not belong in this property at all. We do not support ICE. Get off of our property. Bye. 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 Get out of my way. I'm trying to leave. Get out of the way. Hey, try to get out.
Hasan, I have military background. That's fucking nerve gas, bro. Wait, what? I don't know what chemical that they're deploying. Look at the color. It's confirmed. I mean, green is not tear gas. Tear gas and green smoke released after clashes. I don't know what the green gas is. But I doubt it's nerve gas. I mean, that would be... Like, there's no way... The reason why I don't think it's nerve gas is because if it was nerve gas, they would wear gas masks. It's probably just a smoke grenade or something. Because, like, they're not surviving the fucking nerve gas, brother. No one is. I mean, make no mistake, is probably not good for you. Is a thing that you inhale. I mean, it's. I'm sure it's chock full of chemicals that are gonna fuck you up. It's adamsite, diphenyl aminochlorarcine. Diphenyl aminochlorarcine. Did I say it? Did I get it right? You Shirley'd that one? Shirley's brain would explode if you gave him this word to read. Like literally on the spot, he would die. He would perish. He has never had to try that hard to read anything or do anything, really. Actually, we should try to get him to read that. Well, he can't read, so.
Yeah. Hey, we'll move on. Hey, he's trying to get out of here. You guys, hey, watch out behind you. Get the fuck out of my way! Get out of my city! You're welcome.
I can't tell what this is. Where are the fucking military boys in the chat? What is this? Rotate and enhance now. Bovine got food poured on him. Just in, leftist riders are throwing food at Commander Bovino as he visits a gas station in Minnesota. I love that this guy, like, everywhere he goes, everyone's just fucking dunking on him. Everyone's just shitting on him. Military guy here, it's a smoke grenade. It's a fucking smoke grenade. It affects nerves in long-term prolonged exposure, and it's carcinogenic. Yeah, that makes sense. That's what I suspected. Maybe they're just worried about his diet. He's a growing boy after all. True. That's why they're feeding him. You better watch yourself. What the fuck does that mean? I just oh, isn't this wonderful, dude? Doesn't this feel so safe? Don't you feel safe? Don't you feel super safe about this? This is American prosperity, baby. Oh my God, one of the protesters is going beast mode. He said, you'll hang for this. Beast mode.
What's your name, dumbass? What's your name? Why are you fucking doing that? You fucking bitch! You fucking pussy! That guy okay? Fucking coward! Don't do that shit! Don't fucking do that shit!
I mean, where do we go from here? You know, what's the purpose of this? The people are not giving up. The people are not going to back down. They're not going to back away. Like, where do we go from here? It's also crazy because, like, they're even fucking bullying the goddamn cops. Like, local law enforcement are getting fucking arrested and detained. And they're still doing it. They're still pushing for it. What is the CIA not even trying no more, dog?
The only reason people should be upset with ICE is because they're not doing enough. They need to deport more people. They would have to deport like thousands of people every week in order to make a dent in the issues that we have right now. But that's not going to happen. So the only reason people should be upset
You can't be upset with her and be a patriot.
with ICE.
Yeah, bro, we're in the bad place.
because
We're in the
they're
fucking
not-
bad place, dude. What do you mean? There's like a cartoon drawing telling me that ICE is not deporting enough people. Like, what the fuck is happening? Emaru follows this person.
People should
Is this the person? It's just content. Someone attracted your attention. Who cares? What do you mean, who cares? The fuck? Dude, what's wrong with you people, man? You're always like, just look away, just look away, just look away. Like, what the fuck do you mean, just look away? You got motherfuckers crawling out of the fucking woodwork being like, actually, it's awesome. What Trump is doing is awesome. And you're like, hey, Hasan, as one of the largest fucking political commentators in the country, all these people that are talking mad shit in your own fucking backyard on your own platform, you should just look away from. You should turn the other cheek. ICE allegedly wants to go to Philly next. Oh, dude. Oh, good luck. Like Minnesota nice is very different than Philadelphia. Good job. Okay, have fun with that. I know teachers who are saying that ICE is just doing their jobs. Yeah, so were the fucking Gestapo. The fuck? The gang runs ICE out of Philly, Always Sunny in Music. I mean, I don't know. Senator Gallego responds to the shocking news that ICE secretly authorizes agents to break into homes without a real warrant. Yeah, I'm not voting to give whatever ICE has become more taxpayer money. It's no longer an immigration enforcement arm of the United States. One might say it was slated to become this always.
They're sending ICE to Philly? That's like sending a squadron of bunny rabbits to an active volcano. Those guys are gonna fucking die. Philly is like an endgame DLC area with PvP enabled. They blew up 20 cars when they won the football game. They're gonna crucify these guys upside down.
For non-Americans, what's wrong with Philly aggro? I mean, Philadelphia just has a very interesting history of being somewhat chaotic, let's just say. Yeah, I mean, a nice whistleblower just revealed the secret memo authorizing ICE officers to break into homes without a judicial warrant, which Department of Homeland Security's own legal training materials say is unconstitutional. ICE then hid the memo from the public, passing it along by word of mouth. ICE secretly told its officers that anytime someone has been ordered removed, ICE can break down their door. It has been accepted for generations, and we saw that. We saw that in Minneapolis. If you remember, I was saying, like, this is illegal. This is like a total violation of the Constitution. No court would allow this to happen. I mean, dude, if you don't fucking put every single person that has allowed this to happen in prison, I just don't know what to do. There's no more need to vote. Okay? There's never a need to vote ever again. It's over at that point. I'm saying I will vote for whoever sincerely puts every single person that authorized this in prison. Hey, Hasan, I was thinking about how people in nations were supporting Hitler and like thinking there's no way all those people see what's happening and still support it. Yeah, I mean, we already saw that, chatter. We saw a version of that. Gaza was the testing ground. Okay, Gaza was the testing ground. We already fucking saw that. People literally looked at a Holocaust unfolding in front of their eyes with their own tax dollars and were like, it's fine. What is this? Your goat is going off? Ugh.
Look how the media is covering this. Trump backs down on taking Greenland. So when he was going to invade, he's a bully.
Wait, what do you mean? By
and
force?
When he doesn't invade, he's weak. Even after he got a handshake deal, the media spins it like he's retreating. Well, I guess he's retreating with Greenland in his pocket. Are American reporters upset that we're about to acquire the world's biggest island? Or are they upset that they were wrong and Trump's getting results? Either way, America's expanding. And when there's an American boom, we boom together.
Yeah, no, totally. I can't wait for the endless bounties that come from America acquiring Greenland. What is this? You're mentioned by the local news guy because Kat didn't attend the coveted forum about Venezuela. Kat also missed his live stream candidate forum on Venezuela last night after being slated to attend. She was in LA yesterday on stream with Hasan Pike around 6 p.m. CST. I asked the campaign a few times if she was in LA for any other reason, and I haven't gotten a response. She faced some heat in December after apparently double booking an event on the southwest side of Chicago, pretty far out of the district, with a DSA forum in Skokie. Oh, also, Kat is a part of DSA. I know Michael from Pennsylvania was asking. It appears Kat Abou-Ghazaleh was at a dinner last night on the southwest side, per this video shared by IG, on an organization in her campaign. She was slated to attend a Chicago DSA forum in Skokie, but was a last-minute scratch with little explanation. I emailed my landlord to remind them the rent prices have gone down. They rose it instead. Yeah, go ahead. Raise the price of rent. That'll just make me grind harder. That's Sigma Grind said. Kat Abou-Ghazaleh has responded to this evening with a statement after missing a candidate forum hosted by Indivisible Edgewater, citing narcolepsy and her sleeping through the event. Here's a statement from her sent to attendees. That's crazy. I mean, come on, you can't be doing that. That's crazy. Narcolepsy or not, you gotta like keep the door open or something so you can have a staffer wake your ass up if that's the case. That is pretty wild. North Korean media just dropped the craziest pic. My goat. Noticeably less excited here. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's amazing. God, this shit fucking rules, dude. This shit fucking rules. Oh my God. Freaky Unc. Freaky Ad Nephew. How old is Kim Jong-un now? Photographer Mustafa Bassam photographed this boy walking home alone with a snack being randomly approached by DSS after he was unable to produce documentation proving his citizenship. Agents informed him that he was under arrest. He said, "Can I just go home?" Answer, no. He's 42? Yeah, that makes sense. I was going to say he is very young. He's your age, bro, and has way more emotion. Dog, you cannot fucking compare me to the Imperator of Jusha, okay? Are you fucking serious? Yeah, my mistake. I was born into a family that wasn't tasked with, Marxist, Leninist, Jewish principles controlling the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Can you jester, Max? It's the new meta. Yeah, I saw this earlier. I love this. Clavicular realized that jester maxing at the club is peak fun. Clavicular just cracked the code. Jester maxing at the club is officially the new meta. Forget the mysterious guy in the corner trope or the stiff arm drink hold. We are entering the era of high energy, zero ego, chaotic fun. If you aren't the reason the floor is laughing, are you even living? What is the jester maxing? He's just like dancing? Can you answer the question? What is jester maxing? Bitch, you think I know? Why would I know? Why you support far left behavior on the hoofies? Are you nuts? Why you support far left behavior on the hoofies? Who are the hoofies? Why? Are you nuts? Hoofies, man. Hoofies. Why? Are you nuts? Stupid. Stupid lol. How do you decide which accent for which chatter? I don't know. I just felt like this would be good. All right, let's see what these logs look like. Look at Qatar Airport. The Royal Air Force is there. Where is this happening? Look at White House Post. Is funny as fuck on X. Poor Kaya. I know. She's on a walk now. She got groomed earlier. She's on a walk. Living a better life than you, my man. He compared woman with sheeps. I feel attacked as a German. Never mind. The accent was wrong. Why you support far left behavior und Hufis? Are you nuts, yeah? Pokaya, I'm EU MAGA. I'm EU MAGA. I will never have the sovereignty. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, I am MAGA. I am MAGA. I would love to vote for the AFD next time around, but I am MAGA. I am EU MAGA. Always and forever, yeah. Oh, mein Führer. Oh, Orangensaft. Mein Führer. Oh. Ich möchte Trumpf. Oh, mein Führer, you're so good. You're so good. Oh, EU MAGA. I love EU MAGA. I am German, bitch. Kartoffelsalat. Ficken meine Arschloch, mein Führer. Ficken meine Arschloch, mein Führer. Oh, I love the Trump. He's so good. Oh, please, Scheiße on me, Trump. Oh, I love being EU MAGA. I don't know what to say. Don't worry. Germans don't want to get out kinked by the Dutch? Yeah. This chatter saw Mark Rutte and got mad. Midem bulandı lan, bırak artık. Yok abi, bırakmıyorum. Call ICE for Hasan. That's what he said. Yes. As someone from Deutschland calling in, I want you to use your Gestapo on the Amerikanisch Hasan Piker. Oh, please, use the ICE. Use your Gestapo on him. I love watching American politicians. Oh, it's so good. How can I be mad about a joke like you? Wait, what? Oh, I'm not mad. I'm not mad at all. I love the Amerikanisch culture. Oh, please. Ficke meine Arschloch. Donald Trump, mein Führer. Oh, ich möchte dich. Ich möchte dich, mein Führer. Oh, very good. Yeah, tell me your favorite American war crime while you're here. Take your meds, bro. I can't. We are not living in this socialist country like Deutschland. I can't take meine medication. You know the German guy's wearing leather pants? Come on, type something with your Wiener Schnitzel licking fingers. Oh, take your medication. Brother, who out of both of us is hallucinating, you think? guy who is an American political commentator in the United States of America talking about how my taxes are being spent on dominating other Americans when it should be used elsewhere. Or the guy who is up at 3 a.m. in fucking Germany trying to rage bait me while also LARPing as an American MAGA supporter. Who do you think lives a more shameful existence between you and myself? Doing this so close to Donald Trump basically putting his cock all over fucking the European Union, all over NATO nations, makes it even funnier. We have no respect for you because, unfortunately, chatter, you have no respect for yourself. Have some decency and demand sovereignty and fight back, please. Instead of LARPing as though you're an American right-wing MAGA hog, please focus on making Germany great, okay? It's crazy. Let him get back on Counter-Strike. Oh, it's so good. I'm gooning over here, yeah. Oh, I was not allowed in the Berghain. I was not allowed in the Berghain, so I'm out here. Yeah. I'm out here in my least favorite Amerikanisch political commentators chat. Yeah, very nice. They're good. Oh, he's such a loser because he's paying attention to the biggest loser like me. Oh, please vote for the AFD. Please. Please vote for the AFD. You will never experience this, okay? You will never experience the aura of Kim Jong-un. Neither will I, to be fair. Yeah, I already covered it, chatter. I said I will vote for anyone who says they're going to arrest every single person that has played a role in this. Hasan, I'm so sorry for the crazy German. The AFD supporters are acting like MAGA nowadays is scary. Greetings from Hamburg, Germany. I just don't get it. I don't understand. I genuinely don't understand how you get so fucking cucked. Where you're like, it's not enough. It's not enough that I'm fucking up my country. I want to fuck up someone else's country. Especially when the country and the movement that you're writing for is slated to fuck up your country as well. Like, what? You have no respect for yourself. You have no respect for your fellow man. You have no dignity. You have no investment in national sovereignty. You have nothing. You have nothing. You're just like a fucking fascism tourist. Oh, forever there is fascism. I will be there. Yeah, it's so good. What is this? Adrian Gonzalez. A verdict has been reached on the court case involving Adrian Gonzalez, one of the first officers to arrive at the scene of the 2022 school shooting in Uvalde. He's accused of failing to intervene and stop the shooter, resulting in 19 students and 2 teachers being killed. The jury has found Adrian Gonzalez not guilty on all counts. Of course. Of course. We're the most cucked country on the planet. But the pathetic downfall of Nick Fuentes, dark woke warrior, brigadier general, coming after Nicolas Fuentes. Anyway, I'm not going to do that right now.
Democratic Party wants me to believe that Gavin Newsom is the Democratic frontrunner for the 2028 election. Gavin Newsom, who destroyed homeless encampments, who dated a 19-year-old when he was 40, who went on Charlie Kirk's podcast and talked about how much his sons loved Charlie Kirk, and now is on Ben Shapiro's podcast, guzzling ICE agent dick.
For the record, just know Gavin Newsom chose not to go on my stream, this broadcast, even though it is still, to this day, the largest left-wing live stream. Okay. And Gavin Newsom has refused to come on here because he's worried that he might get grilled a little bit. And I promise I'll be nice. I mean, I'm nice to fucking Trump supporters. Why wouldn't I be nice to Gavin fucking Newsom? He refuses to come on this broadcast, but he's gone on Ben Shapiro's bitch ass podcast. They got like, what, 2,000 fucking views? It's crazy.
Democratic Party wants me to believe that this is our front runner. They're going to have to knock me out and drug me to put me in a polling booth. they're gonna have to roofie me, shove me in a polling booth, and put a gun to my head. Are you serious?
Where's that one chatter? Where's that one chatter who's going to be like, wow, I guess you deserve to lose again. Now is not the time, guys. Now is not the time to criticize the hypothetical frontrunner that isn't even running for office because there's no election yet. But now is not the time. It's never the time then. There's never a time to actually say Gavin Newsom sucks for president. Like, there's not a time for it. He did go on Atrioc's pod. Yes, because Atrioc, look, I like Atrioc. I like the Lemon Party bros, but they're not going to be as contentious with Gavin Newsom as someone like myself, even though they were probably they were maybe a little contentious. Connor was the one who was actually holding his feet to the fire. Lemon Party Bros with the podcast. Lemon Time? Is it not Lemon Party? What's the podcast called? Why is Lemonade Stand? Lemonade Stand. It is not Lemon Party. I apologize. It's not Lemon Bros. You have to wait till he becomes president to criticize him? Yeah. And you have to let that happen too. Anyway, that's all I got for today. I'm tired. I love you all, and I will see you tomorrow. Chat, do not Google Lemon Party, okay? That's the different thing, I think. Anyway. Oh my God, what a day, huh? What a freaking day. Half day Hossie, baby, 7 hours. You already know what it is. Let's go. Love you all. And see you tomorrow. Peace.
The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic words are streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find the system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There is again Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming.